ขอเสียงปรบมือครั้งหนึ่งฮะ1,200,000 บาทไม่ใช่น้อยๆเลย
ไม่ใช่น้อยๆเลยแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยเราก็เดินทางมาถึงรอบเซมิไฟแนลแล้วก็ไฟนอลกันแล้วค่ะ
ใช่แล้วนะครับซึ่งเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนแน่นอนที่นั่งอยู่ตรงนี้นะฮะได้ลงทะเบียนมาเรียบร้อยแล้วขอเช็คอีกสักรอบหนึ่งสายรัดข้อมือเรืองแสงมีอยู่หรือเปล่าชูขึ้นมาเลย
เก็บไว้ให้ดีนะเก็บไว้ให้ดีนะ
เยี่ยมมากๆเลย
มีค่ามากนะคะ
มีค่ายังไงฮะพี่แบม
ถ้าเก็บทั้งสายรัดข้อมือที่มีไฟเรืองแสงนะคะแล้วก็กระดาษสายรัดข้อมือแบบที่เป็นกระดาษเนี่ยพอสิ้นสุดงานก็สามารถไปแลกของพรีเมียมได้ก็จะมีหมวกฟีฟ่าออนไลน์3สีเหลืองนะคะหมวกฟีฟ่าออนไลน์3สีดำแล้วก็ยังมีกระบอกน้ำฟีฟ่าออนไลน์3ด้วยนะคะแต่ว่าวันนี้มีเซอร์ไพรส์มากกว่านั้นนะคะเมื่อวานนี้น้องบางคนที่ไม่ได้มาก็อาจจะเห็นว่ามีของแจกทั้งงานเลยวันนี้เราก็ยังมีอยู่นะคะแต่ว่าทีมงานเนี่ยกระซิบมาบอกว่ามีความเซอร์ไพรส์มากกว่านั้นค่ะเพราะว่าเราจะมีการแจกของรางวัลผู้ที่อยู่ในฮอลล์ด้วย
คือแจกทุกคนเนี่ยนะฮะ
แจกทุกคนเลย
เมื่อวานไม่ได้แจกทุกคนนะ
ใช่ตากล้องเลยเราก็แจกนะ
คือถ้าใครจำได้อยู่จนถึงตอนเย็นนี่ถึงก็ต้องแบบว่าเหนื่อยกันเต้นกันทำหน้าตาน่าเกลียดหน้าตาหล่อกันก่อนจะได้
ใช่แล้วแต่ว่าเราจะไม่บอกว่าเราแจกอะไรและเราจะแจกเมื่อไหร่นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นใครที่อยากจะได้ของดีๆที่คุณต้องอยากได้อย่างแน่นอนนะคะก็ห้ามลุกไปไหนอยู่ในฮอลล์นะแล้วก็น้องๆคนไหนเพื่อนที่ยังไม่มานะคะรีบโทรตามให้มาได้แล้วเดี๋ยวพลาดของเนี่ยจะหาว่าไม่เตือนนะคะ
ตื่นสายแล้วพลาดสิ่งดีๆไม่คุ้มกันเลยนะครับแล้วก็เหมือนเดิมนะฮะหลังจากทุกการแข่งขันเราจะมีการแจกไอเทมแรงๆกันสายรัดข้อมืออย่างที่บอกไปเก็บเอาไว้ให้ดีนะฮะร่วมเล่นกันเหมือนเดิมเลยนะครับ
ค่ะถึงเวลาแล้วนะคะตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราไปดูวิดีโอ presentation กันดีกว่าว่าใครที่ผ่านเข้ารอบมาบ้างค่ะ
โอเคครับอัปเดตกันสักเล็กน้อยนะฮะ It's time for everyone that is waiting for 4 teams that qualify to the semifinal rounds นะฮะ4ทีมได้แก่
Thailand A นะคะวันนี้เดี๋ยวได้เจอกับเวียดนามนะคะแล้วก็อีก1คู่ค่ะที่น่าลุ้นไม่แพ้กันเลยก็คือเกาหลีใต้นะคะแล้วก็สวีเดนค่ะ
โอเค4ทีมวันนี้นะจาก4ประเทศเข้มข้นแน่นอน
เข้มข้นมากจริงลุ้นจนตัวก่องเลยนะคะแล้วก็ในระหว่างการแข่งขันแต่ละคู่ค่ะอย่าลืมนะคะคุณผู้ชมเข้าไปโหวตกันได้ทายผลรางวัลกันได้ว่าใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะในแต่ละคู่นะคะที่แอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile ค่ะ
โอเคนะครับผมเอาล่ะใครอยากดูการแข่งขันแล้วหรือว่าจะให้แจกไอเทมก่อนดีเดี๋ยวก่อน
อันนี้คุณเคลียร์เลยนะ
นั่นน่ะสินะแหมถามนิดเดียว
ไปชมการแข่งขันก่อนละกันเดี๋ยวจะได้โหวตนะคะหยิบโทรศัพท์ขึ้นมาแล้วก็เข้าไปในแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile เลยนะคะคู่แรกของเราในวันนี้ค่ะเป็น Thailand A พบกับเวียดนามเชียร์ทีมไหนอย่าลืมนะคะเข้าไปโหวตกันด้วยแล้วเดี๋ยวจบการแข่งขันค่ะใครที่ทายถูกก็จะได้รับไอเทมนะคะแอดเข้าไปใน ID เลยยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านั้นค่ะยังมีการแจกแรนดอมนะคะผู้ที่โชคดีอีก3ท่านแล้วก็แจกไปเลยสามารถนะคะเข้าไปตรวจสอบรายชื่อผู้ที่โชคดีกันได้ในแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile ด้วยค่ะ
เอาละครับเวลาที่รอคอยมาถึงแล้วไม่ใช่การแจกไอเทมนะฮะแต่ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับตัวแทนจาก Thailand A
เย้
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อทานศิลาลายมาจากทีม Thailand ทีม A ครับก็อยากให้ทุกคนนะครับที่ติดตามฟีฟ่าออนไลน์3มาตลอดนะครับช่วยมาเป็นกำลังใจให้ทีมไทย A แล้วก็ทีมไทย B ครับ
และในรอบเซมิไฟแนลรอบแรกนี้ Thailand A จะแข่งขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆ ให้กับตัวแทนจากประเทศเวียดนาม
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình tên là Nguyễn Văn Hòa, mình tới từ Việt Nam. Mong các bạn sẽ ủng hộ và đồng hành với mình trong suốt giải đấu.ผมรักที่ 5G ผมรักเมืองไทย
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งหนึ่งครับโอ้โหแมตช์ใกล้จะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะฮะ
ค่ะ
ระหว่าง Thailand A แล้วก็เวียดนาม
ตื่นเต้นมาก
นะคะ
ก็เมื่อวานนี้นะคะใครที่ได้ติดตามการแข่งขันเนี่ยเราก็จะแข่ง1 รอบ
ครับ
เท่านั้นนะคะคือ1แมตช์
ใช่
แพ้ชนะก็คือรู้ผลกันไปเลยนะ
รู้
คะ
เลย
แต่ว่าวันนี้ค่ะเราจะแข่งกันถึง3 รอบ
อืม
ชนะ 2 ใน 3 ก็เข้ารอบไฟนอลไปเลยนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะครับ แล้วก็หากคะแนนเท่ากันนะฮะ ก็จะมีการต่อเวลา
อ๋อ
ให้รู้แพ้รู้ชนะกันไปเลย
ค่ะ
นะฮะ
ก็ต้องตามลุ้นกันนะคะ น้องๆอย่าลืมนะคะ เข้าไปโหวตผลการแข่งขันในคู่นี้กันได้ ระหว่าง Thailand A กับเวียดนามนะคะในแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile นะคะ ใครที่ทายถูกมีของรางวัลมอบให้ด้วยค่ะ
ครับผม เอาล่ะ ตอนนี้ทั้ง 2 ทีมพร้อมกันแล้วนะครับ อีกสักครู่หนึ่ง อ่ะ เรามาถามทีมจาก Thailand A กันก่อน พร้อมไหมฮะ
พร้อม
หน้า
พร้อม
ตาดู
ตั้ง
มั่
แต่
นใจ
เมื่อวาน
นะ
แล้วเนาะ
พร้อม
ตั้งแต่เมื่อวานแล้วก็
ครับ
สู้ๆนะคะ เอาใจช่วยนะคะ
โอ้โห นะครับ อ่ะ น้องๆ วันนี้
ไหนอยากได้ไอเทมอะไรบ้างขอเสียงหน่อย เดี๋ยวไปกระซิบทีมงานให้วอลเลเจน
วอลเลเจนนะ
แล้วใครอยากได้ไทยเลเจนบ้าง
ไทยเลเจน
อยากได้
ไหน
กันหม
เวิ
ด
ร์ลเลเจน
แล้วถ้าไม่ได้เป็นแบบไทยเลเจนด์เวอร์เลเจนด์เอาตังค์ได้ไหมเอาตังค์ได้ไหมสักเท่าไหร่ดีสักเท่าไหร่ดี
ไม่เอาตังค์ด้วย ไม่เอา
100 ล้าน100 ล้าน
จะเอาการ์ด100 ล้าน
จะเอาการ์ด
เออ
ก็ตังค์ในเกมไง
เอาไหมเอาสัก
แล้วบอกเอาหมด
100 ล้านโอเคไหม
100 ล้านพอไหม
มีคนบอกได้หมด เอาเลย ได้หมด 5 บาทก็เอา
5 บาท5 บาทมีเหรอ ไม่น่ามีนะ
อ่ะ แล้วถ้าเป็น World Base อะใครอยากได้ World Base ไหมฮะ นะ แต่วันนี้เดี๋ยวมีแจกแน่นอน และอย่างที่พี่แบมบอก แจกทุกคนนะ
แจกทุกคน
แต่คือประเด็นคือมันไม่มีอยู่ในสคริปต์นะฮะน้องๆว่าแจกตอนไหน
แจกตอนไหนแจกอะไร
ถ้าให้แนะนำอ่ะ
ให้
นั่ง
อยู่
ตลอด
ใช่
นะ
แล้วก็นั่งฝั่งนี้กันได้นะคะ น้องๆที่เดินเข้ามาใหม่ เดินมานั่งฝั่งนี้กันได้นะคะ
ครับ
ข้าง
ผม
ข้าง
นี่
หน้าก็ได้
จะได้
เผื่อเวลาเล่นเกมอย่างเงี้ยแล้วเราแบบไม่อยากสุ่มแล้ว เราจะเอาแบบเมื่อวานนี้ อาจจะเอากล้องไปจับที่หน้าใครก็ขึ้นมาเล่นเกมเลยนะคะ และที่สำคัญวันนี้
ครับ
เรามีแขกพิเศษด้วย
อ่า
สเปเชียลเกสนะคะ น่าจะถูกใจน้องๆ แล้วก็คุณผู้ชมอย่างแน่นอน เพราะฉะนั้นอยากรู้ว่าเป็นใครติดตามกันได้ค่ะ
เอาล่ะ แต่ตอนนี้การแข่งขันใกล้จะเริ่มแล้วนะครับ พร้อมแล้วขอเสียงประมือดังๆให้กับพี่ๆชาวแคสเตอร์ด้วย
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword, and with me is Hibidi. And yesterday we have had a lot of cracking games here, but we're down to the wire now, down to the last 4 contestants, the best in the world. 3 of them, surprisingly, from Asia and only one from so-called the rest of the world. And we are going to get things started off with the first semi-final of the day. That is between Thailand and Vietnam. And later on, it's going to be Korea versus Sweden. Hibidi, yesterday we saw a lot of matches, a lot of fantastic matches, a lot of huge upsets as well. Close calls from Malaysia, not so much from Singapore. What are your thoughts on yesterday?
You did you mentioned that there's only one European player left in the mix. You know, we expected Jojic from Group B to advance. We expected Julian Dassonville from Group C to advance, but in their place we have Korea and Vietnam instead. Shows you how far we've come in Asia in terms of FIFA gaming. We're a bit closer to the Europeans in terms of standard right now.
Yep, that's right. You know, we've got the defending champion from China eliminated. We've got Julian Dassonville of France eliminated. We've got Jojic of Ukraine eliminated. Arroyos, let's talk about something a bit closer to home. Arroyos came ever so close. He put up a fantastic fight, didn't he?
In terms of time, he was, seconds away from going to a tiebreaker possibly, but he tried to chase the game, go for the second goal, and unfortunately got pegged back. But it was a brilliant move there by Thailand, to wrap things up. And unlucky for Arroyos, but he put up a good fight and he can walk away with his head held high.
Yep, that is correct. And just as a quick recap of our homeboy heroes here, Arroyos does finish second in his group, and that gives him about close to $2,000 worth of cash prizes to bring back home. And for Singapore's case, El Pistolero, also known as Amran, he sadly finished last in his group with 2 losses after 2 games. And but he doesn't go home empty-handed. He also goes home with a little bit of cash money for his hard work and dedication, $1,250 worth of prize money to bring home. But the big ones right now is the top 4. The smallest amount they will get is almost 3K, but of course the top gun will get close to $10,000. Big money here at stake, and we're just waiting for the start of the first match of the day. Of course, yesterday we've only had best of 1 matches, and quite a little bit of controversy there because you can't really put your best effort into the only one game.
Exactly. In a best of 1, the first game is so important and the games are so short. So this time in the best of 3, the players have some room for error. You still have to be at your best in terms of quality though, or you could find yourself 2 goals down, 2 sets down, and that's it.
Yeah, that's right. And we're here looking at the lobby. Looks like the players are ready. Of course, it is Thailand versus Vietnam. We're gonna double check on exactly which country, which player is using which team here. Remember, there's only a choice of up to 9 teams that you can use in this tournament. For example, just gonna load the rules and formats here. There are only 9 teams available, and they are Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Manchester City, Juventus, Chelsea, PSG, and Borussia Dortmund. And the special thing regarding this tournament format is that, once you use a team, you can't use it at all for the rest of the tournaments. And if I'm not mistaken, Thailand A has used Barcelona and Real Madrid, so it looks like they are forced to play with something new here. It's Paris Saint-Germain against Chelsea. We're still trying to figure out which country is using which
we gotta wait
team
for the
here.
player confirmations probably in the box before we find out. But Vietnam, we saw him use Real Madrid and Bayern Munich yesterday, so no more of those for him. Those obviously the best 2 teams in out of the 9 you can choose from. And so right now it's going with second grade teams now, like Chelsea, like PSG.
Yep. So I think for the first match of the best of 3, you can afford to use the lower ranked teams, so as you don't want to start off too strong, defeat your opponent 5-6-0, and then realize that you don't have much ammunition in the next 2 games.
For me though, I would want to wrap it up in 2 sets so that I have more options for the final if I get there. Because if I finish this in 2 sets, I don't use my 3rd option, and I have a wider pool of teams to choose from.
Well, but the grand finals are best of 5.
Best of 5, correct? Yeah.
So it's gonna be bad. I mean, like, what if you go to the finals and you go to the 5th game and you realize I only have Borussia Dortmund left?
Exactly.
So it's a little bit difficult. I mean, not saying that Borussia Dortmund is a bad team, but it is quite difficult to win a grand finals with Borussia Dortmund with so much at stake here. But we're gonna go straight into the match here. It is Paris Saint-Germain against Chelsea. It is Thailand against Vietnam. Once again, this is the semi-finals, the first semi-finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 for FIFA Online 3. Just gonna go for a very quick check on which player is using which team here. You see Paris Saint-Germain using a 4-4-2, pretty standard formation, pretty orthodox formation from this player here. And Chelsea a little bit more unorthodox, is a 4-2-1-3 formation. I believe that this is Vietnam actually. Chelsea.
Yeah, we saw this formation used a lot yesterday from Vietnam. And the 4-3-3.
Yep, there we go. So it is, we have confirmation there. It's Vietnam using Chelsea, and they are defending. He is defending, I mean, from right to left. Of course, the Vietnamese player DCG Som, he produced such a glorious display yesterday. He beat France, Julien Dassonville 1-0, and then he drew with China 1-1, and that meant he qualified from Group C. The champion from Group A, Thailand, he's now on the ball, playing with Paris Saint-Germain in the dark blue attire from left to right, controlling the ball really well with Marco Verratti. He ended up as a champion of Group A after defeating Singapore, as well as drawing with the Chinese representative, ending up with 4 points. And that's a brilliant through ball to the right flank there for Vietnam. Can he reach the ball a little bit too far there, however? After 15 minutes or so, kind of a even stalemate so far.
Even stalemate, yeah. I mean, the first chance of the game fell to PSG in the opening exchanges. Chance for Cavani at the far post of a header, but just about mistimed his jump. So, you know, it is as you were, it is 0-0, and the players still feeling their way into this. There's plenty of time though, it's a best of 3, and you know, right now they're still a bit rough around the edges with their passing and movement.
Yeah, a little bit of penetration there, but not really completing the passes at the moment, both of the teams. But it looks like Chelsea being controlled by Vietnam. DCG Som has, I think, a little bit more possession rate at the moment. He has the ball right now, of course, with Diego Costa. Beautiful layoff to the left-hand side for Eden Hazard. Long cross all the way to the opposite flank, but Maxwell clears the ball away for Thailand, for Paris Saint-Germain, who launches a quick counter-attack with Blaise Matuidi, one of the best defensive midfielders in season 15 especially. Here comes Ezekiel Lavezzi, the left winger for Paris Saint-Germain. He's up against Branislav Ivanovic. Speed is on the side of Lavezzi, however the cross disappointing to say the least, and Cesc Fabregas brings the ball away.
Great movement and dribbling on the far side from Lavezzi, but you know, the final cross, you know, final pass once again letting PSG down.
Diego Costa on the ball, however not much support. There's only Eden Hazard in front of him on the left flank. Hazard tries to keep the ball in, the camera is blocking the movement, so we can't really see what's happening there, but we know that there's a tackle there, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic with a good skill move. However, the passing, can't say is of the same quality, but still Paris Saint-Germain has the ball. Edinson Cavani sees some space with Marco Verratti, across inside to Zlatan Ibrahimovic, ends up with nothing happening there. Still, after 40 minutes, you know, lots of build-up in midfield, nothing happening in the final third.
Yeah, that's usually what happens when top players go up against one another. They cancel each other out in midfield. It's proving to be the case here, but you know, it's still early in the day, and once again, you don't want to peak too early. It's still the first game in the best of 3 series, and the players right now, they know they just have to keep it tight at the back and just wait for an opportunity to present itself.
Marco Verratti with the ball in the middle, deployed as the center midfielder, but you know, his work rate high and high, I believe, and he's just going up and down the pitch. He's such a talented young midfielder, definitely one of the most
he's one of the
promising
people.
Players. Yeah, one of the promising players.
You know, it's a pity about his height though. If he was about 3 or 4 inches taller, he would be the perfect central midfielder. You know, he has technique, interceptions, dribbling.
Here comes a pass here. Oh, mix up in the defense there from Chelsea, but Thibaut Courtois manages to clean that up. You know, I think France has got the future down pat. You know, in the midfield, you've got Verratti, you've got Matuidi, you've got Pogba. I think that's a perfect triumvirate in the middle for France.
You've got Antoine Griezmann as well. So, you know, this French team, they are stacked in every department, but, you know, obviously a bit of infighting at the World Cup a few years ago, so they really have to sort that out. They have to be a team, not a bunch of individuals.
That's right. Well, that was, of course, the old guard, who most of them have retired from the scene. So hopefully the new players will have better we have a better outcome, especially with the upcoming Euro 2016. Right, back to the game here. There's an early a corner kick, however, by Chelsea, being knocked out of the park by Paris Saint-Germain. And again, Thailand has the ball here, very equal in terms of movement here, but Blaise Matuidi totally wasted that opportunity and just kicks it into no man's land.
Yeah, it feels like these players are slightly nervous, somewhat. The passing hasn't been crisp like it was yesterday, especially from Vietnam. He played really well. But, we saw from Vietnam yesterday, he would sit and soak for most of the match and suddenly explode into life and get a goal. And that's, what we saw yesterday. Hopefully that's what we see again today.
Oscar with the short cross there, finding nobody except the defender, David Luiz, a former Chelsea defender, of course. But still, Paris Saint-Germain on the attack again. Lavezzi being forced to go all the way back. That's really high pressing by the Chelsea players. Thiago Silva passes to his Brazilian counterpart, playing across the back four. Not much space inside, not many options. A good roulette turn, but only going as far as Angel Di Maria. Still not much penetration being afforded by Chelsea here, and they managed to get the ball here on the right side. Oscar.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Chelsea's three midfielders, they've just been controlling the space outside their own box. Oscar is in the central midfield position, but he has medium-high work rate, so he really tracks back. Matic at the base of that midfield, obviously anchoring everything, and on the other side, you've got Cesc Fabregas as well. Good energy, good passing. So the midfield battle has been won by Chelsea, but going forward, nothing much from either side.
Nemanja Matic is the one with the corner kick there and gets contact with the header, but very weak. Let's go straight into the path of Salvatore Siego. And yeah, you got that analysis quite right, actually. And the midfield has been very balanced. In fact, you've got the destroyer with Matic, you've got the box to box with Oscar, and you've also got the creativeness of Cesc Fabregas. But again, up front, not much options with Willian, Diego Costa. Whenever Diego Costa gets the ball, he finds himself all alone with not much support.
Correct, he's isolated, and it says a lot when you're against a two defensive midfield setup like what PSG is employing. You only have Verratti and Matuidi in the middle of the park. Not the tallest, not the biggest, but they're still holding their own against the Chelsea side.
PSG is on attack. Angel Di Maria is able to get past Azpilicueta for only a half a second. Azpilicueta, his recovery rate is fantastic in this game. The season 15 Azpilicueta, the season 15 version of Cesar Azpilicueta is pretty decent in the game as well. And Eden Hazard just goes forward unimpeded. The cross is very, very disappointing. I think that was it's a misclick of the button, actually.
Yeah, once again he ran out of ideas. Was trying to find I think it was maybe Fabregas or someone running in with the reverse ball, but not enough power on that pass as well.
Well, after 90 minutes, as we mentioned though, and throughout the entire game, the midfield battle has been huge, but not much imagination or creativity once they've reached the final third of their own respective halves.
Yeah, it certainly has been that way. Both players, playing a little bit with the handbrake on. They know it's the semi-final. They don't want to make mistakes. So it's very safe, but it's maybe a bit too safe at the moment. Someone has to take a chance, or we're going to go to penalties if things stay the same way.
I'm still very surprised that even until now, none of them, dare to take the long-range shots. I didn't even see that. I don't think there was even a single shot on target being recorded in the first 90 minutes, and that's pretty crazy. Like, not even a single shot after 90 minutes at such a high-level game.
In high-level FIFA, you don't really see shots being taken. Number one, because the edge of the box is so packed and you can't really get free. Number two, because players, they always go for the high percentage opportunity. So they want to send crosses in, they want to get shots away from within the box. And long shots, they look spectacular when they go in, but the conversion percentage is maybe about 5%, so they don't want to waste possession that way.
Well, Willan right now trying to skill move his way into the box. He still gets the ball. He will be able to get the cross in. Looks to be possible here, but nope. I think a little bit of lag there, but I think the ball went out for a goal kick. There is a substitute here, however, for the Thai player is Marco Verratti going out and Thiago Motta coming in. It's actually a corner kick to the player from Vietnam.
Yeah, Motta coming in for Verratti. Verratti, has probably run himself into the ground. And Motta coming on with a bit more height and defensive solidity to close out the final stages maybe.
Definitely now going for the double pivot defensive midfield structure here. early on, you know, if he was relying solely on Blaise Matuidi to hold the fort, well, now there's two proper centre defensive midfielders, a double substitution on the side of Chelsea as well. Alexandra Pato and Jean-Obi Mikel comes into play here. We have a Chelsea corner kick to be taken by the substitute Alexandra Pato, deployed as a left winger here in the 95th minute. Back to Nemanja Matic taking the corner kick, and in swinger actually is pretty dangerous, cleared off the line by Blaise Matuidi. We have a quick counter attack here. Edison Cavani lays it to the left side, plays it together with Angel Di Maria and Ezekiel Lavezzi. Cavani right side with Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but the recovery of the Chelsea players back in defense, you know, still holding the Mourinho type strategies there. Quick in attack, but quick to come back and recover in defensive positioning as well. And Chelsea gets the ball back very fast, and here comes the through ball over the top. I'm sure he was aiming for the left winger running centrally, but I think that was a misaim.
Yeah, Oscar took it on his left foot. You know, he's a right-footed player. Left foot, it's only 3 stars. So accuracy-wise, you suffer when you try those shots.
Oh, the end of the first half of extra time still ends in a stalemate here. 0-0 for both players. A few more chances, better chances in the box this time compared to regulation time, but still the most important scoreline, the most important statistic is the scoreline, 0-0 for both players as we start off the final half of extra time here. It's PSG 0, controlled by Thailand. Chelsea 0, controlled by Vietnam. Chelsea, of course, playing from left to right in the all-white away attire with Diego Costa showing upper body strength and keeping the ball. Nemanja Matic lays it left for Jean-Obi Mikel, his central midfield partner. Azpilicueta tries to link up with the left winger Alexandra Pato. Jean-Obi Mikel is in an advanced position, however the cross is very weak, finding nobody except the defender. Here comes Zlatan Ibrahimovic for Paris Saint-Germain. Again, no chance for a quick counter-attack as the Chelsea players come storming back to hold the fort. Ibrahimovic links up with Cavani, who is finding himself all alone up front, and Gary Cahill is able to stop the onslaught. We're going to go into penalty shootouts, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I mean, probably the least entertaining 120 minutes of FIFA we have seen in the tournament so far. You know, both players devoid of ideas, you know, lacking in creativity, and you know, it is only just that it's going to a shootout.
Well, then again, this is of course the first match of 3, so there's still another chance for the loser of this match here. Cavani with a beautifully placed, powerful penalty kick to the top left center goalkeeper in the wrong direction. Here comes Alexandra Pato for Vietnam, down the middle, fools the keeper as well. After a kick each, it's 1-1. Here comes Thiago Motta, the substitute for Thailand. Where does he go? Down the middle as well. And he scores the second goal for Thailand. Vietnam now. Diego Costa, the goalkeeper, moves to the other side. Very cheeky there. Slow taken penalty. Low to the left side. 2-2. No saves as yet. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. The shot gets saved. Thailand is in a little bit of trouble here. Vietnam has the advantage. Oscar, can he score the goal here to bring the advantage to 3-2 in his favor for Vietnam? Again, a low, slow rolling pass into the net. Ends up 3-2 for Vietnam. Angel Di Maria. Where is he going? To top right, top left, and the ball sneaks in. Oh, Thibaut Courtois is unable to push the ball out. Next gen AI goalkeeping there, but still
FIFA fails are weak for you.
not good enough there by Thibaut Courtois. Here comes Vietnam. Can he score 4? Ooh, almost there. Almost gets saved as well, but still the advantage is with Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam
Thailand
has gone down the middle every single time, it seems.
Almost every single time. Thailand now, he has to score this. Ezekiel Lavezzi steps up, smashes it down the middle. But now Thailand has got to save this one here, or he will be down a game to Vietnam.
Yeah, I think he will finally go to the side because he's gone down the middle, I think 3 or 4 times in a row now.
Nemanja Matic taking his time.
Psyching the keeper out. I think he's going to the side, or maybe he'll go down the middle again.
Yes,
Middle,
he does.
wow.
Oh, it's a save. I think Thailand has figured it out, and he
Next
knows
level
he
mental
has.
warfare. You know, going down the middle 5 times in a row.
We're back to square one, guys. It's David Luiz for Thailand. Will go to the side. Will get saved again. Oh, just sneaks under the goalkeeper. Went the correct way, Thibaut Courtois, but unable to save it. That's twice in a row that Thibaut Courtois was, barely unable to save it. Here comes Cesar Azpilicueta, the left back for Vietnam. He has to score this or he loses the first match here. Sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. Sudden death. Still, nobody is out here. Captain, Thiago Silva. No, actually, Zlatan Ibrahimovic is captain, but Brazil's captain down the middle. Smashes top of the net. 6-5 is the score. Branislav Ivanovic, the Serbian for Chelsea. One of the longest serving players in the Chelsea lineup currently. Can he do it for Vietnam? Again, smashes down the middle as well. Now, every shot by Vietnam has been down the middle. But Thailand has been going all over the place here. Maxwell! So, how did that go in? Did it just squeeze past the legs of Courtois? I'm not so sure what
he
happened
went for
there.
the low shot. Courtois probably dived up, so he couldn't get back down in time. So that's usually what happens.
Very interesting. Kurt Zuma, the centre back. Ooh, very close here. So many close shaves, but still, no team has the advantage. Here comes Blaise Matuidi for Thailand. Can Courtois finally save a penalty? Not at this moment here. Thailand has the advantage. Vietnam has got to step it up now. Number 94. Guess who this is, guys? It's Willian, the right winger. Normally very reliable. Penalties. Can he score here? Yes, he can. Again, low and slow to the bottom left.
Pressure on for these two. Vietnam has been very willing. Wow.
Again,
Once
Thibaut
again.
Courtois can't save a single penalty yet. This is interesting here. Now we know who not to pick in our teams.
Don't pick Neuer, don't pick Courtois.
They are horrible at penalties. Contact has been made, but still the ball goes in. Gary Cahill almost, but he managed to squeeze one in. After 10 shots apiece, it's down to the goalkeepers now. Can the goalkeepers be the heroes of the day? That's a sweet penalty kick there by Salvatore Sirigu for Thailand. Now here comes Thibaut Courtois. Butterfingers, butterlegs everywhere. Will he be able to make amends? Thibaut Courtois is the villain. So many times Thibaut Courtois made contact with the ball, unable to save it, unable to keep it out, and he is unable to score his turn at a penalty kick. And Thailand at one point was about to get beaten, and thanks to the mistakes of Thibaut Courtois, managed to turn things around.
The penalty technique from Chelsea and Vietnam, obviously, to me, it's a bit questionable. He kept going down the middle, and shots were low, lack power, lack placement. And, it was a matter of time before Thailand picked up on that penalty pattern and stayed in the middle.
I mean, look at that. I mean, there were, if I'm not mistaken, there are at least three opportunities for Vietnam to score. Sorry, for Thailand. For Vietnam to save the ball from Thailand's shots. One got saved, bounced inside, and Thibaut Courtois was just parried it further into the net.
Yeah,
the
terrible keeping from Courtois.
Yeah, the other one, the ball just went through his body and went in.
Exactly.
I'm not so sure how
One
that
slipped
got
under his diving body as well. So, maybe when your keeper's too tall,
sad.
those shots can squirm under them. So, don't go for keepers who are too big, I guess.
Yeah, probably not. But still, best of three is not the best of one format like we had yesterday. So, Vietnam still has a chance, but as at the moment here, looks like Thailand is in the lead with a 1-0 game advantage here. All he has to do is to score. So all he has to do is to win in the second match, and he is through to the finals, the grand finals, and get himself that minimum second place that he needs, because there isn't any third or fourth place match here. There's only the first and second place. If you end up losing the semifinals, that's it. You go home with decent prize money, almost $3,000. But if you qualify to the next round, you almost double it, 5K to you minimum.
Of course, yeah. I mean, right now in the second best of three, pressure will be on for Vietnam, having lost the first game, and the first goal is always so crucial. If you've won the first best of one, if you concede the first goal, you're like, oh man, my work has been completely wasted, and you start to second guess yourself. But if you get that first goal, the pressure will well and truly be on Vietnam. So it's interesting to see how they respond mentally to the first goal.
Exactly, and the advantage right now, I do believe he's in Thailand because he knows that he has that safe buffer there. He can afford to lose that second game. Of course, he does not want to, but even if he loses the second game, he knows it's not all over for him. Whereas on the other side, if Vietnam loses the second game, that's it. He's going home.
Yeah, maybe there's a chance for Thailand to start taking a bit more risks because, he has the first game in the bag and he can maybe be a bit more expansive in his attacking play. But then again, if you just want a penalty shootout and you've seen Vietnam time and time again go down the middle and go maybe low to the left and right of the keeper, I would like my chances in the shootout against him because I kind of think Thailand has him sussed out. He was guessing right the last few kicks. And, maybe Vietnam got unlucky with his shots. Couture couldn't save them. And, we'll see.
Oh, it was kind of unlucky for Vietnam. So close yet so far for him. And now he's got everything to fight for. He's got to make it up in the second match of the best of 3. We're going to take a very short break at the moment, guys. But stick around. Game number 2 of this best of 3 between Thailand as well as Vietnam is coming up very, very soon.
was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. This love that you never started, you once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intercontinentals 2016. We are down to our second match of the second game of the first match between Thailand and Vietnam. The first one ended in a win for Thailand, and after penalty shootouts, like what the score was like 10-9 or something like that.
Yeah, it
was
went on for
really
way
huge.
too long because
Yeah.
of, you know,
Goes all the way to the goalkeeper.
the keepers were having a laugh. So
Yeah, that's right. And well, we're now into the second match of the best of three. And well, judging by the teams here, we know that Vietnam used Chelsea early on, and according to the rules, they are not allowed to use the same teams more than once in the tournament. So we can say with certainty that Vietnam is on the home side, as Manchester City and Thailand currently with a 1-game advantage. He is playing the Chelsea team. Both of them are in fact ready, and looking over at that quick, the formation there, I don't think that Vietnam actually changed anything much.
yeah, he's taking the same formation, his tried and trusted. But this time I think it's going to be a lot more exciting because he's got Sterling and De Bruyne on the wings, and those are big players on the flanks if you want to create space and send crosses in.
Yeah, Manchester City actually in-game, well, not really much in real life, but in the FIFA Online 3 game here, they've actually quite a stacked team from goalkeeper all the way to striker.
They do. What they lack though is height, because Aguero and everyone, they're nice with the short, sharp passes, but when it comes to sending crosses in, they lack in that department, and it's about precision crossing over, hitting the ball and hoping.
Yeah, I mean, look at the front three. Sterling, De Bruyne, Aguero, you're not going to get crosses inside. Even the CAM is David Silva.
Yeah.
There's no tall place at all in the entire team unless you're aiming for the centre-backs.
Yeah, they have to rely on their movement to get goals. So it's going to be interesting to see if Vietnam switches its style up for this.
That's right, and well, there was a quick look at the Thai formation there. Of course, Thailand using Chelsea this time after Vietnam's earlier attempt at using Chelsea didn't really end up with much success there. The first match ended in a 0-0 deadlock after 120 minutes with barely anything to shout about actually. We're looking at an early attack here. There's a nice string of passes here by Manchester City. Vietnam, Sergio Aguero on the ball here. Oh, is that a penalty? That's a penalty. That's a penalty, of course, and given by the referee to the player from Vietnam. DCG Sum now has a chance to fight back here. Can Sergio Aguero score against Thibaut Courtois, who had a very bad outing in the penalty shootout earlier? Oh no, and there we go. Dives the correct way underneath the ball. 1-0 to Vietnam.
Yeah, these keepers, they need to be sacked. Courtois especially. I mean, going the right way with his 1.96 frame, diving out of the way of the ball. I really don't understand what's going on here. But once again, the perfect start for Vietnam. This is what he needed and this is what he got. So let's see if he can see this out and take it to a third game.
A very aggressive start here by Vietnam. His passing is a lot more direct, a lot more quicker, a lot more crisper this time. And Vietnam again is on the hunt for the second goal. After that devastating loss in the first match there, he knows he has to win this match or he will have to go home in third and fourth place. Here comes Fernando for Manchester City for Vietnam. Fernandinho lays it left to Kevin De Bruyne. What was that sliding challenge all about, Thailand? Kevin De Bruyne comes in, going for the cross. However, David Silva is in position. Is that another penalty? No, says the referee, and the ball goes out of the box. Quick counter attack here by Chelsea. Here comes Lloyd Remy, lots of speed with him here. Tries to pass to Alexandre Pato. However, Pablo Zabaleta is able to defend that.
Yeah, unlucky
easily.
there at the other end for Manchester City. It fell to Silva on his right foot, so he needed a few touches to set himself. If it was on his left foot, probably different story, probably back at the net.
Could have been a second penalty, however, for Vietnam there, but Thailand was let off the hook for the second time. Alexander Pato on the ball for Thailand. He is now looking for his first goal of the game. Ramirez linking up with Willian on the right flank. Who does he go to? Back to Ramirez, headed back here. Again, well intercepted, well tackled by the Manchester City defense for Vietnam, and he goes off for a blistering run on the right side. And here comes Sergio Aguero, but Branislav Ivanovic safely hits the ball back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, hit and hope. Aguero's not the fastest, but he has good acceleration. When you put him in a foot race against the centre back, he's not going to win a lot of those races, but it's about finding him with short, sharp passes, not balls over the top like these.
Kevin De Bruyne tries to control the through ball over the top of the heads by Sergio Aguero. Loses out, and Chelsea goes on the attack here down the middle. Ramirez partnering with Nemanja Matic in the center of midfield. He holds the ball, trying to get some space. Lloyd Remy is in a center forward position here. Willian, the right winger, passes back to Ramirez. Matic on his weaker foot is unable to complete that pass. And David Silva almost loses the ball, but Manchester City has control of the ball yet again. Coming into the end of the first half, looks like Manchester City, controlled by Vietnam, is doing much better than he did in the previous round. And the game ends for half time. At the moment, 1-0 ahead for Vietnam.
Yeah, 1-0 for Vietnam, but besides that penalty, once again, very few goal mouth chances from either side. The penalty came off the back of Aguero with his back to goal, really, trying to scoop turn away, and Vietnam, receiving a lucky penalty for a sloppy foul there. Besides that, another chance foul to Silva, but all in all, very few chances once again. It's a midfield slugfest between these two.
That's right. I think it's a little bit more exciting this time. I mean, Vietnam knows that he definitely has to step it up, because if he loses this, he's out of the tournament. Beating so many big names in the group stages who have come for naught if he does not win this match here. And he knows that time is running out for him. But here comes the start of the second half, with Chelsea being controlled by Thailand, playing from left to right. He is on the ball right now with Willian on the left flank. Well tackled by the defenders of Manchester City, being controlled by Vietnam. He has a goal advantage, however, he is down 1-0. He needs to win this game in order to stay in the tournament. Can he do so? He's attacking from right to left in the dark blue away Manchester City attire. Pablo Zabaleta now for Vietnam. Looks to be aiming for the wing play. We mentioned earlier on that there's a complete lack of height for the Manchester City team, so crosses are a no-go for him. He has to keep it down on the floor. Can Pablo Zabaleta conjure something up in the middle here? Passes to David Silva, back to Zabaleta, back to David Silva, but the 1-2 passes are a little bit poor than what he would like it to be.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play if you have no tall players. Man City's players, they're all very short. They're all 5'8", 5'9", thereabouts. So you have to be perfect with your passing, and you have to be very intricate, and at this level it's very hard to do.
Sergio Aguero, the striker, somehow finding himself way back in the central midfield position in defense there. Alexandre Pato finding no space whatsoever. Now he does, however, in a striking position. Goes back to Willian. Chelsea still looking for the first goal. A through ball down the middle, aiming for Fernando, the defensive midfielder. However, nothing happening there. Here comes Raheem Sterling for Manchester City. He has the goal advantage in the 72nd minute of the game. Still going for, here comes Manchester City on the right flank. Sterling, middle to Fernando. Who does he go to? Brilliant tackle there by Willian, and he has to launch a quick counter attack now. Thailand still goes backwards. However, Willian somehow finding himself in a CM position. Hazard links up with Loic Remy. Alexandre Patro is all alone up in front. However, finds some space on the right flank. Is he going to go for a cross? Perhaps a driven cross would be good here. Long cross looking for Eden Hazard up against Pablo Zabaleta, and Zabaleta is able to hit that out into safety. David Silva looks to the right side. Not going to waste much time here, but trying to actually find a second goal, it seems. Not wanting to just keep possession on his own inside his own half. Raheem Sterling finds Sergio Aguero in the channels. A cross coming in. Of course, Gary Cahill will be able to intercept that, but Raheem Sterling again finds Aguero with plenty of space on the right. Skill moves there, and he earns himself a corner kick for his troubles.
Yeah, and that should be it. Great possession play by Vietnam. Just killing the clock and controlling the pace and tempo of the game. Great play here.
Raheem Sterling, the cross finds nobody except Gary Cahill, and I think that unless something miraculous happens here, it should be game over. It is game over, and a win for Vietnam. He forces the third game in this best of 3.
He does, yeah. It wasn't really forcing the third game, though. I mean, he got a lucky penalty, was back to go, and both players once again they snuff each other out in the middle of the park. And quality-wise, in the attacking department, they have improved, but that's probably a consequence of them not playing with their first choice teams. We are in day 2. They have used the Real Madrids, the Bayern Munichs, so quality will inevitably suffer a little bit today.
Oh, what teams do they have available left? For Vietnam, he has already used Bayern Munich, he has used Real Madrid, he has used Chelsea, and now with the win with Manchester City, that means he's only left with the likes of Manchester United, Juventus, Paris Saint-Germain, and Borussia Dortmund, as well as Barcelona. So perhaps he might be forced to use Barcelona here, maybe.
Probably, I would go with Barcelona here in this final game. I mean, what other options do you have? I mean, Juventus, they lack a striker. They're good in every department, but Vidal's gone, and that's a huge chunk of your midfield that is no longer there.
That's right. Well, I'm not sure if you want to use Manchester United this season.
No chance.
Manchester
No
United.
chance. I mean,
way. Not in such a an important matchup like this. I think the best option for him would Barcelona.
I guess so. I mean, if you pick Manchester United, you put Fellaini in your side, it's going to be an absolute disgrace, an absolute joke. He can't pass the ball 5 yards, he can't control the ball.
I'm sure he has great character at least.
Yeah, great character. But I mean, the all the signs point to him using Barcelona for this final best of 3 set.
Well, on Thailand's side, we're not 100% on what teams he has used so far, although we are pretty confident that he did use Barcelona and Real Madrid. It looks like he has not used Bayern Munich yet. Maybe he might be saving that. He has, of course, used PSG as well as Chelsea. So again, maybe he will use Bayern Munich, although we are not so sure exactly what teams he used in his group stages. We are going with Barcelona and Real Madrid, so it's a toss-up. We might be looking at the Barcelona versus Bayern Munich match later on.
Yeah, I mean, if there's Bayern Munich still in the pot for him, it'll be the best pick.
Yeah, that's right. Well, game 2 ends with a win for Vietnam. Game 1 earlier on ended with a penalty shootout win for Thailand. It's 1 game apiece right now. Best of 3, of course, we are down to the final tie-breaking game. It's Thailand versus Vietnam. Only one of them will proceed to the grand finals. Will home support be enough, or will Vietnam find a way to get a comeback completed? Stick around, guys. It will be coming really, really soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword, and with me is Hibidi, and we are down to the wire now in the first semi-final of the Intercontinentals. It's Thailand versus Vietnam. Thailand won the first match after a long drawn-out penalty shootout where we saw the worst of Thibaut Courtois, and Thailand won that shootout 10-9 after the goalkeepers had their shots on goal as well. And in the second match, we saw Vietnam getting a penalty early in the game, and again because of Thibaut Courtois' horrible penalty goalkeeping techniques, scored a goal and the game ended 1-0 in Vietnam's favor. And well, we got one thing right. We did predict a Barcelona pick here, and well, Hibidi got the Juventus one right, and it seems that he is indeed saving Bayern Munich for a future final match. I think it's Thailand that is the Juventus player.
Yes, and it looks that way. And Barcelona, we saw plenty of short, sharp passing earlier on, so with Barcelona, it is the best team to play that kind of style of football.
Well, that's right, yeah, and I think, well, Thailand seems pretty confident in beating his Vietnamese opponent here, because you have a choice of his Vietnam stacked as Bayern Munich, and he's decided to forego that. So it's a very interesting choice by Thailand.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we don't know as well. Maybe he used Bayern Munich in the group stage, which we
could be
didn't see, because I mean there's no reason to leave
Well,
him out when a spot in the final is on the line.
Well, here's the thing. There are three teams that we're not so sure exactly what teams, but it's Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern. It will be a combination of any of these three teams.
Exactly.
And you can choose any. In my opinion, any of these three teams will be better than Juventus, especially in such an important fixture such as this.
Pretty much so,
final
yeah.
one. So it's really interesting for me. But well, the decision has been made by the Thailand representative here, Tantai, and we have the start of the game. This is, of course, the final match of the first semi-final between Thailand and Vietnam, with Vietnam using FC Barcelona on the ball right now, playing from right to left in the traditional Blaugrana kit of Barcelona, and his opponent, of course, Thailand A, Tantai, playing as Juventus, playing from left to right in their traditional old lady black and white strip.
Yeah, Juventus may not be the pick that we wanted, but looking around the pitch, they have quality in every position. Lichtsteiner at left back, Mr. Consistency, and then they have Khedira, Pogba in midfield, and up front they have Cuadrado on the flank. So they are stacked in positions as well.
That's right. Well, we have a 4-on-3 situation right now in favor of Barcelona for Vietnam. Arda Turan, the Turkish maestro, on the left wing here, in LCM position, goes for a cross. Oh, his name out with a volley, and it is Vietnam with the lead in this important fixture, 1-0 for Vietnam.
Yeah, great play by Arda Turan down the left-hand side. Great patience to pick out Neymar in the middle and chest control and smashing it far post. Great finish, but great build-up play as well from Vietnam.
The control there by the Brazilian wonder kid there, that volley in such tight quarters. He is very tightly marked by an on-rushing defender, and the defenders are top quality as well. I believe it is Leonardo Bonucci partnering Giorgio Chiellini up there. So still, well, the fact of the matter is Vietnam has gotten the first goal of the game through open play, and it's 1-0 in their favor. And it looks like Vietnam is hunting for a second one here with Lionel Messi on the right wing. Still, Messi is able to win the ball away from his tackler there. Messi on the right flank. Who is he going to pass to? Not sure that crosses will work for Barcelona. They are more intent to keep the ball on the ground. However, here comes a cross, and Chiellini, of course, is there to defend well for Thailand.
Yeah, for Barcelona and Vietnam, it's about sending late runners into the box, like we saw with Neymar. Arda Turan staying patient on the edge of the box and suddenly finding Neymar with a precision cross. Not a lofted one, but a precise cross onto his chest. So that's his game plan for today.
He has a bit of defending to do right now because Paul Pogba is on the ball for Thailand. Finding some space in the middle is Semi Khedira here. Trying to link it together by Jeremy Mathieu. Diving in, not winning the ball. Alvaro Morata finds Cuadrado. Paulo Dybala is in a good position there, but from left wing comes over to the right wing position, unable to get the ball in. Here comes Alexandro and Juan Cuadrado on the right wing. Still, Juventus has the ball. Morata tries to link together with the central striker in front of him, Pablo Dybala. Nothing happening there. So many Barcelona defenders inside the box. quick counter-attack by Barcelona there, ending up only in the arms of Gianluigi Buffon.
Yeah, we're trying to look for Neymar making a run in from the left-hand side. Got his angles wrong, and the through ball just went in between Suarez and Neymar, and neither player could get to that.
Much more active in terms of attack for both of these two teams. The counter-attack rate has been extremely high. None of them interested in the slow build-up play as we saw in the first two games here, and lots more attacking opportunities for both of these two players. But as the first half ends, it shows here we have a 1-0 advantage for Vietnam, and he has one hand on that ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, Juventus, they have to speed up their play. It's just been a bit too labored in the middle of the park, It's been too slow, it's been too predictable, and Barcelona, they have good defenders, and they read the situations well, and it's been too easy for them defensively.
Barcelona is on the attack again. Arda Turan with the early cross. Leonardo Bonucci intercepts that, and that clearance is actually pretty accurate, finding Juan Cuadrado open on the right flank. Here comes a counter attack. Oh, if Juan Cuadrado had just went forward and not cut back, he will have so much space in front of him. Ended up in a throw-in in favor of Barcelona. 53rd minute of the game right now here, and it looks like Barcelona is having quite an easy time at the moment here. The build-up play has been pretty good for Barcelona. Javier Mascherano joins the attack on the left flank, finding space on the left for Neymar, linking up with Arda Turan. Oh, there's a brilliant through ball for Neymar, but well tackled by Paul Pogba. The clearance only as far as another Barcelona midfielder. Arda Turan yet again on the left-hand flank. And great tackle there by Alexandro. Thailand has got to find a way to break past the attacks here by Barcelona, but Iniesta holding the ball pretty well. Here comes a counter-attack. Perhaps it's a 2-on-3 scenario at the moment, but look at how fast the Barcelona players are dropping back. Much faster than Juventus building up the attack. However, Semi Khedira passes ball forward. Mario Mandzukic is in a withdrawn striking position here, trying to find space. Lichtsteiner aims forward of Mandzukic. Long range cross, however. Khedira back to Pogba. No long range shot available for him. Back to Khedira. Loses the ball to Sergio Busquets. Lionel Messi might go for a quick counter attack here.
Yeah, you can just see the desperation starting to creep into the play of Juventus and Thailand. He knows he has to speed things up, but he's sacrificing accuracy and patience in his build-up because of that.
Only 15 minutes left for Juventus, for Thailand to do something here. Home support might be in his favor, but not the goal line right now. Pablo Dybala, finding space in the middle. Sami Khedira with the header, getting ahead of Jaime Mateo, but not able to divert the ball into the net.
Yeah, great build-up play once again from Juventus. This time finding Dybala and a bit of space on the left-hand side. Khedira, could have gone further towards the goal for a more accurate chance, but it is what it is, and it is still 1-0 to Barcelona.
Still a little bit of time for Thailand here, playing as Juventus to get the equalizer. Paul Pogba on the ball. Won't get the equalizer with that kind of sloppy passing. Iniesta. Lionel Messi loses the ball, but what a tackle there by Andres Iniesta for Barcelona.
Yeah, Lichtsteiner stepped in to win the ball and just dallied on the ball a bit too long and allowed Iniesta to recover. And Barcelona can just kill the clock now. 2-3 minutes to go.
And that's exactly what he's doing. But he does seem intent to wanting to go forward. Will that be a mistake for him? He has an offensive throw on the right-hand side, however, to be taken by Dani Alves. Look at him just trying to waste time as much as possible. Lionel Messi on the ball. Iniesta going to the corner. Cut inside. Past one defender. Tries to go for a second goal. Luis Suarez with the header. Goal kick. 4 minutes of extra time. And Tante is going to throw in the kitchen sink for sure. He only has 4 minutes of in-game time to get the equalizer.
Yeah, I'm curious as to whether the ref will even allow him a chance to move forward, because as soon as the ball goes up the field, he could blow the final whistle. So, it's a throw of the dice right now.
I think it's going to go with a 2-3-5 formation. That's it. He has to go here or he is out. Vietnam knows that he is just a few real-life seconds away from getting at least second place, and having a chance for that top prize here. He's gone on a magnificent run. Only 3 defenders there. Look at the radar. So many white dots in front. But that's a poor kick However, Juventus still has the ball. Lichtsteiner, poor touch
Poor
there.
touch
Another
there.
poor touch. That's going to cost Thailand dearly unless he somehow finds a way to kick the ball as far up as possible. Alexandro, not enough time. Thailand gets eliminated from the tournament. Vietnam continues his amazing run in the Intercontinentals tournament here, and he goes into the grand finals of the tournament.
Yeah, great character by Vietnam. Went down 1-0 after a grueling penalty shootout. Came back in the second game with a penalty of his own, and then in the third game, brilliant goal from Neymar. All that was enough to settle the contest.
What a run it is by this player on the right here. DCG Sum Nguyen Van Hoa from Vietnam has beaten France. Julien Dassonville, he had drawn with China, Chairong, but that qualified him to the semi-finals. Tan Tai unable to stop his onslaught here, and DCG Sum from Vietnam is in the finals. Who will he face? It will either be the Korean representative Visual BJS2 Seong Seop Kim, or could it be Sweden, Boras legend himself? It's going to be a huge match. That's coming up next, of course. It's Korea versus Sweden. Who will be Vietnam's opponent in the grand finals? We'll see in a few moments time here. And of course, guys, stick around. We're going to have a break at the moment here before we go into the next match. A few highlights of the game right now here, of the brilliant third game. Much more open third game, but still, very cagey compared to what we've seen yesterday.
It was, yeah, yesterday, especially in the final games from Arroyos, from Boras legend. There's a lot of attacking play. This one was a lot more labored. This one was a midfield slugfest, and at the end of a grueling 3 sets, it is Vietnam that raises his fists in victory, and the thumb as well.
Well, it is very sad for the Thais right now. They had 2 representatives in the tournament. Both of them are eliminated. The Thai superpowers are not there anymore. It's going to be a Vietnam. It's either going to be a Vietnam versus Korea final or Vietnam versus Sweden final. We'll see how it goes in the next round there. Stick around, guys. Korea versus Sweden coming up in a few short moments. That's going to be a smashing semi-final, I can promise you that. So see you guys in a few minutes.
Trong quyết định, nhưng mà may mắn là em đã có bàn thắng sớm nên tâm lý lên cao, nên và
ครับผมจัดไปฮะขอฟังหน่อยครับ
ครับสำหรับนักแข่งมาจากเวียดนามเขา
ครับ
บอกว่า3แมตช์ที่แล้วมันเป็นอะไรที่ตื่นเต้นมากเลยสำหรับผม แล้วก็โดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งแมตช์ที่
ครับ
3 ซึ่งมันเป็นแมตช์ที่ตัดสินใจเลย
ฮะ
แต่ว่าผมได้เข้าประตูก่อน ซึ่ง
ครับ
ทำให้ผมค่อนข้างรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นจุดที่ทำให้เรามุ่งมั่นไปข้างหน้าต่ออ
คือได้ประตูแรกก่อนในเกมสุดท้ายใช่ไหมแบบความมั่นใจมันมาแล้วนะฮะแบบนี้เข้าไปรอในรอบชิงชนะเลิศแล้วครับแชมป์ไหมฮะแชมป์ไหมครับถามนิดนึงฮะ
Bây giờ em đã vào vòng chung kết rồi thì bây giờ có quyết tâm là sẽ được vô địch hay không?
เออ
em sẽ cố gắng quyết tâm vì tổ quốc để đem chức vô địch về.
ครับผม
สู้สุดใจพยายามได้แชมป์
นี่เอาแล้วฮะวันนี้พูดคุยกันพอสมควรนะฮะขอดูท่าประจำตัวเขาสักทีนึงได้ไหมก่อนที่เราจะไปพบกับเขาอีกทีรอบชิงชนะเลิศครับ
Bây giờ em có một cái
เห็นมีท่าประจำ เห็น
có
ทั้ง
một cái cách
VTR
của
ทั้ง
em.
เมื่อวานก็ทำขออีกสักทีนึงอะตรงนี้เลยพร้อมไหมครับโอเคนะครับจัดไปเอาขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับเวียดนามด้วยนะฮะเดี๋ยวเจอเขาอีกทีรอบชิงชนะเลิศกันนะครับขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณนะครับเอาละครับคู่แรกผ่านพ้นไปนะฮะยังเหลือ
You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. But we started it all. claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back.
และขอเสียงปรบมือดัง ๆ ให้กับนักเตะจากประเทศสวีเดน
สวัสดีครับ My name is Ivan Lapanya and I'm from Sweden. Well, I hope you guys will enjoy watching this show.
และแล้วการแข่งขันระหว่างหนุ่มหล่อแดนยุโรป
แหมเสียงหล่อใช่
และหนุ่มโสดแดนกิมจิกำลังจะเริ่มขึ้น
ค่ะ
โอ้โหเปิดตัวอย่างรอเลยนะฮะ
หล่อมากค่ะ ทั้งคุณจากเกาหลีใต้นะคะ
ครับผม
ซึงซอฟนะคะ แล้วก็คุณเอวานะคะ
ครับผม
หล่อมาก
เอวา
จริง
ลาพานยะ
ๆ หล่อจนอยากจะตามไปสวีเดน
ขนาดนั้นเลยเขากลับวันพุธนะจองตั๋วทันนะครั
จองได้เลยจองได้จองได้ มันต้องมีที่ว่างอยู่แล้วนะคะ ก็สำหรับคุณผู้ชมนะคะที่ชมอยู่ค่ะ อย่าลืมนะคะทายผลการแข่งขันค่ะ ผ่านทางแอปพลิเคชันกรีน่าโมบายนะคะของเราแล้วก็จะมีการประกาศผลผู้ที่โชคดีนะคะ ผ่านทางแอปพลิเคชันกันด้วยนะคะ เข้าไปดูกันได้ว่าตรวจสอบรายชื่อผู้ที่โชคดีนั่นแหละนะรวมถึงใครที่ทายถูกนะคะ ก็จะได้รับการแอดไอเทมเข้า ID ของเตงไปเลยเนาะ
นี่อัตโนมัติไปเลยนะครับ หรือว่าดูทาง Facebook กันได้เหมือนกันนะครับ กับ
ค่ะ
facebook.com/easport FIFA Online 3 นะครับผม
ค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะพร้อมหรือยังคะ
ทั้ง 2 ทีมพร้อมกันแล้ว
น่าจะพร้อมแล้วนะคะ โอเคค่ะ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะคะ ไปชมการแข่งขันค่ะ ระหว่างเกาหลีใต้ และสวีเดนค่ะ เราสองคนขอมอบหน้าที่ต่อให้กับชาร์ลส์แคสเตอร์ค่ะ
To the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword and with me is Hibidi. Earlier on, we have found out the one of the finalists for this whole the whole Intercontinentals tournament. We know that Vietnam is in the finals after defeating Thailand 2-1 in the best of 3. Now we're going to find out who will join him in the grand finals. Will it be Korea's Visual BJS2 or will it be Sweden's legend, Boras legend himself? But you know, there's also something for you guys to win as well. We are going to go ahead with the predict and win segments as well here. So all you got to do is to bet on, you know, whether it's Korea that's going to go to the final or whether it's Sweden that's going to the final. All you have to do is to type in the chat, in the YouTube chat, Korea or Sweden, followed by your in-game manager name. So if, for example, if you think that Korea is going to go to the next round, just type in Korea dash your in-game manager name. Or if you think that Sweden is going to go to the next round, to the finals, just type in Sweden dash your manager name. And the winner, there will only be one winner for this set, and the winner will go back with 10 million EP points. So yeah, hopefully one of you will be the lucky one there. So put down your decisions now, because once the game starts, the choices will be locked by then. We will choose one manager from for each player, and we're gonna lock it before the game starts. So Korea versus Sweden is gonna be a best of 3. So, you know, early on we saw 3 games being played in total for Thailand versus Vietnam. It's a very, very cagey match we saw earlier. Totally different from what we saw yesterday in the whole group stages. Do you think that Korea versus Sweden will we have more excitement in this round, or is it going to be more of the same caginess?
Well, I believe so. Visual BGS, you know, he's known to be an exciting player under the old engine. So I'm pretty sure that he will whip out the skill moves and tricks as well as the quick passing. But Boras Legend, you know, that's a man everyone wants to see at the moment. You know, he completely blew us away in the group stage yesterday with skill moves and ball manipulation. So more of the same today, I bet, from the Swede.
Alright, and now we have on screen here the lineups for both of these players, and I believe this one here is by the Swedish player Boras Legend. I do remember seeing him utilizing a 4-2-4 formation similar to this one. Of course, we are going to double confirm which teams the managers have chosen. We do know it's Chelsea versus Juventus. We'll see in a few moments there. It looks like
Boras
is using Juventus. You're right there, and Chelsea is to be managed by Korea. So Korea on the home side, on the Chelsea side, Boras Legend on the away Juventus side. We are not so sure exactly what team that Korea has used in the group stages, but we can say for sure that Sweden, Boras Legend, has used Madrid, Bayern Munich, and now he has taken Juventus out of the equation as well. So he still has a few good teams that he can use in the next few matches. For example, he can still use Barcelona, he can use Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea, and so on. So, you know, it's still quite a number of good teams that he can use afterwards.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's shown that he's good in tight spots and he can score from all kinds of chances. So this format probably suits him better than the other players.
Alright, we're gonna have a quick last look at the lineups here. Remember, guys, this is Korea versus Sweden, and we have locked the predict and win segment here. So we have 2 names right now. We won't reveal it until the end of the set. We already have 1 choice for Sweden, 1 choice for Korea. So, and a final look at the lineups here. Chelsea being controlled by Korea, playing from left to right in the traditional all blue home kit, and Juventus being played by Sweden's Boras Legend. He is playing from right to left in the away pink and black Juventus attire. A quick attack there, but it was a foul call there against Boras Legend. 4-2-4 by Boras Legend. Do you think that, you know, he's going for direct football, or how is he going to attempt this?
Well, he plays a 4-2-4, but there's still plenty of combination play in midfield, you know. We saw that yesterday, and we're seeing that right now. You know, a lot of short and sharp passes. Loses the ball here, but still, the main thing with his 4-2-4 is that he closes you down all over the pitch, because you know, 4-4-2 as a formation is best suited to the dimensions of a football pitch.
Well, right now I think that, you know, the important players are the two in the middle. I'm not so sure who's the partner for Paul Pogba. I think it's Claudio Marchisio. So that's huge box-to-box players for both of them there. But, you know, we know that the stamina rating for both of these players are not the highest, especially after they lost a player like Arturo Vidal. But at the moment here, it looks like Pablo Dybala has the ball on the left flank. He's being crowded out by the defenders there. Claudio Marchisio tries to cut back inside Juventus. Boris Legend still has the ball here. Plenty of ball control on the left flank. Alex Sandro trying to get away from the defenders. Well tackled there by John Terry, the centre-back for Chelsea. And, not tackled there, but still Chelsea has the ball. Korea looks to spread the play out, but no, not really the best at keeping possession.
Yeah,
South
in
Korea.
midfield, you know, Juventus, Boris Legend, you know, he's going with 4-star skill move midfielder, so there's going to be a lot of opening up of space in midfield for him with Marchisio and Paul Pogba. We saw that as a scoop turn by Marchisio on the edge of the box. I expect to see a lot more of that from Boris Legend.
He has to defend a little bit here, Boris Legend. And that's a great tackle by Lichtsteiner, but no foul called here. Branislav Ivanovic actually joins the attack from centre-back position. Rather defensive midfielder position is deployed as DM there, Ivanovic. Normally, he is a right back or a centre-back. It looks like Korea's Visual BGS2 is content with using him slightly up front.
Yeah, it's been very cagey so far, you know, similar to what we saw in the opening best-of-3 series between Thailand and Vietnam. Probably second-day nerves because they know they are so close to the final. But Visual BGS is doing very well so far to shut down the attacking threat of Boris Legend.
There is on screen Visual BGS, Korea's representative there, playing from left to right, using Chelsea. Has a bit of possession right now compared to what he had earlier on. Branislav Ivanovic joins the attack. Alexandre Pato maybe can go for a shot on the right foot. Alexandre Pato weaves in and out. Look at the skill moves by Pato there, scoring the first goal of the game. 1-0 for Chelsea for Korea.
Yeah, first shot, first goal from Visual BGS, you know, bamboozling that Juventus backline. Once again, not too great in terms of cover from the holding mids. And Visual BGS allowed to do 2 consecutive step-over drags and smash it into the bottom corner.
Sweden is widely touted as the favourites out of the remaining 4 competitors here between Thailand, Vietnam, Korea and Sweden. And Boris Legend seems, you know, like maybe the pressure might be getting to him, but it's still early days, of course. Only 42 minutes have elapsed in the first game of the day. Paulo Dybala getting some space. Here comes an open header. Sami Khedira, quick equalizer just before half-time. 1-1 for both of these two teams.
Yeah, the best time for Boris Legend to score and the worst possible time for Visual BGS to concede right after they scored and just before half-time. So he's going to be kicking himself for not defending that better on the flanks.
Back to equal footing right now. And well, early on we saw that Boris Legend has more of the attacking opportunities. I think by the end of the first half, you can see that, you know, it's been a kind of a equal match for both of these two teams. Kurt Zuma deployed as a right back here. A very interesting choice of positioning for the defenders. Kurt Zuma, normally a centre back, is being deployed on the right back. Branislav Ivanovic, normally a right back, being deployed as a centre defensive mid. So interesting to see the choices made by Korea. And Nemanja Matic, however, for South Korea now for Chelsea, trying to weave in and out. No foul call there. He still has the ball, drawing out 2 defenders. Kurt Zuma now joining the attack, trying to get a chip pass over the top of the opponents there, but is there enough time for counter attack? That isn't. Half-time, the scores after the first half of the first game in this best of 3, 1-1 for both of the two teams.
Yeah, for long stretches it hasn't been pretty, but you know, when it mattered, like here, Pato with 1 step over and 2 step overs, you know, in tight spots they have turned on the style. So top players, you know, they can go missing for the entire game, but they can just flick the switch and turn the magic on.
It's a clutch moves that this, you know, that separates between the boys and the men, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, especially in this tight situation here, immediately after conceding 1 goal, Boris Legend just going up the pitch and sending that cross in right onto the head of Sami Khedira. You know, this is the stuff of legends, and Boris Legend showing why he's considered a tournament favourite at the moment.
Well, we're going to start with the second half here. Boris Legend of Sweden going to go into the manager's settings mode, make a few changes. Not so sure yet if he's going to make any substitutes, but do you think that, you know, both of the players need to make any major changes, or do you think that if they just stick with their guns with the current strategy, they will be able to seal the deal?
Well, I would like Boris Legend to maybe drop his wingers a bit deeper to midfielders instead of forwards. But, you know, he's probably sticking to the same formation. There's no reason to change anything from his point of view because, you know, it is 1-1 and it's probably more down to execution than a formation in this stage in the tournament.
Well, it looks like Boris Legend of Sweden, controller Juventus, sees that, you know, it is time to make a substitution. Not so sure if the formational change will follow as well, but he sees fit to make a substitution here. Looks like Juan Cuadrado will make way, and I've not seen him at all in the first half, so perhaps a good substitution here, or triple substitution in fact. Ricardo Pereira, Quadria Samoa, and Mario Mandzukic joins the fray.
Yeah, Dybala and Cuadrado, they were completely anonymous in the first half. You know, Boris Legend probably wants to bring on fresh legs with more pace and more hard running in the second half, since he knows that he's going to have to close down Visual BGS a lot better.
Oh, a quick counter attack on the right hand flank here. Pedro joining the attack, laying it off to the middle here. Willian, Branislav Ivanovic again back to Pato. Can he skill move his way back inside and score a second goal? Willian forced to go wide to Diego Costa, who's going Roger Chiellini, and he just shoves Diego Costa aside.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit too tight, a bit too narrow there for Visual BGS. He needs to utilize the wings a lot better, you know, stretch the play, make Boris Legend move from left to right. And if it stays narrow, it's very easy to defend against.
Yeah, the Italian teams love it when, you know, their opponents go narrow, because, you know, the Catenaccio style, they can just lock the opponents out of contention. Here comes Ricardo Pereira on the right side for Juventus. Sami Khedira, the goal scorer. A little bit of fancy footwork in the middle. Pereira trying to feed Lichtsteiner with a good tackle, but not enough to dispossess Cesar Azpilicueta, the left back for Chelsea. Long kick forward here. It looks like Chelsea, Kavir, you know, wants to play the direct football. Just get the ball as far as possible. It's a battle of speed between Chiellini and Pardo. Chiellini just being able to edge out Pardo and hit the ball back to Gianluigi Buffon. Alexandro on the left side, easily tackled by Pedro, who is unable to keep the ball in play. 73rd minute of the game has elapsed. You know, it's pretty similar, you know, in terms of gameplay compared with the first semi-final between Thailand and Vietnam. Moments of magic, but fleeting moments at best.
And yeah, in the second half, the chances have just dried up completely. Both players, they've sussed each other, but chance here at the near post.
Mario Mandzukic, the substitute being brought in for the crosses. I think he realized that with Paulo Dybala, there's no way he can get on the edge of the crosses there. And Mario Mandzukic, as he always does, comes in with the late run, the header, the strong header into the net.
Yeah.
2-1 in favor of Boris Legend.
A run from out to in for Boris Legends, Mario Mandzukic, and Kim Hyun-sub has it all to do at the moment. He was 1 goal up in the first half, but Boris Legend has come rip-roaring back, and it is now 2-1 to the Swede.
I think that's a brilliant triple substitution made just after half-time there. We were wondering what kind of changes he needed to make, because we thought that, you know, he's got it pretty down pat, but it looks like with the introduction of Asamoah on the left, Pereira on the right, Mandzukic in the middle, the width of the game for Juventus has spread out really wide, which opens up more opportunities for the crosses, which we know in the new Impact engine has tremendously improved over the old one.
Exactly, and in contrast, we were talking about how Visual BGS was too narrow. Probably old engine style FIFA. There's a chance here.
Here comes Nemanja Matic on the left foot off the post. However, gaping open net there, but all Oscar did was to just pass the ball directly into arms of Gianluigi Buffon. And, you know, probably Kavir will be kicking himself after that. It's an open goal and he missed it.
Yeah, he should have taken the touch first. You know, Buffon was in recovery position and was ready to make the save. And he could have smashed it across the face of goal for one of his teammates to get a toe on it.
It's not going to be an easy win here for Boris Legend. Plenty of defending for him to do. Pedro now cutting back. Matic feeding. Alexandro Pato, the goal scorer, unable to latch on to that for some reason. Alexandro will look to waste as much time as possible. Some space available at the bottom there. There goes the end of the first round here for this match between Sweden and Korea, which ends in a win for Sweden. So all Sweden needs to do is to win one more match and it's through to the finals.
Yeah, you saw Visual BJS there at the end of the match putting his hands up, asking his coach what happened, because, you know, those goals came so quickly from Boris Legend out of nothing. In fact, you know, it was scrappy throughout the game, and all of a sudden Boris Legend just flicked the switch and he got two quick and easy goals off crosses as well.
Both of the goals were actually from headers. The first one off Sami Khedira, who made a quick darting run from midfield, and I think from there he realized that he's doing well at crosses, but there's nobody up front, and that instigated the introduction of Mario Mandzukic, and I think that shows the tactical awareness that Boras has.
It does, yeah. FIFA is all about recognizing opponents' weaknesses, and in this new engine especially, if you don't time your headers defensively with the jumps, you can look a bit of a schoolboy against a better time jump.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely the new engine is a lot more nuanced now compared to the old one. It's all about the timing of the headers, and a lot of things change, and it looks like Sweden's Boras legend has really adapted well to the new engine for FIFA Online 3. But it's still early days. It's still Korea still has a chance of coming back. Due to the best of 3 system, Visual BGS2 is not yet out of the tournament. All he needs to do is to win the next 2 games, but it's a must win for him. Otherwise, he's out. He's knocked out, and then we'll have a Sweden-Vietnam final.
It certainly looks that way.
Yep. Well, at the moment here, we're just waiting for the start of the next game. Just a reminder to all of you that the predict and win segment has been locked already. We already have 2 names, one for Sweden, one for Korea. So good luck to both of these players here, and may your choice win here. But at the moment, I think we're gonna go for a very short break right now while we wait for the start of the second match in this best of 3 between Sweden's Boras legend and Korea's Visual BGS2. Stick around, guys, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. We're down to the semi-finals right now. We're halfway through semi-final 2 between Sweden and South Korea. I'm Sword, and with me is our analyst, pro gamer Hibidi, and we're going to go straight into the second match here. Now, the first match was, of course, won by Sweden quite convincingly, 2-1, and we can see here that it is a team between, it's Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester City. I'm quite sure that Paris Saint-Germain is Sweden because he's using the exact same 4-2-4 formation, and that means Manchester City will be controlled by Korea. And it seems that Korea is, is going with the same 4-2-4, but the positioning is a lot more deeper for the defensive midfielders, and he has pushed the attacking midfielders further forward.
Yeah, he knows that Visual BGS has realized that Boris Legend likes to play with those 4 forwards up top who don't track back, so he probably wants his defensive midfielders to sit a bit deeper and stop that transition counter-attack.
So, okay, now we're going to go directly into the game here. We mentioned earlier on that, there are 9 teams for each of the managers to choose, and Sweden has already taken up Madrid, Bayern, Juventus, and now he's going with Paris Saint-Germain, which leaves Barcelona still available for him. I think he's going to keep that for the grand finals, or perhaps even the third round. Remember, Sweden, all Boris Legend has to do is to win this round, and he's through to the grand finals and guarantees himself second place. It's not game over for Korea's Visual BGS 2 because he still has a chance here. He needs to win this match, however. If he loses this match, he will be knocked out of the tournament, ending his run here in 3rd and 4th place. Final look at the lineups for the second match, possibly the last match of these semi-finals, is Paris Saint-Germain being controlled by Sweden's Boras Legend, playing their home side, playing as the team in white, playing from left to right, and Manchester City, of course, being controlled by South Korea's representative Visual BJS2. He's playing from right to left, and looks to be some technical errors here over at the home side there, over at Thailand. So we're not so sure what happened there. Probably a disconnect by one of the players or even the referee itself. So I think it shouldn't take long for them to go back and recreate this match here, but we'll see how it goes first. But after seeing the first match, Hibidi, and after seeing how well Sweden utilized the flanks, and seeing the changes that Korea has made, do you think that that will be enough to neutralize Boris Legend?
Well, certainly it's a step in the right direction for Visual BGS because once again he has to stop those 4 forwards from picking apart his back four at will. So dropping those holding midfielders a bit deeper, letting them sit in front of his back four to protect them, it is a step in the right direction. But to be honest, Visual BGS, he shouldn't be too concerned because it was just 2 moments of brilliance that allowed Boris Legend to win that first game. And right now it's a question of who is sharper to the 50-50s and who executes the game plan better in the second game.
Well, Boris Legend used the flanks very effectively in the earlier match when he used Juventus against Korea's Chelsea. But now Sweden is using PSG, and look at the strikers there. We're looking at Ibrahimovic, who's definitely one of the best target men in the game, and he's being assisted by Angel Di Maria right behind him, Marco Verratti on the right, as well as Javier Pastore. I think the crosses will come in fast and quick.
Yeah, it looks like he's going with Lucas and Di Maria instead. So Lucas brings a lot more pace to the side. He's going to get to the byline and look for that 6'5" frame of Ibra.
Edinson Cavani joins with him, so I think it's very obvious what the strategy is for Sweden.
Right. Yeah, it's just getting it wide and sending those crosses into those 2 big front men.
That's right. And looking over at the Manchester City lineup here, well, he's putting in Otamendi and Alexander Kolarov as a centre backs, not the regular Vincent Kompany as well as Demichelis.
Yeah, exactly. Probably form arrows because in terms of pace, Kolarov isn't the quickest, so he doesn't give you that big of a pace upgrade over Kompany. But one interesting point to note is I saw Yaya Toure as the deepest holding midfielder. So to me, that is a recipe for disaster. If your deepest lying holding midfielder is Yaya Toure with low defensive work rates, once he's up the pitch, no one's gonna help you come back and recover.
There's gonna be a really big open gap there. Maybe perhaps Fernandinho might be a better option.
Yeah,
in defensive
Fernandinho was
midfield.
in defensive mid, but he was the one further forward. So
That's really
a bit of a mix-up there by Visual BGS, perhaps.
quite interesting to see how the action builds up. We have restarted the lobby here. The game is underway. Just a quick reminder, Paris Saint-Germain is of course controlled by Sweden, who has a 1-game advantage. So all he has to do is to win this match and he is through to the finals, the grand finals of the Intercontinentals. His opponent, of course, Manchester City, being controlled by Korea. He is down a game. He needs to win this, otherwise he will be knocked out of the tournament and will end it in 3rd and 4th place. Something that, you know, as much as he's against tough opposition, I'm sure he can do better than just 3rd and 4th place. It's Korea versus Sweden. It is Manchester City against Paris Saint-Germain for the second match of this second semi-final in the best of 3. And Manchester City seem to have, you know, going forward quite strongly right now. There's so many blue-shirted players in front of Yaya Toure right now on the right-hand side. 2 on the right, 1 on the left. Maybe he's finding someone on his own there. Jesus Navas, was he offside? Yes, he was. Too slow. Had so much time to pick an option out, but by the time he made the pass, just offside.
Yeah, powerful run by Yaya Toure from deep. He had 4 options to choose from. Eventually, it took too long with the ball, and you know, by then everyone was in an offside position.
Yeah, should have made the decision a lot faster than that. There was one opportunity wasted there by Korea, and but at least he manages to intercept that ball and nullify that attack. Yaya Toure making the attacking runs. Look at the support here for Manchester City. Kevin De Bruyne might go for a cross, but he cuts back inside on his right foot. David Luiz, fantastic tackle inside the box, clean as you can get it, and he gets the ball out as well.
Yeah, that imposing big afro from David Luiz always makes it so hard to dribble past him. You know, he just gets in your face with that big hair.
It's interesting to see, you know, with that run by Yaya Toure forward, Wilfred Bonney has to step in as defensive midfielder. Here comes Wilfred Bonney in a more orthodox formation here, in a striking position. But again, you're absolutely right, Hibidi. Yaya Toure bombing forward, leaving so much space behind, and
still nowhere to be found. He's not even in shot.
Exactly, and you look at that inside the box here. So many options, but a missed click there by Sweden. And you can see at the bottom left side of your screens, you know, that's Boris Legend, and he looked utterly disappointed with that move because he had something going on and he wasted that.
He was going for the step over, you know, but at the highest level, sometimes when you're nervous, when your hands are cold in the theater, you miss control.
Hands are cold. He's from Sweden. He should be used to the cold. That's interesting. Well, but then again, it looks like a much better performance right now by Korea. Manchester City is going on all cylinders right now. Sergio Aguero has to pull back because there's not much options in front. Too many defenders ahead of him. Yaya Toure with an uncharacteristically bad pass, but still Manchester City on the ball here. Yaya Toure cutting it back. Looks to be the playmaker from defensive midfield. Still Yaya Toure with the pullback. Kevin De Bruyne manages to keep that in. Yaya Toure gets ahead of them. Is it a corner kick? No, it's a goal kick. But Yaya Toure from defensive midfield, he's all over the pitch. Do you think he can last the 90 minutes?
Yeah, probably so, because he doesn't track back.
He just stays forward all the way and gets Wilfred Bonney to stay back in defensive midfield.
But fortuitous play there. I mean, in the build-up to this chance, you know, Visual BGS was going for the fake kick the first time fake kick on the edge of the box. Didn't move his fingers fast enough and somehow found his way to De Bruyne on the flank. So a bit of luck, but also take nothing away from the build-up. You know, there was creativity involved.
I'm very impressed with the speed of the build-up and how fast so many Manchester City players just swarmed forward. Normally when other players, you know, go for the counter-attack, there's always only at best 1 or 2 players in front of him. But with how BGS2 sets his strategy, there's always a multitude of Manchester players supporting the attack.
Yeah, he probably has gone for something more offensive in this second game. Probably wants to take the game to Boris Legend, not let him rest on the ball, not let him dictate the play.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic with the long range shot. Well saved, smart save by Joe Hart. First opportunity there, and that was definitely on target by Boris Legend.
That was, yeah, and was rifling towards the top corner of the near post. Ibra probably had to send that towards the far corner instead.
Angel Di Maria coming in. Mix up between the defenders there, and almost resulting in a goal. A mix up between the goalkeeper and the defenders. The ball just bouncing around. Not sure what's happening there, but the finish was a little bit poor by Javier Pastore, and he will go again for another corner kick on the left hand side to be taken by an Angel Di Maria for an outswinger. There are two huge target men inside the box. Is it Ibrahimovic or Cavani? Looks to be Ibrahimovic, and Cavani in an offside position. He should have let that gone in by himself, because that is very, very
Looked
sad
to have
there.
been going wide possibly, or
Possibly,
maybe
but
onto the post, but Cavani doing a nani against Ronaldo. You remember that?
exactly, yes, and I still remember the reactions of Cristiano Ronaldo taking off the armband, smashing it against the ground. He's so mad.
Yeah,
And
this
I
is
think Brazil
Ibrahimovic.
legend-
This
yes.
is Ibrahimovic,
I
not
think-
Ronaldo. So he's going to
I
be
think
even more
Cavani
angry.
will be, karate kick inside the dressing room, but it should have been 1-0 for Brazil legend. I myself, I was pretty confident the ball was going in.
Right.
But it could have been either way, but still, it could have been 1-0. What a turn of events it would have been, because Korea was firing on all cylinders, and out of just one incident, it could have been Sweden 1, Korea 0. Like I mentioned in the previous game, it is the top players producing the clutch moments that gets them the lead.
Yeah, and it's football as well. In an instant, momentum can swing. Football is a confidence-based game as well, especially when you're playing a 1v1 FIFA tournament. So Boris Legend will probably head into the second half the more confident player. Both times he's found success from corners. Joe Hart has been caught in no man's land on both occasions. So that could be something for Boris Legend to exploit.
Again, the aerial threat from Sweden is so dominating at the moment. Not only with one target man, but two in the form of Ibrahimovic and Edinson Cavani. But here comes Manchester City. What a
ball.
beautiful through ball. Kevin De Bruyne unable to score that. But here comes Yaya Toure, but brilliant save early on by Salvatore Sirigu, the goalkeeper for Paris Saint-Germain. But he has to get ready for another opportunity here. Kevin De Bruyne, perhaps the second time running. Here comes the shot, the header, too weak. And again, Sirigu is on position. Oh, a mistake there by Sirigu. Yaya Toure on the attack. No offside, but still no goals. On the third opportunity, the scoreline still somehow remains locked at 0-0.
Yeah, Lady Luck is well and truly on Boris Legend's side in the second half. Visual BGS has played so well in the opening exchanges, but a combination of good keeping and good luck is keeping him at bay.
Let's see if some luck can go the way of BGS2, because he needs it. If he loses this match, he is out of the tournament. Kurzawa coming in on the left flank concedes a corner kick. This is where Boris Legend is so dangerous in, but there is going to be a substitution by Manchester City, by Korea. Wilfred Bonney, deploys a striker, but somehow always finds himself in defensive midfield position, goes off. Angel Di Maria comes in. Oh, header there. I think there should be another corner kick. Yes, it is in favor of Paris Saint-Germain, in favor of Sweden. Angel Di Maria stepping it up. All Paris Saint-Germain has are two strikers in the middle, but that's all that's needed. It's Cavani, it's Ibrahimovic. Goes short, however, to Lucas. And Kevin De Bruyne might be able to tackle that. No, he's not able to. Matuidi lays it up for Mota. Edinson Cavani back to Mota. Can he go shot? Yes, he does. Parried away by the goalkeeper. Mixed up in defense yet again by Manchester City. Finally clears out. And we might actually have a quick counter-attack. Oh, brilliant interception by Edinson Cavani. But Thiago Mota right now cutting back, trying to get away from Yaya Toure all over the pitch. Yaya Toure has been absolutely phenomenal for Manchester City. Is Iheanacho, actually the youth striker, coming in.
I'm surprised he's on the pitch, to be honest.
Yeah, Iheanacho coming wide. Oh, it could be Yaya Toure here. Oh, great save actually again by Salvatore Sirigu, and it just bounced off Yaya Toure. So close this game.
Yeah,
much better than first half.
Visual BGS does not know what else he has to do to win this game. He's done all the hard running. He's created by far the better chances, but still, we find ourselves at 0-0.
Oh, it's a much more closer match. Both of these two players here. Zabaleta unable to keep that in against Levin Kurzawa's attack there, and Kurzawa will be taking the throw in, almost losing possession. Thiago Mota, the defensive midfielder for Sweden, keeps possession here. Sweden, of course, using Paris Saint-Germain, has the ball right now. Thiago Mota up north to Lucas, who's joining the attack down the middle. Edinson Cavani has to go wide into the channels. Not much support, but Serge Aurier comes in. Gets past one defender, not able to get past Bakary Sagna. Here comes Aguero. Maybe he can get a true ball for Kelechi Iheanacho. Unable to do so. He was under heavy pressure there, so the accuracy is a bit low. 90th minute. We're coming into the end here. Can Lucas conjure some magic on the right flank? He's unable to get past the left back here. I don't think there's enough time for another counter attack. There's only 2 minutes of extra time, of additional time remaining. We will be forced to go into extra time. What an exciting game this is compared. I think this is easily the most entertaining game for the whole day.
Exactly, it has been, but somehow we find ourselves scoreless after 90 grueling minutes. You know, if extra time, if the first 90 minutes are anything to go by, extra time is going to be a hell of a contest with tired legs and gaps opening up. These players are going to exploit these gaps with their hard running and hard passing.
Oh, Sweden making the changes right now. We saw early on, excuse me, we saw early on that he has quite a good tactical mind on his shoulders there, because almost immediately after making the changes, he was able to score the goal in the previous match. Perhaps he's making changes to be able to break the deadlock. We'll see what changes he make later on. Perhaps a substitution. Not so sure exactly how, but we'll wait for the next time the ball goes out of bounds. As it stands, it's still 0-0 between these two players here. PSG being controlled by Sweden. Onis is one win. Here comes Lucas coming out again, but Alexander Kolarov with the great tackle inside.
Nice control there by Lucas. He was going for a skill move, and Boris Legend will be kicking himself that his fingers tightened up at the wrong time.
Lechi here, Nacho, the substitute, coming to midfield, linking up with Sergio Aguero in attack here. Still plenty of attackers for Manchester City coming forward. Nacho finding Fernandinho on the left side. Fernandinho being marked by both Thiago Motta as well as the right back of PSG here. A poor header out by, I believe, there is Javier Pastore. Being cleared out on the left side. Bakary Sagna being hounded by Thiago Motta. Thiago Motta is all over the place at the moment. He's unable to sort the passes between Fernandinho. Could have gone for a through ball right now twice. 3 times he could have gone for through balls, but still Fernandinho has the ball, trying to link it up with another striker, but it's offside. I saw that there were 2 or 3 opportunities. He could have gone for a through ball.
There were, yeah, but we saw Visual BGS in that first game with those 2 consecutive step overs. That's probably his tried and trusted go-to move on the edge of the box, and he probably wanted to score a similar type of goal.
We have a substitution here. Thiago Motta goes out. Javier Pastore goes in. A DM goes out. An attacking player comes in. It's the last throw of the dice. It looks to be for Boris Sajan. I think he wants to finish the game, in 2 games instead of 3.
Well, I mean, he won the first game, so he can experiment with these kinds of things in an extra time. He can afford to take a bit of a risk, but no chance for Visual BGS to do this kind of thing. He has to keep it tight, and if it goes to penalties, he has to hope he rides his luck. But, I mean, he should have scored here, and on 2 occasions prior.
Plenty of times, actually. Should have scored plenty of times.
Yeah, for the De Bruyne effort, the ball just somehow took forever to come down. This chance as well for Yaya Toure, who has been everywhere, except seeing his ball hit the back of the net.
Yeah, the build-up play has been excellent for Korea's BJS2, but the finishing a little bit poor, unable to get the ball past Joe Hart, who's been performing spectacularly well on the pitch right now. If it goes to penalty, I hope he doesn't do a Thibaut Courtois, because he's been doing so well in open play. It'll be bad if he just screws up the penalties like how Thibaut Courtois did. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we're into the second half of extra time right now, with Sweden's Boris Legend playing from right to left in the white kit of Paris Saint-Germain on the attack, up against Korea's Visual BJS2 on the attack right now, with Manchester City in the dark blue attire, aiming from left to right. He has the ball wide with Fernandinho being deployed as a LDM. Yaya Toure comes charging through the middle. Sergio Aguero finding some space. Oh, brilliant there by Sergio Aguero. Again, unable to finish it. Shooting the ball straight into the hands of Salvatore Sirigu, the goalkeeper for PSG. The time is running short. There's space on the left-hand side here. There's a link up on the left. Angel Di Maria, will he be able to get a cross in? All the target men are inside the box right now. Nicola Otamendi with the important tackle. But still, Angel Di Maria has an opportunity to get a cross. Not happening there. Time is running out for both of these players, especially for Visual BJS2, because if he loses the penalty shootout, he is out of the tournament. And I think Boris Sajan is happy to just end it with penalty shootouts. Matuidi might be able to go for a cross. Still an attacking throw-in on the left-hand side to be taken by Matuidi. All he needs is just one cross in. Oh, still Di Maria has the ball. Is there enough time for a cross in? Still holding the ball, going too far back, however. final whistle is called, we will go into penalty shootouts, and I think the advantage is definitely on Sweden's side.
Yeah, you know, Korea will be feeling the pressure. He will be feeling demoralized as well. As soon as he misses his first penalty, his head, I'm sure, is going to drop because he should have wrapped this up in regulation time. But somehow the FIFA gods are against him on this particular day.
I think he has got like 7 shots on target, if not more, but for some reason just unable to finish it. Try and try as he might. He's been getting into excellent positions but is unable to score a goal. We're going to go straight into the penalty shootout. It is Sweden to go first. Oh, wonderful save by Joe Hart. Wonderful save there. No, excellent by Manchester City, the goalkeeper. Yaya Toure finishes it off. 1-0 advantage for South Korea. Javier Pastore comes in for Sweden. Can he get past Joe Hart, who's been pretty much unstoppable so far? And he does it with this kick here. Still advantage to South Korea. Sergio Aguero lines up the shot here. Can Boris Legend do anything? Not with this instance. After 2 kicks for both teams, score is 2-1 in favor of South Korea. Edinson Cavani steps up. Starter steps. Oh my goodness, Joe Hart is on fire this match.
Yeah, big palm raised upwards by the England stopper, and it's advantage well and truly for Man City.
Alexander Kolarov goes it well and true to the bottom right. Manchester City, you know, they really have to thank Joe Hart here. He's showing Thibaut Courtois how to perform goalkeeping duties to the best of their abilities. Can Di Marias do anything here? Yes, he can. He had to score that, or you know, it'll be game over for this match too. Yeah. And it's all up to Kevin De Bruyne. Can he finish it for Visual BGS2 and win him a second chance, a final chance to go to the finals? Kevin De Bruyne's shot got saved by Salvatore Sirigu, who's also had a very decent match early on in the 120 minutes of regulation time. Now Thiago Silva must score this, or Paris Saint-Germain will lose this match. Thiago Silva just getting the ball past Joe Hart. It is all up to Korea's player here. Oh, it's Joe Hart. It's Joe Hart. He finishes it. It's Joe Hart. Is definitely the man of the match of this game at the moment here. Visual BGS2 gets himself another chance to go into the finals. Scoreline is 1-1 for both of these two teams. In this best of 3, we will have to go to a tie-breaking third match.
Of all players to step up for the crucial 5th penalty, it was Joe Hart. So I have no idea what went on in the discussions for the 5 volunteers for the kicks. But Joe Hart certainly with the confidence, with the swag, and with the panache with the kick at the end to take this to a 3rd game. So well played, Joe Hart.
I don't think there's a way for you to choose, right?
There isn't. So somehow Joe Hart, you know, his name was in the hat.
That's very interesting of the AI. He knows that Joe is on fire, so why not just give him the most important kick of Visual BGS2's career?
Yeah, he sent that crashing into the top corner as well. What a hit by him.
Well done there by Korea, you know, but still it shows, you know, that he's getting there, but he just needs to improve on his finishing. Because try as he might, he was not able to get the ball past Salvatore Sirigu.
He does, yeah. He was the better player in the second game, but don't forget, there were chances for Boris Legend as well. This chance here that Cavani decided to be cheeky with, you know, look at him telling the lino, no, that was onside, shaking the finger. Kim Seong-sup very pleased himself at the end of that penalty shootout. Another chance here for Kim. Once again, Yaya Toure all over the place. He won't get to call on his services in the 3rd deciding game. But look at him there, just relaxing, enjoying himself. Big save here from Joe Hart with the first penalty of the day against Ibrahimovic. Look at that passion from Korea's #1 player at the moment.
Very emotional from him, isn't it? He knows that everything is on the line. This is the most important match of his career.
And Boris Legend still looking calm and composed. And Joe Hart with the panache, and Kim Seong-sup with the Sawadi Cup at the end, or the Kabum Cup, whatever you want to call it.
Too easy. It's too easy for him. Well, as it stands now, we have to go into a 3rd match of this best of 3. The first match, of course, was won by Sweden's Boris Legend, 2-1. But in the second match, Korea's Visual BGS2 managed to claw things back after a very entertaining match. 120 minutes went by, you know, amazingly without a single goal occurring in regulation time. But after a very interesting penalty shootout, which Joe Hart finished for Visual BGS2, which ended in him winning. So there's a final chance for him. It's a final chance for both of these two players to proceed to the grand finals and meet the Vietnamese representative DCG Sum in the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016. Who will it be? Will it be Sweden's Boras Legend or will it be South Korea's Visual BGS2? Stick around to find out. We'll be back in a few short moments. gonna win it. We're gonna wait until then. Hibidi, your thoughts on the grand finals?
Well, I mean, if Vietnam plays like how he played yesterday against China, I fancy him because visual BGS as well. I mean, take nothing away from him. He has held his own against the top player in the competition. So anything goes. But I guess if I had to pick a winner right now on current form, I would say visual BJS for the title.
For South Korea,
South Korea, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, that's the end of the game right there. And because of that win by Korea, we have to choose one player from the predicted and win. And we chose somebody early on. And congratulations to Dr. Fantasy, DRFANTASY. I hope that you spelled your manager name correctly, because if you spelled it wrong, then well, that's 10 million down the drain. Dr. Fantasy, you have won yourself 10 million EP points for correctly predicting that South Korea will defeat Sweden in the semifinals. And stick around, guys. The grand finals is coming up soon, but I think in the meantime we will have some sort of show match happening. I'm not so sure what's happening there, but definitely stay tuned for the grand finals. It's between Vietnam and South Korea. See you guys in a few moments time.
뭐 유럽 분들한테 좀 많이 졌다고 들었어요. 예, 그래서 정말 꼭 이기고 싶었습니다. 예, 뭐 인종 차별 그런 건 아니에요.
เพราะว่าเนี่ยเป็นการแข่งขันระดับโลกแต่ว่าเขาก็อยากจะให้เอเชียชนะเขาก็เลยแบบคิดว่าอยากจะชนะให้ได้ค่ะ
ครับผมแล้วก็ชนะมาได้ตอนนี้เข้าชิงแล้วถึงแชมป์เลยไหมครับคิดว่า
คือถ้า지금 올라갔잖아요. 그 챔피언 될 수 있다고 생각하십니까?
일단은 뭐 결승전에 올라간 만큼 네 정말 재미있고 네, 정말 뜻깊은 경기를 하고 싶고요. 제가 열심히만 한다면은 노력하고 열심히만 한다면은 뭐 챔피언 되는 것도 어렵지 않다고 생각합니다.
ก็คิดว่าอยากจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนแล้วก็คิดว่าแบบจะพยายามให้เต็มที่ค่ะเพราะถ้าทำเต็มที่แล้วคิดว่าการเป็นแชมป์ก็อยู่ไม่ไกลค่ะ
โอเคเลยฮะยังไงเดี๋ยวขอให้โชคดีแล้วกันนะครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลนั่นเอง Good luck for the final ขอบคุณครับคุณรักฮะโอ้โหเอาละฮะต้องบอกว่ามันมากแน่นอนนะครับผมเดี๋ยวพักผ่อนกันก่อนนะครับสำหรับคู่ชิงแน่นอนฮะเราได้ชิงแล้วนะครับผมก็จะมีประเทศเกาหลีใต้นะฮะจะชิงกับเวียดนามนั่นเองนะครับผมซึ่งผลจะเป็นยังไงนะฮะก็ต้องนี่เนี่ยโอ้โหกว่าจะฝ่าฟันมาถึงรอบนี้ได้เนี่ยนะครับต้องบอกเลยว่าไม่ธรรมดาอย่างแน่นอนนะครับผมเชื่อว่าแต่ละคนนะฮะที่คอยเชียร์นะฮะก็มีชาติที่ตัวเองเป็นแฟนคลับอยู่แล้วก็คอยเชียร์อยู่ตลอดนะครับก็หวังว่านะฮะจะเชียร์กันอยู่จนจบงานเลยเพราะว่าความมันเนี่ยมันต้องสุดๆจริงๆในรอบไฟนอลนั่นเองนะครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้กิจกรรมบนเวทีรอคอยอยู่แล้วไปสนุกกันต่อบนเวทีเลยครับ
กลับมาแล้วค่ะใครรออยู่บ้าง
สวัสดีครับ
รอบนี้เราขึ้นมากัน3ท่านเลยนะคะแล้วก็เหมือนเดิมเลยค่ะใครที่ยังอยู่ดีขอให้ชูมือพร้อมกับ
เปิดไฟยังอยู่ไหมเอ่ยยังอยู่ไหมเอ่ย
ด้วยใครชูมือในรอบนี้เรามีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์ให้ด้วยค่ะพี่แว่น
เชื่อได้เลยว่าถ้าเราบอกเนี่ยน้องๆจะหยิบมือถือขึ้นมา
มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้ทุกคนที่
หยิบมือถือขึ้นมาแล้วจะโทรเรียกเพื่อนเลยเฮ้ยมึงมาเร็ว
รีบขึ้นมาเข้ามาในฮอลล์เดี๋ยวนี้เลย
มานั่งตรงเก้าอี้เร็ว
ชูมือไว้ก่อน
หรือไม่ต้องเรียกเพื่อนเราจะได้เท่กว่าเพื่อนนะฮะมีของดีแน่นอนเซอร์ไพรส์
รอบนี้ทุกคนต้องอยากได้อย่างแน่นอนบอกเลยชูมือไว้ก่อนใครเอามือลงไม่ให้นะจ๊ะ
สวยอยู่
ข้างบนบนอัศจรรย์ชูยางสวยงามมากพร้อมหรือยังคะสำหรับเซอร์ไพรส์ของเรานะคะเรามีไอเทมโค้ดแจกให้ทุกคนในฮอลไปเลยเย่ต้องยกข้อมือกับไฟเรืองแสงขึ้นมาด้วย
หมวกด้วย
ใส่หมวกด้วยยกสายข้อมือขึ้นมานะคะมีกติกาอย่างเดียวค่ะเราจะแจกให้กับคนที่นั่งอยู่กับที่ไม่ออกไปไหนขอแค่เท่านี้จะมีพี่ๆทีมงานนะคะเดินแจกไอเทมโค้ดให้กับทุกคนเลยชูขึ้นมาไว้ไฟเรืองแสงชูขึ้นมาไว้ก่อน
นั่ง
ชู
อยู่
ขึ้น
กับ
มาไว้
ที่เล
ก่อย น
นั่งอยู่กับที่นะฮะ
เน้นว่าทุกคนนะฮะ
ค่ะ
ได้ทุกคน
ขอแค่ให้นั่งเราไม่ออกไปจากนอกคอ
ใช่
เห็นทีมงานไหมถืออะไรอยู่
โอ้ยไอเทมโค้ดมาแล้ว
มีอะไรบ้างตอนนี้ไอเทมโค้ดนะฮะเราแจกทุกรอบ
ค่ะ
ครับผม
เซอร์ไพรส์มาก
เซอร์ไพรส์
จงๆ
เลย
ค่ะ
ได้อะไรเดี๋ยวน้องๆน่าจะทราบกันแหละ
อืม
นะฮะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
อยู่ในมือของพี่ๆทีมงานแล้วนะ
ใคร
ฮะ
ยังไม่ได้ก็ยกไว้ ยกไว้ ห้ามลุก ห้ามยืนจากอัศจรรย์นะคะ ใครที่ยืน พี่ทีมงานบอกเลยว่าพี่เขาไม่แจก
ครับ
ต้องนั่งแล้วยกมือไว้เท่านั้นนะคะ
เพื่อนๆอยู่ข้างนอกโทรตามได้นะ
ค่ะ
ได้
ให้เข้ามาในหอนะคะ
ใช่ แล้วก็ถ้านั่งจนถึง5 ทุ่มครึ่งเรามีไอเทมโค้ดอีกอันหนึ่งให้
ดึกไปไหมครับ5 ทุ่มครึ่ง
ดึกไปเหรอฮะ
นะ
อ๋อ
แม่โทร
นึก
ตาม
ว่าอยาก
ค่ะ
ได้
เดี๋ยวแม่โทรตาม เดี๋ยวมันจะมีพี่ๆทีมงานแจกนะคะ น้องๆไม่ต้องลุกไม่ต้องเดิน ไม่ต้องทำอะไรทั้งสิ้นนะคะ แค่นั่งแล้วก็ยกมือไว้ ใน
ไม่มี
มือ
อะไร
ต้องให้เห็นด้วยนะ สาย
นานๆ
รัดข้อมือเรืองแสงนะคะ ต้องเปิดไฟให้เห็นด้วยนะคะ
นานๆทีจะได้สบายๆแบบนี้นะฮะ นั่งเฉยๆก็มีคนเอาไอเทมโค้ดมาให้
ใช่
อะ
นั่งเฉยๆก็ได้หมวก
พี่แว่นคือมันเก๋ไหม
ใช่
โอ้โห
นี่เพื่อความเป็นระเบียบเรียบร้อยไง
ครับผม ได้
เดี๋ยวพี่ๆทีมงานของเราก็จะเดินไปแจกเรื่อยๆนะคะ เมื่อกี้พี่แว่นได้ดูไหมคะ การแข่งขันระหว่างเกาหลีใต้กับสวีเดน
โอ้โห
เป็นยังไงบ้าง
ตึงเปรี้ย
ตึงปรีอะไรตึงฮะ
หน้าตึงทั้งคู่เลยนะ
ก็สมควรจะตึงอยู่นะ
โอ้
เครียด
ผมอยู่ด้านหลังเวทีก็แอบ
ค่ะ
เชียร์สวีเดน แต่ก็ต้องยอมรับว่าทางเกาหลีอ่ะพอเขากลับมาได้เกม 2 เกม 3 คือแบบเขาเล่นดีจริง
นะ
ค่ะ
เขา
ค
จั
วา
ด
มหล่
เต็
อ
ม
ก็ช่วยอะไรไม่ได้แล้วค่ะตอนนี้
ครับผม
ความสามารถล้วนๆนะคะ แต่ว่าเกาหลีใต้ก็ให้เหตุผลที่ดีค่ะพี่แว่น
ฮะ
ว่าอยากจะให้คนเอเชียได้แชมป์นี่
อ้าวเอาก็ให้เวียดนามอย่างนั้นอ่ะ
แรงอ่ะ
เออ
ทำไมอ่ะ
มี
เอา
ประ
ป้า
เด็นเนอะ
ทำอะไรผิดอ่ะใครยังไม่ได้นะคะ ยกมือไว้เลย เดี๋ยวจะมีพี่ๆทีมงานไปแจกนะคะ น้องๆข้างหน้าคงจะได้เรียบร้อยแล้วแล้วสามท่านนี้ทำไมยังไม่ได้ล่ะ เดี๋ยวจะมีพี่ๆทีมงานไปแจกได้แล้วโมเมหรือเปล่า
ได้แล้วลดมือลงนะฮะ
เดี๋ยวจะมีการแจกไอเทมโค้ดนะคะ แล้วก็อยากจะให้อยู่กันทั้งวันค่ะ
ครับ
เรามีเซอร์ไพรส์แจกแบบนี้แหละตลอดทั้งวันเลย แต่
ครับ
เรา
ผมช่วง
อุบไว้ก่อนว่าจะเป็นตอนไหน
ครับ
หรือว่าจะแจกอะไรนะคะ
ของไม่ซ้ำกัน
ไม่ซ้ำ
ไม่ซ้ำกันในแต่ละ
ค่ะ
รอบ
ไม่ใช่ว่าได้ปุ๊บ เฮ้ย ไปกลับบ้านละ ไม่ มีอีก
ไม่
มี
มี
อีก
รอบหน้า
เรื่อยๆ
อาจจะดีกว่าไอเทมโค้ดก็ได้
เอ
เอ
อ
ก็ต้องตามลุ้นกันนะคะ อย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะคะตอนนี้นะคะในระหว่างที่พี่ๆทีมงานแจกโค้ดอยู่เราเชิญน้องมายออกมาพูดคุยกันอีกสักรอบดีกว่าไหม
ค
คะ
รับผม
ได้ครับ ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับน้องไม้
เย้
กลับมาอีกแล้วนะฮะ
ค่ะ
มาแจกความสดใสกับพวกเรา เอาล่ะ แล้วเดี๋ยวจะมีเล่นเกมกันต่อด้วย
จะมีเล่นเกมกัน
ใช่ไหม
ด้วย
ฮะ
นะคะ อันนี้เนี่ยเป็นเกมง่ายๆใช่ไหมคะน้องมายก็จะมีการแรนดอมผู้ที่โชคดีขึ้นมานะคะ
ครับ
แล้วก็จะให้ทายว่าน้องมายเนี่ยจะตีบวกติดหรือแตก
เมื่อวานเนี่ยเราให้น้องๆ เนี่ยเป็นคนตี แต่วันนี้เนี่ยก็เชิญน้องๆ ขึ้นมาเล่นเหมือนกัน
ค่ะ
แต่ให้เดาเอาว่าน้องไมายเนี่ยจะตีแตกหรือไม่แตก
ใช่
ง่ายๆเนาะแค่2 ช้อย
ของ
2
สองช้อยสองช้อย
ใช่ค่ะ
นะฮะ
ก็เดี๋ยวเราแรนดอมไหม
รันดอม
แร
เลย
น
ไห
ด
ม
อม
ค
กั
รับ
นเลยได้ค่ะ
ได้ครับผม
แรนดอมกันเลยค่ะนัมเบอร์แรกของเรา
ต้องอยู่ในงานเท่านั้นนะครับ ต้องอยู่ในงานเท่านั้น
อี
โอ้โหออกอี
เพิ่ง
เลย
เห็นออกอีนะ
นานๆที
183 ค่ะ
183 นะฮะ
อี183 ค่ะ
อี183นับ1อี183นับ2เราจะนับ1ถึง1,000นะฮะเรารีบ
นานไปค่ะ
3เนาะอี183นับ3อ่ะเลขใหม่เลยครับ
ผ่านเลยค่ะ
ครับผม
ดี
ดี มีใครดีหรือเปล่า
393 ค่ะ
393
นับ1
ดี393 มีไหมคะ
นับ2
อยู่ครับ
มา
อ
เล
ยู่
ย
ครั
ค่ะ
บผม
คุณพี่เสื้อเขียวนะคะ
มา
มา
เล
เลย ยค่ะ
ดีมาก
ได้1คนแล้วฮะ
ขออีก 1 คน
ในร
เท่า
อบ
นั้น
นี้ค่ะแรนดอมอีก1 คนก่อนก็ได้ค่ะแรนดอมมาเลยค่ะดี
ไหนดียกมือไว้ ดียกมือไว้
208 ค่ะ
อ่า
ดี208 ค่ะ
นับ
ผม นับ 2
ดี208 มีไหมคะ
นับ
ค่ะ
3 โอเค
ผ่านเลยค่ะ ขอเบอร์ใหม่ค่ะ B 3 2 1 ค่ะ
นับ 1 3 2 1 นับ 2 และ 3 2 1 นับ 3 ครับเลขใหม่ครับ
ผ่านค่ะ B ค่ะ
B boy B boy
096 ค่ะ
นับหนึ่ง
B 096 มีไหมคะ
นับ 2 มาได้แล้ว โอเค
ได้แล้ว 2 ท่านนะคะ
มาเลยครับผม
ไอเทมโค้ดได้กันครบแล้วทุกคนนะคะ ใครยังไม่ได้ยกมือน่าจะครบแล้วนะคะ แสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะ รอบหน้าเรายังมีของแจกอีกเยอะแยะมากมายเลยนะคะ แต่ว่าเราจะแจกให้เฉพาะผู้ที่อยู่ในหอเท่านั้น
ค่ะนะครับผม
เชิญเลยค่ะ
อ่า
สวัสดีค่ะ
ประกบเลย
น้องทั้งสองคนชื่ออะไรบ้างคะ
ชื่อนิกครับ
น้องนิกกับน้องอะไรคะ
แพทครับ
น้องนิกกับน้องแพทนะคะ
ครับ
กติกาง่ายมากเลย จะให้น้องนิกแล้วก็น้องแพทเนี่ยเป่ายิงฉุบกันก่อนเป่ายิงฉุบเลยค่ะ
เป่ายิงชุบ
น้อง
แพท
แพทเป็นคนชนะ ให้น้องแพททายว่าน้องไมายจะตีติดหรือว่าตีแตก
แตกครับ
แต่
โอ้โห
ทำไม
ทำไมอะ
ทำไมถึงคิดว่าตีแล้วจะแตกอะคะ
เดาครับ
เดางั้นน้องนิกนะคะ ก็จะได้ตีติดไปเลยโดยปริยายนะคะ น้องไมายคะ
ค่ะ
ตีกี่รอบดีคะ
ของหนูละค่ะ
ใช่ครับ
ตีกี่รอบ
กี่รอบ
ป
ดี
กติเวลาแบบว่าตีเล่นๆน่ะชอบซื้อบาโลเตอรี่มาตีเล่น
ค่ะ
เคยตีสูงสุดถึงบวก 5 แล้วก็แตก
เหรอ
แล้วก็ไปเลย
บวก 5 แล้วครั้งนี้จะกี่ครั้งดีฮะ
ชนกี่ครั้งดี
ชนกี่ครั้งดีคะ เอาสัก 7 ทีแล้วกันเป็นเลขวันเกิด
โอเค
ขอ7 ทีค่ะ
ไปลุ้นมาพร้อมกันครับ
ค่ะ
1 ครั้ง
อะไร
2
ดี
ครั้ง
อะไรติดหรือแตก
3 ครั้ง 4 ครั้ง ชนครั้งที่ 5 ครั้งที่ 6 และก็ 7 ครับ
ถูกต้องด้วย
แตกถูกต้องเลย
แตกเลยนะฮะ
ทำหน้าดีใจหน่อยสิลูก ได้รับไปเลยนะคะ เป็นการ์ดไทยเลเจนด์ค่ะ
โอ้โห
สำหรับน้องแพทนะคะ และน้องนิกค่ะ
โอ้โห
ได้เป็น EP นะคะ 100 ล้าน EP ไปเลยค่ะ ถ่ายรูปกันนิดนึงนะคะเธอ
เยี่ยม
มา
ครั
ทา
บ
งซ้ายนิดนึงค่ะ
คือตอนนี้การันตีว่าน่าจะได้มากกว่า 100M แล้วนะฮะ
ค่ะ
ถ้าเป็นการ์ดใบนี้
ค่ะ โอ
น้
เค
องแพท
ค่ะ
ค
พ
รั
อบ แล้วค่ะ
900 น้องแพทบอกไม่เอาไม่เอา ยินดีด้วยนะฮะ
โอเค เรียบร้อยค่ะ แสดงความยินดีกับน้องนิกและน้องแพท
ยินดี
ด้วย
ด้วย
นะ
นะครั
คะ
บ ผ่านไปแล้ว
ง่ายๆแบบนี้
ใช่
ผ่านไปแล้วคู่แรก
ง่ายๆไหมอยากให้แจกอีกไหมฮะ
ทำไมมันง่ายจัง
ไม่ได้ยินเลยอยากให้แจกอีกไหมครับ
อยากได้เป็นอะไรรอบนี้
หาอะไรนะ การ์ดออสแตน65 เวอร์เลเจน
เราไม่แจกเวอร์เลเจน
อ่า
เราจะแจกเป็น World Best ค่ะ
ว้าว
เชื่อว่าน้องๆหลายๆคนอยากได้อย่างแน่นอนนะคะ มาแรนดอมกันเลยดีกว่า
ค
ค่ะ
รับผม
เวอร์เบสมากับ 100M เนี่ย ตอนนี้ผมไม่แน่ใจว่าจะเอา 100M หรือเวอร์เบสดี
B ค่ะ
บีบอย259 นับ
B 259 ค่ะ
มาเลย
ใช่ไหม
มาแล้วครับ
อย่างรวดเร็วนะคะ ขออีกนัมเบอร์นึงค่ะ มาแรนดอมเลย
ครับ
อะไร A 251 ค่ะ A
มีไหมครับ
251 ค่ะ
A 251ครั้งที่ 1 ครั้งที่ 2
มี
ค
ไหม
รั้ง
คะ
ที่ 3 นะฮะ
อย่า
ผ่านนะคะแรนดอมค่ะ B
ของตัว B
ค่ะ
เยอะมาก
288 ค่ะ B 288 ค่ะ B 288 ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ ครั้งที่ 2 ค่ะ และครั้งที่
3 นะฮะ
3 นะคะ
ครับ
ข้ามนะคะ
โว้
D
ดีดับ
317 ค่ะ D 317 มีไหมคะ D 317 ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ
ครั้งที่ 2 ครั้งที่ 3 นะฮะ
ผ่านค่ะ
ยังหาไม่เจอลุยกันต่อ D ยังคงเป็น D อยู่นะครับ
460 ค่ะ D 460 มีไหมคะ ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ ครั้งที่ 2 ค่ะ และครั้งที่ 3 ผ่านค่ะ
อ่ะรันดอมกันใหม่
ดีมาอีกแล้ว 218 ค่ะ D 218 มีไหมคะ D 218 ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ D 218 ครั้งที่ 2 ค่ะ และครั้งที่ 3 ผ่านนะคะ B
B กันบ้างนะฮะ 187 อยู่หรือเปล่า
B 187 อยู่ไหมคะ
อยู่วิ่งมาเลยนะฮะ ครั้งที่ 1 ครั้งที่ 2 ครั้งที่ 3 ไปไหนกัน
ผ่าค่ะ
ไปไหนกัน
B
ฮะ
มาอีกแล้ว 412 ค่ะ
ข้างหน้าเลยนะฮะ
โอ้โหนั่งในฮอนี่ 2,000 คนนะครับ
ผม
แล้วหายไปไหนหมดเนี่ย
มาเลยค่ะ
โอ้โห
รันดอมที่เปล่าหรือเปล่า
น้องอะไรและน้องอะไรคะ น้องอ้ำกับน้อง
โน้ตครับ
โน้ต
น้องโน้ตน้องอ้ำ
เป่ายิงฉุบกันเลยค่ะ
เป่ายิงฉุบครับเป่ายิงฉุบ
น้องอ้ำครับ
น้
น้
อ
อง ง
อ้ำ
อ้ำชนะ
น้องอ้ำจะได้ทายค่ะ น้องไมายจะติด
ติดหรือแตกครับ
ะ
ติดฮะ
ติด
เราโนช้อยนะ
จีบติด
โน้
หรืออะไร
ตโน
ฮะ
ช้อย
ติดนี่จีบติดหรืออะไร
ตีบวกตีบวก
อ๋อที่บวก
ฝั่งนี้แตกนะฮะ
ค่ะ
ทำไมฝั่งข้างพี่มันแตกทุกคนเลยวะอ่ะ
น้องไมายคะตีกี่ทีดีคะ
กี่ครั้งดีชนกี่ครั้งดี
รอบนี้3 ครั้ง 3 ครั้งแล้วกันค่ะ
ตี3 ครั้งค่ะ
โอเค มาลุ้นกันครับ
โคซิโก้ครับ ครั้งที่
ค่ะ
1 ครั้งที่ 2 และชนครั้งที่ 3 ครับ
ติดหรือเปล่า
ฝั่งนู้นต้องมีอะไรแล้วล่ะ
ยินดีด้วยกับน้องโน้ต
ได้รับไปเลยนะคะ เป็นการ์ด World Best ค่ะ
แสดงว่า
ว้าว
ต้องเลือกข้างพี่แว่นต้องเลือกแตกแล้วแหละ
ต้องเลือกแตกเลือกทุกคนละ
อ่ะ ก็
เธอมาทางซ้ายนิด
โน้ต
นึ
ได้
ง
ไป
ค่ะ
แล้วนะฮะ
เธอมา
ก็
ทางซ้าย
น้อง
นิด
อ้ำ
นึ
ก็
ง
จะได้เหมือนกันนะฮะ กับการ์ด EP นะฮะ
ครับผม
100
100M
DP เลยนะคะ
เมื่อกี้กระซิบถามน้องโน้ตว่าอยากได้อันไหนน้องโน้ตบอกว่าอยากได้เวอร์เบสครับ เอาไปลุ้นว่าน่าจะได้มากกว่า 100M นะฮะ
ถือป้ายตรงๆค่ะ โอเค เรียบร้อยนะคะ ขอบ
ขอบคุณน้องโน้ตมากครับ
ขอเซลฟี่นิดนึ
ป้าง ชนายเดอร์ฟิลิปลาม
เดี๋ยวพี่ถือให้อ่ะ
รออยู่นะ
แหนหนุ่มๆข้างล่างอยากเซลฟี่กับน้องไม้บ้างสิ เอามือไม้สั่นยังไง
กล้าขอก็กล้าให้ว่าจังหวะเนี้ย
เอามาไม้โทรศัพท์มือไม้สั่น
อ้าวเอาใช้พิธีกรถ่ายด้วยอ้าวเอาจัดให้น้องเขาหน่อยครับอ่ะไปสุดยอดว่ะอ่ะแล้วปรบมือหน่อยครับแหม่สุดยอด
มันค้างอ่ะ
นี่ตั้งใจเอามือถือรุ่นเก่ามาด้วยนะ จะได้นานๆ ฮะ ผมเห็นคุณมี iPhone 6s เลยไม่ใช่เหรอ
นี่ซื้อเวลาได้เยอะนะ
โอ้โห
การที่จะอยู่กับน้องไมล์ขนาดเนี้ย
มากล้องธรรมดาดีกว่ามาอ่ะ1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2
พอต่อเลยพอ
ผมว่าไอ้น้องคนนี้แม่งคุ้มกว่าคนชนะอีก
นั่นน่ะสินะ
ต่อไปค่ะคู่สุดท้ายแล้วค่ะน้องไม้
ครับกติกาเหมือนเดิมเนาะ
ใช่ครับ แจกกันต่อ อ่ะ เรามาแรนดอมมันก่อนเลย
สองคนครับ แรนดอม2 คน
ดีค่ะ
ดีออกบ่อยมาก
465 ค่ะ
อยู่ไหน
D 465 มีไหมคะ
นับ
นับ
1 และมีโอเค
มาแล้วนัมเบอร์ต่อไปค่ะ E
ขบวนสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยตัว
252 ค่ะ E 252 มีไหมคะ
252 นะฮะ
มีไหมคะ E 252 ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ ครั้งที่ 2 ค่ะ ครั้งที่ 3 ผ่านค่ะ
แรนดอมใหม่นะฮะ
ค่ะ C
ขยับมาใกล้หน่อย
288 ค่ะ
มีไหมฮะ นับ 1 นับ 2 และก็ 3 ครับ
ผ่านค่ะ
เริ่มใหม่ฮะ
E ค่ะ 293 ค่ะ E 293 มีไหมคะ ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ ครั้งที่ 2 ค่ะ และครั้งที่ 3 ผ่านค่ะ ผ่านไปเลยค่ะ A มาแล้ว
เอมีคนเยอะจริง
ใช่ A นี่คือดังตลอด
224 A 224 มีไหมคะนั่นใช่ไหมคะพลอัศจรรย์มาเลย ได้แล้วนะคะ เดินทางมาถึงคู่สุดท้ายแล้วที่จะมาเดาว่าน้องมายจะตีบวกติดหรือแตก
ครับผม
นะคะ ซึ่งก็แตกไป2 รอบแล้ว
แล้วอยู่ข้างพี่แว่นด้วยนะ ถูกที่ถูกทางมากทีมงานเช็คแล้วนะ เดี๋ยวเชิญตรง
ไปเลยค่ะ
ด้านซ้ายน้องใหม่เลยฮะ
ชื่อน้องอะไรและน้องอะไรคะ ชื่อน้องโด่งและ
ชื่อบาสชื่อเดียวกันด้วย
บาสเหรอคะ
ชื่อเล่นเดียวกัน
ผม
น่าจะแตกเหมือนกัน ดูแล้วเดี๋ยวเป่ายิงฉุบ
เป่ายิงฉุบกันเลยค่ะ
ติดหรือแตก แตก
ค่ะงั้นหนูจะเป็นติดไปโดยปริยายนะคะ น้องไม้คะตีกี่รอบคะ
รอบนี้กี่รอบดีคะ
กี่รอบดี
5 รอบเหรอ5 รอบ 5 รอบ
5 รอบค่ะ
โคซิโก้เราครับ ชนกัน 5 ครั้งนะครับผม เป็นเลขมาตรฐานที่เราตี
ทำไมไม่ตีบวกตัวอื่นบ้าง
ครั้งที่ 1 ผ่านไป ชนครั้งที่ 2 ชนครั้งที่ 3 ชนครั้งที่ 4 และชนครั้งที่ 5 ครับ
มาติดหรือแตกติดหรือแตกติดไม่เอา
ฝั่งขวาตลอดเลย
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
ของจริงว่ะ ของจริง
ได้รับไปเลยนะคะ เป็นการ์ด World Legend นะคะ ที่
ครับผม
หลายๆคนใฝ่ฝันอยากจะได้นะคะ
1 ใบครับ
ผมยังไม่เคยได้เลยเนี่ย
แล้วก็100 MEP
โอ้โห
นะฮะ
ค่ะ100 ล้าน EP เลย ชู
ชื่อ
มือหน่อย
ชื่อพี่แว่นพาเจ๊งนี่ไม่ได้มาเพราะโชคช่วยนะ แม่งอยู่ฝั่งนี้แม่งเจ๊ง3 คนเลย แสดงว่าแบบคือเขากะถูกไง
ใช่แล้ว
โอ
โอ้โห
เคค่ะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
โอ้โห พี่แว่นนี่นำโชคจริง ๆ เลย
จะดีใจหรือเสียใจดี
แตกทั้ง 3 รอบเลยนะคะ ก็มาถึงช่วงสุดท้ายแล้วยังไง
ครับ
น้องไมค์ค่ะ พูดอะไรแล้วก็ฝากให้ติดตามผลงานหน่อยดีกว่าค่ะ
ค่ะ ก็ยังไงนะคะ ก็ขอบคุณมากนะคะ วันนี้ก็รู้สึกสนุกมาก แล้วก็เป็นเกียรติมากที่ได้มาร่วมงานนี้นะคะ ยังไงก็ทุกคนเนี่ยไม่เชื่อว่าต้องเป็นแฟนๆเกม FIFA ออนไลน์ 3 อยู่แล้ว ก็
ครับ
ในฐานะที่เป็นตัวแทนนะคะ แล้วก็เป็นพรีเซนเตอร์ของเกมนี้ด้วยนะคะ ก็ไว้โอกาสหน้าถ้าเกิดเรามีโอกาสจะได้เล่นเกมด้วยกันยังไงก็เดี๋ยวไว้มาเจอกันนะคะ สำหรับผลงานตอนนี้ของไม้นะคะ ก็มี ICU ค่ะพยาบาลพิเศษเคสพิศวงยังไงก็ฝากไว้ด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณครั
ขอบคุณ
บ
ค่ะค่ะต้องขอบคุณน้องไมค์มาก ๆ เลยนะคะที่วันนี้มา
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้น้องไมค์แล้วก็
รางวัลด้วย
ใช่ครับ พี่แว่นด้วยครับ ขอบคุณมากครับผม
ขอบคุณพี่แว่นด้วยนะคะ เราจะได้เจอกันอีกค่ะ
เชิญการมาขวัญด้านล่างได้เลย
เชิญ
ค
เล
รั
ยค่ะ
บ ขอบคุณครับอ่ะสนุกสนานกันไปนะฮะ
ค่ะ
อะไรต่อดีพี่แบม
อะไรต่อดีนะคะ ก็ย้ำกันอีกสักรอบดีกว่าค่ะสำหรับน้องๆนะคะ ที่มีทั้งสายรัดข้อมือไหนชูขึ้นมาอีกรอบสิชูขึ้นมาให้ดูหน่อยจากของรางวัลแล้ว เราต้องมีการสลับส สับเปลี่ยนกันนะคะ ขอร้อง โอ้โห ขอร้องกันเลยทีเดียว ยกข้อมือแล้วก็เปิดไฟด้วยนะคะ เปิดไฟด้วยบอกไม้บอกมือให้กล้องได้นะ ใครที่เห็นกล้องนะคะบอกไม้บอกมือได้เลยนะคะ โอ้ยสวยงามมากๆสวยงามมากๆใครออกกล้องก็ส่งยิ้มให้กล้องด้วยก็ได้นะคะ
สวยงามสวยงาม
สวยงามมากจริงๆนะคะ แล้วก็อย่าลืมนะคะเก็บสายรัดข้อมือที่เป็นเรืองแสงนะคะรวมทั้งสายรัดข้อมือกระดาษให้ดี เพราะว่าเราสามารถนำไปแลกของพรีเมียมได้ แต่ว่าอยู่ในฮอนี้นะคะ คุณก็สามารถได้รับของพรีเมียมได้ง่ายๆ เหมือนกันเลย ก็เพียงแค่อยู่ในฮอดูการแข่งขัน ดูการแจกรางวัลไปเรื่อยๆนะคะเราก็จะมีการเซอร์ไพรส์ค่ะแจกของรางวัลในทุกๆช่วงเลยนะคะ ต้องติดตามชมกันให้ดีค่ะ
ใช่ครับและมาถึงลำดับต่อไปนะกิจกรรมเป็นการแข่งขันที่มีชื่อว่าโชว์แมตช์นั่นเอง
ใครรออยู่บ้างคะก็จะเป็นการโหวตนะคะของคนไทยทั้งประเทศเลยค่ะโหวตก็จะโหวตทั้งนักกีฬาที่ได้มาแข่งขันกันในครั้งนี้นะคะหรือว่าแม้กระทั่งทีมแล้วก็นักเตะที่จะใช้ในการแข่งขันก็เกิดมาจากการโหวตของคนไทยทั้งประเทศเช่นเดียวกันค่ะ
โอเคนะครับซึ่งก็ได้มีการโหวตกันมาเรียบร้อยแล้ว
ใช่แล้วว่าอยากจะให้ทีมไหนมาเจอทีมไหน
นั่นก็คือ
ทีมไทยแลนด์ A และสวีเดนขอเสียงหน่อย
โหวตกันมาแบบนี้สนุกอย่างแน่นอนนะฮะกติกาของเราจะเล่นกัน1เกมถ้าเสมอเนี่ยนะฮะจะมีการต่อเวลาแล้วถ้ายังเสมออีกจะยิงลูกโทษกัน
ใช่แล้วล่ะค่ะตอนนี้เราไปติดตามกันเลยไหม
ครับผม
ค่ะก็อย่าลืมโหวตผลการแข่งขันนะคะทายผลการแข่งขันกันได้ค่ะผ่านทางแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile นะคะแล้วก็สามารถติดตามรายชื่อผู้ที่โชคดีผ่านแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile ได้เช่นเดียวกันค่ะ
โอเคไปชมกันเลยนะฮะโชว์แมตช์ระหว่าง Thailand A และสวีเดน
ถือว่าเป็นอีก1แมตช์นะคะที่หลายๆคนรอคอยแล้วก็โหวตกันเข้ามาว่าอยากจะเห็นนะคะว่าทั้ง2ทีมนี้มาเจอกันนะคะลองมาคุยกับน้องเตดีกว่าสวัสดีค่ะน้องเตรอบนี้เรามีความรู้สึกเครียดหรือว่าอะไรไหม
ไม่ครับสบายเลยรอบนี้
เดี๋ยวโชว์ฝีไม้ลายมือได้เลยนะคะหลายๆคนเอาใจช่วยอยู่เนาะ
มาถามหนุ่มหล่อกันมากดีกว่ามีใครอยากจะฝากคำถามไหมฮะมีแฟนไหมHow are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling a bit disappointed, of course, because I just lost the semifinals. But it will be very fun to play this show match, and yes, I will just enjoy it here. Pomrakon krab.
ตายแล้วละถ้วยนะคะ
อันสุดท้ายไม่ต้องแปลเอาให้ไม่ต้องแปลเลยกันจะได้จบกันแบบซึ้งๆ
ทำไมไม่ให้ฉันไม่ยื่นฝั่งนู้นนะคะ
ก็เขาไม่ได้รักคุณไง
แรงมาก
แซวเล่นนะครับเดี๋ยวแมตช์จะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะครับเราส่งต่อกันเลยดีกว่านะฮะให้กับพี่ๆรออยู่ตรงนี้แล้วพี่ๆชาวแคสเตอร์
Welcome back, guys, to the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil and with me is Hibidi, and we're back just in time for the show match. So what we understand is that all the viewers in Bangkok, Thailand, they voted on who they wanted to see back on stage. Of all those that were eliminated, there were 12 players total. There's 10 players were eliminated, and I believe that the votes were in, and it is in fact Sweden up against Thailand A. So technically this is an unofficial third versus fourth match.
Well, they're playing for nothing besides pride, but this is finally a chance for them to play without the pressure it's a chance to express themselves. So I'm hoping to see them have fun and entertain us on stream.
Yeah, that's right. And early on, I'm sure you guys noticed that there was a huge infographic with two lineups. So what we believe as well is that the managers in Thailand voted for the players that they want to see in the team lineups, and look at that, +10s all around, level 20s for every single player there. It's Leicester City versus IF Ellsberg, and I do believe that it's Thailand on the Leicester City side because they have been blessed by Thai monks and they're owned by Thai owners, and IF Ellsberg is of course I believe is a Swedish team, so it's kind of logical there. So that's as Thai as you can get, Leicester City. Is the most Thai team that we have in the current server. So anyways, on the left side we believe is Thailand, on the right side is Sweden. And looking at the lineup here, well, wow, do you think we'll ever see a +10 player in our server here? Because me and Easy Game, we did talk to one of the GMs, and he did mention that currently, as far as he remembers, there's never been a +10 player.
I think the highest was +9.
+9, yeah.
And 90% of those +9s are on Easy Game's team. So
yeah.
if we are to make a +10, the burden is gonna fall on him.
Easy Game is just buying all the all the +8s and all the +9s from everybody. So if you have a +8 to sell, please contact Easy Game. Hit him up on Facebook. That's Easy Game DSM, and say that you have a +8. He has plenty of money to spare. Apparently, I don't know what he works as. He says he says he works in a church as a video editor. I didn't know that he pays that much. I'm sure he's working some underground job. But oh well, we're having an all +10 team here. It's Leicester City in the blue against IF Ellsberg in the red. We do believe that the Thai A player Thai, who got eliminated in the first semi-final against Vietnam, he is playing is the Leicester City side. And Sweden's Boras Legend comes back for a final encore as he will play in the red-shirted IF Ellsberg.
Yeah, Leicester City, recently crowned Premier League champions, so if they keep it up for another season, maybe we'll eventually see Suarez, Messi, Ronaldo lining up for them in the near future.
In playing in King Power Stadium, they are in the Champions League. So, that's really interesting in such a small stadium, with all these big superstars. I think they do deserve, being in the Champions League. But anyways, the show match starts right here, right now. Playing from left to right, it's Leicester City, Thailand A, Tantai. Not a great start by him, showing why he got eliminated perhaps. And his opponent, of course, is Sweden's Boras Legend. Even in this game here, with nothing to play for, he is going for the club settings. He will be playing from right to left in the all-red of IF Ellsberg. And, the players are chosen by majority, actually. I do believe that they were voted on by the Thai players on the Thai server. So it's good to see some community input inside the game here. Quick counter attack here by Thailand. Straight on the left side, back to the middle. James Rodriguez, what a brilliant through ball that is, but Thiago Silva, the centre back for Sweden, manages to hit the ball back to Manu Neuer.
Yeah, you see Boras Legend just having fun there in possession, stopping the ball, doing some skill moves, drag backs, and nice ball over the top here for Suarez.
Now, I think it's finally good to have, like a full dream team lineup instead of being limited to just regular teams at Bayern Munich.
Exactly,
Barcelona.
that's why we like playing FIFA Online 3, because we gotta choose our dream squads. And
that's the whole point of FIFA Online.
Exactly. In the past, we at the Asian Championships and Southeast Asian Championships, we have been limited by player drafts, so it hasn't been a complete dream team. So hopefully, we get to see this kind of format in the future.
Yeah, and it's not just limited to the players. Like you said, there are drafts in the previous tournaments, previous international tournaments, where, for example, if Singapore chooses Cristiano Ronaldo, no other team in the tournament can choose Cristiano Ronaldo. So it's very limiting. So it's good to see that these two players are able to choose players that they can use. I'm sure they use it regularly in their regular play style. Lionel Messi joining the attack down the middle. It's 4-on-3 right now. What a brilliant through ball, and look at the +10 speed on Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Can he get it inside? And I'm sure he can keep it in, just outside, however, out for a goal kick. plus 10. You know, there was once where I played a 3v3 with using Easy Games account, and plus 8, plus 9 are just ridiculously overpowered.
Yeah, I mean, pace-wise, you know, they have so much in terms of stats added to them, so it just becomes very difficult to defend against them. And Easy Game was complaining that whenever he plays 1v1 and people see his plus 8 team, they switch to 6 at the back.
6, 7 at the back, if not more. Oh, a good counter-attack there down the middle, but Thiago Silva, again, plus 10 Thiago Silva, the speed, one of the fastest centre-backs they have in the entire server. Ronaldo with the shot, too close to the goalkeeper. Manuel Neuer parries it out for a corner kick.
Yeah, they didn't really get that towards the corner, smash it, and Neuer could just very easily get his hands up and push that one behind.
Corner kick on the right-hand side to be taken by Lionel Messi. Right now for Leicester City for Thailand. Oh, the outswinger coming inside there. Paul Pogba will keep the ball in play. And Zlatan Ibrahimovic putting in a shift in defense right now, but Paul Pogba finally gets tackled out of the way, and Zlatan will push forward. Quite possible all on his own. Look at the plus 10 speed there. And oh, that is a brilliant through ball lofted ahead for Cristiano Ronaldo. Good ball control there by the Champions League winner Luis Suarez. Cuts it outside but gets tackled unsuccessfully. Still somehow it's Luis Suarez on the ball. Zlatan Ibrahimovic with that wasted skill move, and Leicester City gets the ball knocked out of play.
Yeah, Boris Legend just looking to have fun at the moment. You know, he's not playing with his usual patience. He's just trying to go forward at every opportunity and trying to entertain us. You know, despite him not taking this seriously, he has 96% pass completion.
I think it helps when, you know, you have plus 10 players as well, and you know, with super high passing ratings, like what, 105 ratings. I saw the goalkeeper has a rating of 127. That's ridiculous right now. I can't even get my players to plus 5. I only have like 3 plus 5, 1 plus 6. Oh, that's a great through ball. Not offside? Surely it's offside. Yes, it is. You know, but you know, with this, I'm not so sure. A few weeks ago, me and Easy Game, we had this discussion that after the big Impact Engine upgrade, all the upgrades, you know, were like nerfed. Like, nobody could do a plus 8 anymore. And he was complaining for the longest time. I can't make a plus 8. I can't make a plus 8 anymore. There goes my channel.
Or even I have trouble making plus 5s. So
yeah, exactly. Oh, I remember the live stream where you guys failed plus 3s like 5 in a row or something. That was quite embarrassing to say the least. Well, Luis Suarez is on the ball right now, trying to drag the defenders out of position. And look at the ball. Oh my goodness, look at the skill of Luis Suarez. And Lionel Messi gets the tackle in, helping out in defense.
I guess what these players have to do going forward is to try and whip these skill moves out, but in a controlled, competitive setting in the future in order for them to do better.
Oh, Luka Modric maybe coming for the cross, going for his favorite right foot. Short pass inside. Zlatan Ibrahimovic gets tackled by Zlatan Ibrahimovic there. James Rodriguez clattering onto the floor, but no foul. Of course, this is a show match where anything goes. He holds barred. No offside call there. Luis Suarez with the flick there. Cristiano Ronaldo just skies it like a rugby kick. It goes out for a goal kick.
What a move there. You see Boris Legend smiling and applauding that effort by his counterpart. You know, it's a brilliant move there by the Thai player.
If only Thailand played like this against Vietnam, we could have had a very different outcome, you know, in the finals. As it stands, still in this show match, after 67 minutes, still 0-0, even with ridiculously overpowered teams. This show match, of course, if you just joined us, this is a show match where the attendees of the tournament, what we believe at least, voted on who they wanted to see in the show match of the 10 eliminated players. And they have voted that Thailand A will face off against Sweden. Technically, it's a third and unofficial third and fourth match here.
Yeah, I mean, in this show match, we've seen Tante whip out a few nice skill moves. So maybe the Thai fans, they are used to seeing that. So they wanted to see him, and Boris Legend, you know, the whole tournament, I think right now is in love with him, with his play style.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's definitely gained a few fans in Thailand, as well as players from fans from all over Asia as well. Long kick out there by the goalkeeper. And Toni Kroos here for Sweden. Luis Suarez goes forward, pretty much unimpeded. But Mats Hummels with the interception there. Lionel Messi tries to get away from the attention of James Rodriguez. James Rodriguez is being deployed as left back actually. I just noticed that Sergio Ramos As right back, here comes Lionel Messi back outside onto his left foot. What's happening here? It's out to Sergio Ramos. Mats Hummels joins the attack. Paul Pogba now here as the CDM. Messi back outside. Ramos lifted the Champions League trophy last night. Can he do anything here against the opponent? Nothing. So 4-on-3. Is there enough time for counter attack here?
Too close to the defender there. Mats Hummels very easily mopping that one up. There's Pogba. Twisting and turning, and somehow Tante looks to have stepped his game up in the second half now, and Boris Legend is just hanging on.
Oh, remember, well, you know that both of them, have nothing to fight for other than a bit of fun, a little bit of fun and joy. But
yeah, that's why you see James at left back.
Very interesting game here so far. You see the, all the plus 10s and the level 20 players just cancelling each other out. It's basically, this is the best that the players can be. You're seeing them at their best condition, and at the moment here, after 90 minutes of regulation time, it's still 0-0. Thailand A-0, Sweden 0. Now look at the curve on that through ball, perfectly weighted just inside, slows down just inside the box, but still too close to the defender, and the goalkeeper collects that. Long range punt out to Lionel Messi, finding some space on the left hand side. Can he get a good crosses? This is aiming towards Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Yeah, just didn't fall kindly to him. The ball just dipped before Ibra could get his head to that jump.
Cristiano Ronaldo on the left side gets a wall pass complete here. Double wall pass. Can he get a triple wall pass? Nothing happening there. Paul Pogba sprays it out to the left side. Zlatan. Oh, there's a brilliant time pass there. Move to perfection here. Here is Toni Kroos attacking on the left hand side, giving some options for Lionel Messi.
Yeah, Kroos has got to turn back every single time because it was lack of pace.
105 minutes have elapsed. If things go this way, we might be going into penalty kicks here. For all the build-up, it's not much in terms of final attempts on goal, but they are definitely showing the expertise with the skill moves in this game.
Yeah, they are. They're having fun. Probably a bit of fatigue as well because it has been a long 2 days for these players at top level FIFA. So right now it's just about them taking their foot off the gas and just entertaining themselves as well as ourselves.
Oh, the left back James Rodriguez joining the fray here. On the left, being hounded by two players. Thiago Silva gets a tackle in finally, and that leaves a lot of space on the left hand side. It's 3v2 with Luis Suarez. Look at the pace there. Offside, no offside being called for Lionel Messi. Can he get a cross in? Back on his favorite left foot. Maybe a shot. Luis Suarez cuts back inside, and we have a first goal. It's Thailand. It's Leicester City with the goal deep in the second half of extra time. And unless we see some Kelong action here where Thailand scores an own goal, it could be game over for Sweden.
Yeah, great first touch by Luis Suarez, just taking his first touch past the defender and smashing it into the far corner past the dive of the keeper.
So powerful, he actually lost balance. It's 1-0 right now for Thailand. Is there enough time for comeback? He has 5 in-game minutes. Let's see what Thailand does here. Let's see what Sweden does actually. Paul Pogba forward to Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He needs as many players as he can. Nice cut around there by Lionel Messi. Trying to get past Sergio Ramos, unable to do so. Lionel Messi goes forward. Might even want to get a second goal actually. James Rodriguez, a skill move. Plenty of space down south, but not enough time. Thailand wins this show match 1-0 after extra time. That's kind of interesting to see how Imba top players can be when you somehow manage to get it to level 10.
Yeah, I mean they had plus 10 players and you could tell the agility from each and every single player. It was out of this world. Boris Legend leaving a seat now, trying to look for someone.
Look for more fans perhaps. But well, it's been a sad end for Boris Legend. He came so close to going to the finals, but the best he can do is to appear in a show match unofficially. The third and fourth match here, the third and fourth place. If this was official, Boris Legend finished 4th, Thailand finishes 3rd. Good show of sportsmanship by both of these guys. They went pretty far. They tried the best, but in the end there can only be 2 finalists, and that, remember guys, is coming up next. It's the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 for FIFA Online 3. It is Vietnam up against Korea. It's Vietnam's DCG Sum against Korea's Visual BJS2. It's going to be a huge match. best of 5. So make sure you get as much popcorn and all the drinks can have, and get ready for a long drawn out match. I personally believe we're going to see 5 matches for the final, because it's going to be so close.
It is very likely. You know, both players have shown that defensively they are solid. So it could very well, as you say, go to 5 sets.
Yep, so we'll see you guys in a few minutes. And we'll just a quick reminder, we are going to have the predict and win segment for the next one as well. So get ready and, you know, do some research, and hopefully your pick manages to win the whole tournament. This is the Intercontinentals 2016 for FIFA Online 3. Stick around for the grand finals in a few moments' time.
เห็นว่ายังเต็มฮอกันอยู่เลยนะฮะ ไม่ว่าเวลา
changes.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it all.
Cảm giác như thế nào đến trận chung kết cuối cùng này?
Em khá là vui mừng và bây giờ vẫn chưa tin nổi có thể đi sâu vậy. Em đã sẵn sàng để chiến đấu với Hàn Quốc.
รู้สึกดีใจมากเลยครับแล้วตอนนี้ยังตื่นเต้นคิดว่ามันเป็นฝันเลยที่มายืนถึงจุดนี้แต่ว่าพร้อมที่จะสู้ต่อแล้วก็ชิงชนะให้ได้ค่ะ
แอบถามนิดนึงว่าคิดว่าในรอบนี้เนี่ยยากหรือว่าง่ายขนาดไหนแล้วมั่นใจไหมว่าจะชนะได้
Trong cuộc chiến cuối cùng này á, thì Hòa nghĩ rằng nó khó dễ như thế nào và cái độ tự tin của em trong việc giành được chiến thắng.
Hàn Quốc là đối thủ rất là mạnh và có một lối chơi rất là sắc sảo. Em nghĩ là 50-50 cho cả hai.
เกาหลีเป็นคู่แข่งที่แข็งแรงมากๆเลยแต่ว่าในเกมนี้ผมก็จะสู้ที่สุดเลย 50-50 สู้ต่อไป
fighting
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับ2คู่นี้ด้วยนะครับผม
ค่ะเดี๋ยวให้ทั้งนักกีฬาทั้งสองท่านไปเตรียมตัวก่อนเลย
ได้ครับ
เนาะค่ะ
เชิญนะครับเตรียมตัวกันได้เลยนะฮะเตรียมความพร้อมได้เลยครับ
ค่ะ
Thank
เขา
you
บอก
very
อา
much
รมณ์ดีอยู่
อารมณ์ดีอยู่นะ
คิม
ฮะ
บอกคิมอารมณ์ดีอยู่นะคะทางฝั่งเวียดนามก็บอกว่าจะช่วยถึงที่สุด
ครับ
แต่มาดคุณนิ่งมากเลยเนาะ
ใครฮะ
นะทั้งสองท่านเลย
ทั้งสองท่านเลย
ค่ะ
ถูกต้องนะฮะแหมมาถึงจุดนี้ก็แน่นอนต้องยอมรับว่าต้องมีความกดดันสักเล็กน้อย
ค่ะ
นะฮะเพราะว่าเงินรางวัลสูงจริง ๆ 34,000 ดอลลาร์สหรัฐ
หรือว่าประมาณ1,200,000 บาทไทยเลยนะคะ
โอ้โห
มาถึงรอบสุดท้ายขนาดนี้ค่ะอยาก
ครับ
ให้ทุกคนส่งกำลังใจมาให้ที่นี่หน่อยนะคะ เปิดไฟแล้วเราจะนับ 1 2 3 แล้วเฮให้กำลังใจทั้งเกาหลีใต้และเวียดนามกันหน่อยนะคะ
ครับผม
มาพร้อมกันเปิดไฟด้วย1 2 3 เฮ้เยี่ยมมากทุกคน
สวยมากสวยมาก
ค่ะ
สวยมากเลยนะฮะเอาให้กล้องถ่ายนิดนึงยกขึ้นมาต่อยกขึ้นมา
เดี๋ยว
ต่
ไป
อ
ติดตามกันดูได้ว่ามีรูปของตัวเองใน Facebook หรือเปล่าต้องมีอย่างแน่นอน เพราะว่า
มี
กล้
แน่
อง
นอน
ของเรามีความสามารถในการเก็บได้หมดทุกคนนะคะ
ใช่แล้ว
ขออีกรอบหนึ่งเฮส่งกำลังใจให้นักกีฬาของทางเกาหลีใต้และเวียดนามนะคะ 1 2 3 เฮ้เยี่ยมมาก
รอดูใน Facebook เล
ค้าง
ย
ไว้
นะ
ก่
ฮะ
อนค้างไว้ก่อนอย่าเพิ่งเอาลงอย่าเพิ่งเอาลง
สุด
พี่
ยอด
ทีมงาน
สุดย
คะ
อด
ใครที่ค้างไว้นานที่สุดแจกไปเลยนะคะไอเทมโค้ดของเรา เรื่องหลอกเด็กนี่ถนัดมากค่ะ
นะ แต่อย่างที่พี่แบมบอกครับย้ำให้ฟังอีกสักครั้งแล้วกัน
ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวจะมีการแจกแน่นอน อันนี้เราอยากจะแจกจริงๆ แล้วก็อยากจะแจกปริมาณให้เยอะที่สุด ให้แจก
ค่ะ
คนที่เยอะที่สุด งั้นอยากให้อยู่ในงานนะฮะ
อยาก
เพ
ให้
ราะ
อ
ว่า
ยู่ในงาน
จะแจกให้สำหรับคนที่อยู่ในงานเท่านั้น
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็จะมีพี่ๆทีมงานนะคะ แอบไปมอบให้อย่างแน่นอนค่ะ สุดท้ายนี้นะคะ ย้ำกันก่อน
ค
ว่า
รับ
มาถึงไฟนอลเราแบบนี้ค่ะ เข้าไปทายผลผู้ที่ชนะกันได้นะคะ ในแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile ค่ะ
โอเคครับ เวลาที่รอคอยมาถึงแล้วนะครับ ขอเสียงปรบมือดัง ๆ ให้กับการแข่งขันนัดชิงชนะเลิศนะฮะระหว่างเกาหลีใต้และประเทศเวียดนาม
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword, and with me is Hibidi. We've come a long way to this stage right here. So many qualifiers have been played. All the participants have played their group stages. From 12, we are now down to the final 2. It's Vietnam, it's South Korea. It is going to be a huge match. This is going to be a best of 5, so stick around, guys. It's going to be a long, hard-fought match because both of these two players have shown such incredible skill, talent, patience, and above all, tenacity to reach this far. Hibidi, what do you think is going to be like? This is going to be a huge match, man. Best of 5.
I think Hibidi will storm the stage and steal the cup, and that'll be it. They will have to come to Singapore to take it back from me. But in all seriousness, both these players, as you said, they have played brilliantly throughout the tournament. They are in the final for a reason. I hope we'll see attacking play. But on what we've seen so far today, I am shifting slightly towards Korea to wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, he did show quite a lot of willpower. Haven't had gone behind against the tournament favorites, Sweden, Boras legend. He lost the first match 2-1, and even in the second match, he managed to hold his ground, but had to face the lottery of penalties. Lots of things must be going through his mind. So to have come from behind to get a win, I'm sure he'll be pumped up and make sure he doesn't make the same mistake twice
He will
again.
be, but the main thing for him is that he has to keep his composure. This is a best of 5. He doesn't want to peak too early. If he gets a 2-goal lead, he shouldn't try and go for 3, 4, 5 goals. He should just keep it slow, make sure he's fresh for the remaining games that are coming up.
Well, there's not only stuff for him to win, but for you guys at home as well. Just before we forget, there's also the predict and win portion here. We are opening the suggestions here for the predict and win. Is just choose between Korea and Vietnam. Who do you think will be the world champion of FIFA Online 3 for this tournament, the Intercontinentals 2016? Will it be Korea or will it be Vietnam? All you have to do is to post in the YouTube chat from now until the start of the first game. Put down Korea if you think that South Korea's Visual BGS2 is going to win, followed by your in-game manager name. If you think that Vietnam's DCG Sum can win this, put down Vietnam followed by your in-game manager name. The options are open now. It will only close during kickoff of this first game. Once the kickoff has occurred for this very first game on the best of 5, it will close. So good luck for all you guys at home, and hope that the person you're betting on will win. Anyways, let's go back into the match here. Paris Saint-Germain against Juventus. I do not think that both of these teams have used it. Both these teams, let me just check the stats here. I do not think so. It looks like both Vietnam and Korea has never used both the teams. So we have to wait and see which manager is using which team here, unless Hibidi Yuka are able to find out here. It looks like Vietnam is using Juventus.
Yeah,
so
it looked that way because PSG, they're playing with the 4-4-2 formation that Kim is so used to playing. So pretty much that is how it's going down.
Well, 4-4-2 against 4-3-3. In your expert analysis, Hibidi, do you think that it's going to be a mismatch?
Well, I mean, 4-3-3 is the formation that the modern game favors more. Because you have more control in midfield. So with the 4-4-2, Kim is going to have to play from back to front very quickly to negate that midfield pressure. That is how he is going to have success in this game. But interestingly, we noticed that Ibrahimovic, he is not in the starting lineup for this PSG team. Probably form morale, down arrow or something like that. But even if he's down, he is your star man. Ibrahimovic not being in the lineup, that is a bit unusual for me.
Well, there you have it, guys. We are going to start into the first match of the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5. You only have a few more seconds until the entries close for the predict and win, guys. Only about 5 to 10 more seconds. Once kickoff starts, we will close the predict and win. So good luck to all of you. The winner will go home with 10 million EP points, but only if the team of your choice wins. A final look at the lineups before we start the grand finals of this huge tournament. Huge prizes are at stake. Both of them have confirmed at least $5,000 in cash prizes. The winner, however, will double that to $9,800. And here we go. The start of the first game of this best of 5 is Paris Saint-Germain from left to right, being controlled by South Korea's Visual BJS2, up against Juventus, being controlled by Vietnam's DCG Sum, playing from right to left.
Yeah, I don't know. Visual BJS, he just decided to stop the ball in the middle of the park there in a final. So a bit unusual, but whatever works for him. He's in the final. I'm not one to talk.
Maybe just one last show of showmanship there. Sami Khedira passing the ball back to Gianluigi Buffon, and they're just passing the ball out of the box here, not wanting to kick the ball out. But finally, Paul Pogba collects the ball outside the box. Still very Oh, very cagey defense style here by Juventus. Paris Saint-Germain on the attack right now. Lucas for Korea linking up with Edinson Cavani. Great defending by Giorgio Chiellini.
Yeah, played the ball into a tight spot there for Cavani, who isn't the best with his ball control, so that is on Lucas there, that mistake.
Switch of flanks to the right side. Paul Pogba tries to chase that, but Thiago Silva, the captain of PSG as well as the Brazilian national team, manages to get away with the ball. This ball away. Here comes Edinson Cavani. You mentioned about the ball control. Let's see how well he does with the ball here. Passes right to Thiago Motta. And he just holds the ball up while he waits for his strikers to get into better positions. Javier Pastore, an early crossing with his left foot. Cavani tries to tee it off for another player, unable to do so. Juventus hacks the ball away, but immediately gives the ball back to Paris Saint-Germain. Javier Pastore again, that's the second time in a row that he has tried that early cross of sorts from the middle of the pitch, and this time connects with Edinson Cavani, but the header straight to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, once again, no Ibra in this side for PSG.
Very interesting.
Left on the bench, or maybe not even in the squad entirely. So they're gonna have to find a plan B to play forward without their star man.
Very interesting that they're not playing with Zlatan Ibrahimovic. So Edinson Cavani will have to lead the front line on his own here, but he has plenty of support from the back. And the two center midfielders, Blaise Matuidi and Marco Verratti, just playing the ball amongst each other. Playing it slow, playing it precise here. Javier Pastore, great skill move to get past the defender. Can he get a cross in? Still taking his time, however. Is that a corner kick? Yes, it is, in favor of Korea. Corner kick to be taken by Livin Kurzawa of PSG with his left foot. Here comes the in-swinger, aiming towards the defender there. Hacked off the line by the defender. I believe that was Quadri Asamoah who got that off. But quick is the counter-attack here. Juan Cuadrado linking up with Asamoah on the left. Cuadrado being deployed in a left striker position in front of Quadri Asamoah, who has no option other than to throw it back to his left back, Alexandro. Alvaro Morata tries to tee off. Oh, it's a punch instead of catch here. Morata in a good position to strike. However, his footwork is a bit weak there. Claudio Marchisio still trying to get a cross in. Here comes Paul Pogba. The header. Ooh, that almost beat Salvatore Sirigu, but standing strong on the line, he manages to catch the ball and throw it out into safety.
Yeah, unlucky there for Paul Pogba right at the end of the first half. You know, he rose highest, but the defender was, you know, just close to him enough to put him off, and the header fell nicely into the hands of Sirigu in goal for PSG.
At least it's a little bit of an open sort of match at the moment here. No huge midfield scrappy battles that we've seen in the past few matches, but still in terms of finishing, neither team able to get the ball into the net. We start off the second half here with Juventus being controlled by Vietnam's DCG Sum, playing from left to right. He's attacking right now, and he's attacking against Korea's Paris Saint-Germain, controlled by the Korean manager Visual BJS2, and he had a fantastic tackle there with Gregory van der Wiel. He's attacking from right to left in the dark blue of Paris Saint-Germain. Javier Pastore, nice turn there to get away from the tackle of defender. Edinson Cavani playing the channels, playing the left channel, but losing the ball out to Paul Pogba. Can Marchisio weave his way through? Yes, he can. Paul Pogba linking with Cuadrado. He spots the run of the striker there, but unable to get past the defender Livin Kurzawa, and he manages to clear the ball away.
Yeah, it hasn't been crisp, the passing so far. You know, nerves in the final perhaps. They should calm down eventually. It is a best of 5, so, you know, plenty of football left in this contest yet.
Livin Kurzawa joins the attack from right back position. Here's Blaise Matuidi, the defensive midfielder, actually deployed as right midfield, interestingly. Passes the ball back to Marco Verratti. Matuidi makes the run. Javier Pastore on his left foot. Unable to make. Oh, there's a brilliant turn there. But still, it's Bonucci passing it back to Buffon. Thank goodness that the Italian goalkeeper #1 has managed to get the ball away, because that was dangerous defending there. Alvaro Morata lays it forward. Quadri Asamoah back to Claudio Marchisio. Asamoah making the run, but Livin Kurzawa, excellent interception just outside the box. Pastore rushing down the middle. Has friends to his left and right in support. Passes back to Motta. Pastore makes the run forward, but Giorgio Chiellini, strong tackle in the center defensive midfield position, able to stop the run of Paris Saint-Germain. Here comes Paul Pogba. There's a very weak kick there, but equally weak defending by PSG. Alvaro Morata finds space on the left. Thiago Silva, look at that, the attention given by the Brazilian defender. However, Asamoah is in space here. The cross so far behind. Tusame Khedira doesn't even attempt to shoot there. Cuadrado, is he fouled inside the box? It's a clean tackle according to the referee.
Yeah,
and a quick counter-attack by PSG.
Both players seemingly running out of ideas, and we're only in game 1 and it seems to be getting cagier and cagier as the seconds go by.
85 minutes have elapsed in this game. Still, none of them have really registered a proper shot on target. None of them really troubling the goalkeeper. Coming close quite a number of times, but still nothing to show for it. Here comes Sami Khedira. Pass forward. Alvaro Morata gets past one defender, unable to get past Marco Verratti, who's playing excellently in the defensive midfield position. Javier Pastore tries to buy some space and some time for his striker partners. Edinson Cavani, maybe he can go on his own. Still Edinson Cavani, brilliant! Edinson Cavani! There's a brilliant move there. And the Korean player knows it. That was his best chance of scoring. Wonderful skill moves. Unfortunately, inaccurate shots.
What a move at the end. You just wonder if it was Ibrahimovic doing that instead, would that have found its way into the top corner? But you know, in the end it was Edinson Cavani. Great skill move, great all the way onto the shot. But it was not meant to be, and we go into extra time.
Extra time we go into indeed. And Sung-Seop, otherwise known as the Korean representative, Visual BJS2, he makes the change. He came ever so close. He could have won you the final kick of the game. And if you are looking at the camera, you can see him flailing his arms in despair. Because, wow, that was a brilliant move. That could have been contender for goal of the tournament.
It was. I mean, it deserved the goal. I mean, you know, sometimes FIFA does not reward you for good play. It's better to be lucky than good.
Indeed. You should know best. Oh well, there's always another tournament coming up soon, and Sung-Seop actually calls for a second timeout. Actually, 30 seconds was not enough to make his changes. He calls for yet another one here. Of course, each player is given a maximum of 3 pauses to make the necessary changes as and when he sees fit. And we kick off extra time here between Korea and Vietnam. Is a game 1 of this best of 5 series between the two potential champions of the world for FIFA Online 3. Korea is having to defend right now. He's using Paris Saint-Germain on the ball, of course, playing from left to right in the dark blue attire of Paris Saint-Germain. His opponent defending right now from right to left is Vietnam's DCG Sum in the black and white of Juventus. And oh, there's a dangerous sliding tackle there. I'm not so sure what Vietnam was thinking doing that. It could have caused an unnecessary penalty kick, but unable to get past the defenders. It looks like David Luiz has been pushed up to central defensive midfield position there.
Oh yeah, he certainly seems to be positioned a bit higher up the pitch. But it could be a temporary swap. You know, free form, Verratti drops back into central defense to help out. So we'll see how that develops.
Thiago Silva, as always, being a rock in defense. Easily one of the top 2 defenders of the season 15 database of the game here, and he's showing why. Even though his partner David Luiz is just hanging around in the midfield area, is still Mr. Reliable Thiago Silva at the back to clean things up for him. And still, as of now, still remains scoreless. Triple substitution here. Serge Aurier, Marquinhos comes in. Didn't quite catch the third person there, but it's a triple substitution by PSG, by Korea. And that means he has no other substitutes to make.
Yeah, no emotion whatsoever on the face of Sam from Vietnam. Look at him, steady-eyed, with resolve.
Well, he has had a very tough path to come here. If anything, he deserves to be in the top 2 after defeating France, Giuliano from France, Julian Dassonville, as well as China's the defending champion from China, Ding Chairong, exactly. And you know, even knocking out the Thailand representative, the number 1 representative from Thailand out, he has had a very, very tough path to come here, and I think he deserves to be at least second, if not first. But he has some defending to do, because Lucas just whipped in an excellent cross, but Edinson Cavani just stood around, not expecting the cross to be reaching his position.
A little bit of hit and hope, really. That was old engine style crossing, you know, sending the ball in from 40 yards out, hoping for a striker to chest it down. Doesn't work anymore, and Visual just reverting to old tactics, seemingly momentarily.
A triple substitute of Vietnam's own here, Mario Mandzukic, Patrice Evra, and Hernanes coming into play for Juventus. Excuse me, for Vietnam.
Yeah, I personally rate Hernanes as a player. He has a good weak foot on him, good long shot, and he can play both sides of the ball. He can tackle, he can intercept, and he can pass as well.
Of course, but it's too late to make any open play goals here because regulation time has ended, extra time has ended. After 120 minutes of open play, the game still ends at 0-0. We will go into the very first penalty shootout for the grand finals of this tournament. And what a way to start the best of 5. If this carries on, we're going to have a very long day here. Thiago Motta to start things off for Korea. He buries it to the bottom right. 1-0 after the first kick. Vietnam with Hernanes, the substitute, can get one past Salvatore Sirigu again, the excellent save. The previous penalty shootout, he was successful as well. Here comes Lucas, and another brilliant save there by Gianluigi Buffon for Juventus. Can Mario Mandzukic get one in? Past Sirigu, no he cannot. Sirigu, absolutely wonderful goalkeeping there by the Argentinian. Here comes Augustine, and he buries one past the goalkeeper. It's Korea with the huge advantage here, possibly 2-0 after 3 kicks each. Paul Pogba, oh, Sirigu almost saves it. If you're just one step to his right, actually saved it. Cavani here, can he score against Buffon? Buffon saved one. Oh, he ducked underneath that, and Cavani manages to sneak one past the Italian number 1. Stefan Lichtsteiner for Juventus. He has to score this, or Juventus will drop the first set. Wow. Oh, he actually manages to squeeze it under Salvatore Sirigu. Still a lifeline for Juventus. Only if Buffon can save this from the captain, Thiago Silva, who has had a fantastic run in defense. Can the Brazilian captain do it? Thiago Silva drills one right down the middle, and South Korea takes the series lead. After one game, it's 1-0 to him.
Well, you wouldn't say well deserved, but he kept his composure in the shootout, made 2 big saves from those first 2 shots, and the advantage is with him now. Some from Vietnam is going to have his work cut out for him. He has to win 3 games, obviously, in this best of 5 series. And on the balance of play from this first game, you know, you really can't call it between these 2 players. They're just so closely matched. Yep. It wasn't a midfield battle. There were chances, but no real clear-cut chances, and that's why we were 0-0 after 120 minutes.
Yep, exactly. You know, as I predicted before, I think it's going to be a long, drawn-out match. The first one ended in penalty kicks with Korea controlling PSG, getting the win after defeating his opponent 4 kicks to 2. And we shall see and shall wait and see what are the teams that both players will go use, because now their options are whittling down at the moment here. Korea can't use Paris Saint-Germain, he can't use Barcelona, Manchester City, Chelsea, and who else can't he use? South Korea, I'm not so sure what else. But, you know, we might be looking at perhaps Manchester United Dortmund match coming up later on.
Yeah, possibly. I would like to see Fellaini go up against Bender.
Very interesting. Here's some highlights. That was the brilliant move by Edinson Cavani. Should have ended the game right there, and then with the final kick of the game, you can see the reactions from the crowd. There's absolutely beautiful play. He himself can't believe that he missed that, but it doesn't really matter because he manages to win it through the penalty kicks here, courtesy of some excellent choices made by this player in terms of goalkeeping dives. And wow, I will not repeat the hand gesture that he did, but that was really excellent there. And he gets the win, the very first one of the best of 5. Oh my god, thank god that wasn't caught on camera.
Yeah, comical moment there from Kim Seong-sup.
Well, in any case, you know, we're going to take a very short break here while we wait for the players to finish choosing the next teams here. Do remember that the entries for the Predict and Win has been closed earlier on. because, well, it will be kind of unfair to those who chose Vietnam, because right now Korea is leading the series after the first game, 1 win to nothing. Stick around for game number 2 of this best of 5 in the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 between South Korea and Vietnam. Stick around, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 for EA Sports FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword and with me is Hibidi. We are going straight into game number 2 because we have confirmation that the players have started the matchups here. And yep, it looks like Paris Saint-Germain is... Well, not so sure actually who PSG is. Vietnam. Vietnam will be using Paris Saint-Germain and Juventus will be Korea, and it's actually a mirror match. They're using the exact same teams, it's just they switch sides.
Pretty much, yeah. So we'll see how well PSG is used now by Vietnam.
Well, we're looking.
Is there Ibra? That's my question.
There is Ibrahimovic. We have another screen here where we did manage to see the lineups here, and it looks like Paris Saint-Germain. There you have on screen Ibrahimovic there. 4-3-3. This is the Korean team. I'm sorry, the Vietnamese team. Zlatan Ibrahimovic up front, and right here we're going to have one last look. Similar as well, actually. 4-3-3, almost the exact same shape for Juventus, and this is of course for South Korea. So no more 4-4-2 for South Korea. He's shifted to a 4-3-3.
Yeah, probably wants to match Vietnam in midfield. You know, he wasn't really getting a lot of joy in that department. He couldn't cope with the high pressure from the Vietnamese midfielders, and so he's going like for like, try and outplay him based on his execution. We'll see how that plays out.
Oh, it's Zlatan Ibrahimovic right now for Paris Saint-Germain, trying to get the early cross into that player inside the box there. Nothing happening for him. And Zaza goes out in attack for Juventus. Juventus, of course, being controlled by South Korea. He's playing from right to left in the pink away jersey of Juventus. And his opponent, Paris Saint-Germain, being controlled by Vietnam's DCG Sum. He's playing from left to right in the all-blue home kit of Paris Saint-Germain. He has a bit of defending to do because Alvaro Morata is outside the box. He has a strong left foot. Oh, here comes Alvaro Morata. What a brilliant save that was. Another brilliant tackle by PSG. And somehow the scoreline still stays at 0-0.
Once again, Kim Seong-sup's hands are flapping about because he just can't convert these chances.
Juventus, however, has the corner kick. Here comes South Korea. And it looks like maybe a short option presents itself. However, they find a number of people inside the box. Here comes the in-swinger. It's Serge Aurier with the clearance out. Thiago Motta tries to clear the ball as far as he can. Manages to feed Angel Di Maria, who lays it left to Lucas. Surely he will try to go on the left side, but he's being forced to go all the way back by Korea. Juventus piling on the pressure. High field court pressing at the moment by Juventus here.
Yeah, you
Thiago
see
Motta.
straight away the consequence of him changing formation to 3 in midfield. He can apply so much more pressure on the ball.
Exactly, but Thiago Silva showing how much of a beast he is in defense as well. And he's actually joining the attack. Angel Di Maria feeding his captain in front of him, Thiago Silva. How good is he at the cross? He actually manages to field Angel Di Maria. And what an acrobatic clearance that was by Juventus. And now it's 3-on-2. Oh, brilliant through ball for Juventus. Asamoah with the chip. Can he get it deep in underneath? Yes, he can, but is on the wrong side of the post. An early scare there by Vietnam because Korea almost made it 2-0.
Yeah, these chips, they are really hard to, keep on target. Your aiming really has to be spot on, and Korea just probably got his angles slightly wrong there.
Here comes another chance here. Paul Pogba might want to switch with his right foot. Gets the defender to commit to the tackle, but still unable to get past Thiago Silva. My goodness, what a tackler he is. A beast in center defense. And Javier Pastore goes forward. Zlatan Ibrahimovic calls for it, but he's not in a good position to receive the ball. Marco Verratti lays it right to Angel Di Maria. So much space. The game is so much wider and more open than the previous one. Giorgio Chiellini makes the tackle and Sami Khedira clears the ball out.
Yeah, the game is going to be stretched with these mirror formations. We're seeing 4-3-3, so the wingers do not track back. They stay up the pitch. And once you launch a long ball upfield in transition, your opponent's in danger.
Inaccurate pass there by Sami Khedira of Juventus. Ibrahimovic just twirls the ball around the defender. Here comes Ibrahimovic leaving. Thiago Motta up into space and he scores the first goal. Paris Saint-Germain controlled by Korea. And Paris Saint-Germain controlled by Vietnam actually. And I got mixed up because I saw the Korean player clapping his hands after that goal.
Oh, probably clapping his hands in a sarcastic manner because, he's had the better chances in this game. But somehow it is Vietnam getting the goal against the run of play.
Indeed. Well, if the scoreline stays the same here, then Vietnam gets the win. But there's still lots of time remaining. Not much time remaining in this half, however. 45 minutes have elapsed unless Paris Saint-Germain can somehow squeeze out a second goal. Not enough time for that to do so. End of the first half, a very, very entertaining first half, I might add, ends in the favor of Paris Saint-Germain, 1-0 to Team Vietnam.
Yeah, certainly a very entertaining half, but Korea will be kicking himself. He still looks composed. You see him nodding to his music on screen. But these chances here, this one should have been buried by Pogba. And then this chip here from Asamoah just got his bearings all wrong. And look at him saying sorry to his wife in the crowd or something. But this was the goal. Ibrahimovic, there you go, making the difference in the starting lineup as a number 9. Cushioning it down for Morata. Not Morata, sorry. Thiago Motta to smash it in at the near post.
And that's the ability of Zlatan Ibrahimovic when they have a truly proper world-class target man up front. He can make the layoffs happen for his teammates around him.
Exactly, which is why I think even though the arrow was down for Ibra in the previous game for visual BJ, we should have put him in the starting lineup as well.
Well, it looks like Korea down 1-0 in this game number 2 of the best of 5 against Vietnam. It's making some changes on the stroke of halftime. Possibly some substitutions might be expected here. We kick off with Juventus in possession, playing from left to right. In control is Korea, playing as Juventus in the pink away jersey, and his opponents in the lead. Paris Saint-Germain being controlled by Vietnam's DCG Sum. Has a little bit of defending to do right now, but of course he's in the lead defending from right to left, defending very well with Javier Pastore. He is controlling Paris Saint-Germain in the dark blue outfit here. Lucas with some speed, switches all the way to the right flank. Brilliant vision there by Lucas. Angel Di Maria on his stronger left foot. Unfortunately, couldn't mirror the abilities of Lucas, even though it was on his stronger foot, perhaps off balance. But here comes Zaza again with the crossfield passing here. The long passes have been quite immaculate for both of these two teams, and the tackling as well for Paris Saint-Germain. Really, really fantastic. However, the same can't be said regarding the passing in the final third.
Well, so far, Kim has found it really hard in the second half to create space, but here's a chance for Zaza, sorry.
Sergio Aguero loses the ball, and Marquinhos, oh, it's such a penalty. Was that considered by the goalkeeper or Marquinhos or one of the defenders here? But what's for sure is that there is a penalty in favor for Juventus. He might be able to get the equalizer here. It's Claudio Marchisio, one of the mainstays of Juventus. Can he bury it? Salvatore Sirigu yet again, showing that he is by far the best at saving penalties in this tournament. That must have been the third match in a row that he's saved his team in penalty shootouts. Javier Pastore with the quick counter-attack. Can Angel Di Maria latch onto it? Yes, but ever. My goodness, that must be really, very irritating for Korea, because no matter what he does, he just can't score.
Lady Luck certainly not on his side in this game, as well as in the first game.
The old lady of Turin is definitely not smiling on him right now. 73rd minute of the match. Still 1-0. Somehow, Juventus unable to score. Can he score from this outing here? However, the defender gets in front to nip the ball away, and Lucas find Zlatan Ibrahimovic, decides to cut it back, manages to draw no less than 3 defenders to him. Paul Pogba here finds Morata. Oh, what a brilliant through ball. Mandzukic, surely, yes, finally, in the 79th minute of the game, the substitute Mario Mandzukic latches onto that perfectly weighted long through ball by Paul Pogba and shuffles it under the goalkeeper. 1-0 in this fantastic match.
Well, you have to just sit back and applaud the composure shown by Kim. A lesser man would have let his head drop after all those missed chances, but Mandzukic with the composure to take it down and wait for the on-rushing keeper to come down before he slotted it under his body.
Wow, 80th minute of the game, and finally South Korea has managed to score after 6 shots on target. He finally gets it with the 6th one. Even a penalty couldn't get it. But, well, the scoreline is 1-0 unless PSG can somehow get it in here. Wow, that's actually a shot on target by the defenders, but Gianluigi Buffon is able to smother that and hold it safe onto it. Alvaro Morata spots the
should have gone over the top there.
Javier Pastore, he's been getting the interceptions all day long. Can the defender get it? It's Paul Pogba. He has a wonderful right foot shot here, but Serge Aurier, the Ivory Coast fullback, is able to cut it out there. Again, counter-attack after counter-attack after counter-attack, and finally, the 90th minute, we can say an end to regulation time in this superbly exciting match here. 1-1. Again, we're going to extra time, HBD.
Well, the formation change at the start of the second game just opened the match up back to front. Both players with wingers that don't track back and able to stretch the play, and the game, as a consequence, has just been back to front all 90 minutes.
Well, Lucas with the intercept here, but the defenders for Juventus is able to smother that out of danger. Juventus being controlled by South Korea. He has the game advantage. He almost lost this game because no matter how much he tried, Juventus couldn't score, but in the end he manages to do so. Scoreline now stays at 1-1. His opponent, of course, playing from left to right in the blue of Paris Saint-Germain, is Vietnam's DCG Sum. He has a little bit of defending to do, but he has plenty of defenders behind. Mario Mandzukic, the goal scorer, is unable to get forward, but here's Paul Pogba on the ball right now in a deeper position than Sami Khedira. That's a poor pass there by Paul Pogba. Another counter-attack. Surely he spots that one on the right-hand side. Yes, he does. Lucas switches the flank yet again to Zlatan Ibrahimovic this time. Antonio Barzagli clears that out. The mental strength required by both of these players to just, be so composed and not make any mistakes. I don't see any real, like tragic mistakes happening so far in the game, and that shows a lot of regarding the mental strength of these two players.
Yeah, the defensive positioning, especially, it's been spot on. No player has been dragged out of position by movement. They've kept their shape very well, and that's why this contest has been so tight. But, having said that, Visual has created 5 chances, 5 clear-cut opportunities, and he should be well and truly in the lead.
He should have been like 3-4-1 ahead by the moment, but if anything, it's a mix of poor finishing from Visual BGS of Korea coupled together with amazing, I'm not so sure you want to call it lucky, but I think it's quite, quite terrific defending skills of VCG Sum of Vietnam to keep the score somehow level at 1-1 after 105 minutes of play. We're coming into the start of the second half of extra time here. Paris Saint-Germain defending from right to left against Juventus, attacking from left to right in the pink. South Korea controlling Juventus. He manages to claw back from almost certain defeat quite in the last few minutes of the game. But he has to defend here because Paris Saint-Germain, controlled by Vietnam, is on the prowl with Angel Di Maria in the middle of the area. Has to be forced to pass it back to the right back, however. Serge Aurier trying to get past the defender. Here comes Javier Pastore, linking up with Angel Di Maria on his favorite left foot. Can he get a shot in? It is a quick move there by Zlatan Ibrahimovic. What a save by Gianluigi Buffon for South Korea.
What a first touch from Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Look at him bamboozling the defender, not knowing where he was going to go, and point blank move reflexes from Buffon in goal to keep things level.
36-year-old Gianluigi Buffon still shows that he has what it takes to compete at the top level. Double substitution here, Ricardo Pereira, and I'm afraid I didn't quite catch the second player there to substitute, but we have a double substitution here late in the match for Juventus. He has to defend, however, against Paris Saint-Germain. The corner kick to be taken by Angel Di Maria, coming close. Thiago Silva, so good in defense, just unable to get the header below the bar. Might end with another penalty shootout, ladies and gentlemen, here. Unless Paris Saint-Germain can get something out of it. Doesn't seem to be that way. We are going to penalty shootout number 2 of 2 in this fantastic matchup, this fantastic grand finals of the Intercontinentals. But somehow, even though it's been so long, the match has been so long, I don't find myself bored at all. It's really entertaining in my opinion.
It's been end-to-end stuff, especially in the second game. Once again, the formation change, it has opened things up. And, these players, they have started to click and they have started to turn the screw in the attacking department. We saw right at the end there a scare for Kim Seong-sup when Thiago Silva arrived late in the box in between 2 defenders. But look at this peach of a pass here. Onto the toe of Mandzukic. Didn't have to break stride. One touch and slotting it under the keeper in the near post. What a pass here, and what control, and what a finish. The perfect goal, really.
The ball just dropped dead at, Mario Mandzukic's feet there. Perfect control, perfect pass here. Is Buffon against Sirigu. Is Paris Saint-Germain against Juventus. Vietnam against Korea, with Vietnam going first, and he scores that first goal. We've seen a lot of Salvatore Sirigu. Sorry, it's Kevin Trapp actually. Kevin Trapp, he makes another save. Second penalty in the game, a second save for Kevin Trapp. Here comes Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Can Buffon repeat that? Yes, he can. Buffon says to Trapp, whatever you can do, I can do as well, if not better. Paul Pogba for Juventus, and he sends Kevin Trapp flying in the wrong direction after 2 shots each. Score is 1-1. Angel Di Maria stands over the ball. Gianluigi Buffon gets a save. Does the ball squeeze in? No, it does not. Another save by the legendary Italian number 1, Gianluigi Buffon.
Yeah, shows you how good Buffon is. Courtois palmed that into his net.
And Mario Mandzukic squeezes yet another one under Kevin Trapp's body there. Can Buffon make another save here against Thiago Silva? Ooh, almost. But it's a repeat of the previous kick there. After 4 kicks, Paris Saint-Germain has scored 2. Can Juventus score 3 here with Cuadrado? What a save that is by Kevin Trapp. Shows that, he can be as legendary as Gianluigi Buffon in penalty kicks.
Huge save there for Vietnam.
Lucas coming down the middle.
Down the middle.
What amazing goalkeeping it is by both Buffon and Kevin Trapp. And Kevin Trapp must save this if his team were to win. Juventus, Stefan Lichtsteiner, the right back for Juventus. Where does he go? He sends Kevin Trapp the wrong way. After 5 kicks each, we are going into sudden death One by one, the players will take the penalty kicks. It's Thiago Motta. Can he score one? Then
It went in.
It still went in. But he actually saved it, but not able to stop the velocity of the ball. Ricardo Pereira comes in for Juventus, up against Kevin Trapp. Can Trapp save it against Pereira, the substitute for Juventus? Oh, they're so close.
Dumper.
Fingertips there. A little bit more height, and he could have saved it. Serge Aurier, the right back for Paris Saint-Germain. Vietnam against Korea. Korea saves it.
Save.
Gianluigi Buffon.
With another
Magical
big hand,
goalkeeping.
getting his hand on that ball.
Can Kevin Trapp repeat it? If Kevin Trapp does not save this, the win goes to the favor of Juventus. Korea will take the second win. Quadre Asamoah, he goes the correct way, but still sneaks underneath. The scoreline is now 2-0 in favor of South Korea. Hibidi, your thoughts on this match?
Wow, what a shootout. Top quality keeping, top quality penalty kicking technique as well. We saw so many shots where the keeper went the right way, but you know, the placement of the penalties was just too good and the keepers just couldn't get a hand on them.
I am so tired after casting that. That was easily one of the best penalty shootouts I've ever casted in my FIFA career. Great goalkeeping by both Kevin Trapp as well as Gianluigi Buffon. Hats off to them, man.
That's all. I mean, best penalty shootout we've seen today, as well as the best 120 minutes of football, end-to-end stuff.
Exactly.
Never a dull moment, and we hope the third game and fourth and potentially fifth will be as good as this one.
Exactly. Well, as it stands, after 2 matches of this best of 5, Korea wins both of them. 120 minutes for both of the matches, penalty shootouts for both of the matches, end-to-end stuff for both of the matches. It is really, really exciting. Not a single boring game so far. It is a great way to end the tournament. Stick around for game number 3. We might just end it with a 3-0 win for Korea. Can Korea seal the deal in the third game, or will we see yet another miraculous comeback by Team Vietnam for DCG Jump? Stick around, guys. We will be back very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals of the Intercontinentals 2016 for FIFA Online 3. I'm Evil Sword and with me is Hibidi. We have had a smashing series of games so far between South Korea as well as Vietnam. Visual BJS2 representing South Korea is in the lead after 2 games. 2 games to nil to his opponent Vietnam's DCG Sum. You know what that means in this best of 5, all Korea has to do is to win this match right here and he will be declared as the world champion of FIFA Online 3. And this is the match, Hibidi, I know that you are waiting for as well. It's Borussia Dortmund against Man U. It is Vietnam using Manchester United and Korea using Borussia Dortmund.
Well, I mean, since Vietnam is using Manchester United, he might as well throw in the towel now. Worst squad ever for Manchester United in over 2 decades, in my opinion. But I mean, Korea, I think they have the better lineup in Aubameyang, one of the top strikers in Europe at the moment. They have Marco Reus on the flank, Mkhitaryan in the hole, and Bender in midfield. So I think this Dortmund side is way, way better than Man U. And you see Fellaini there with the afro. He does not fill you with confidence when you see him walking on the pitch.
You know, but I do agree with you fully regarding Borussia Dortmund. You know, it may be, in my opinion, a tier 2 team, but it's a very well-balanced tier 2 team. It's going to be the last season for Mats Hummels in a yellow Dortmund shirt there. He appears beside Lukas Piszczek, actually. That's very interesting to see Piszczek in centre-back position. And this is the Korean team, of course, here, 4-3-3. Well, all he has to do is win one with Manchester United. You know, doing something that Louis van Gaal can't and winning a championship with Man U.
Yeah, I'm seeing Phil Jones at centre-back and I feel scared already for the Vietnam fans.
Well, as it stands here, it is Korea up against Vietnam. Korea in control of Manchester United, playing in, of course, the red team. Sorry, Korea controlling Borussia Dortmund, playing in the traditional yellow and black Hornet attire, and Manchester United playing from right to left, in control by Vietnam, playing from right to left in the traditional Red Devils jersey, the red and white. Bastian Schweinsteiger for Manchester United coming in the middle here. Marwan Fellaini, Afro-man himself, passes the ball straight to Marco Reus as expected. But Marco Reus, what a beautifully weighted pass to Henrik Mkhitaryan on the right-hand side. Mkhitaryan, however, found his path blocked by the imposing figure of Marcos Rojo. Clearance only as far as Adrian Ramos, however. Can he link up with Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang? Trying to bamboozle his way inside the goal area. Aubameyang still can't get any options anywhere whatsoever. Hounded by the Manchester United player Adrian Ramos with Mike Leitner, in fact Sven Bender. This is actually great defending by Manchester United, by Vietnam at the moment here. Henrik Mkhitaryan, still no attempts being made into the box. They're just building things up right now here. Leitner is unable to get the ball inside. Counter attack for Ashley Young. Does he see the option in front? Taking too late, Ashley Young, and Damian having had to pass it away. Ashley Young again unable to do so. End-to-end stuff right now, Hibidi. I'm not so sure how things are going at the moment here.
Well, it's been it hasn't been cagey, but it hasn't been top quality at the moment. You know, both players just trying to play high-octane football right now, but most of the play right now going through Dortmund. You know, they're camping outside Manchester United's box. And United right now just looking to hit on the counter.
Bastian Schweinsteiger laying off to Memphis Depay. Up front, he spots the run by Juan Mata, but Juan Mata does not have the speed. He has the ability to pass and is a great playmaker, but doesn't have the speed to outrun Marcel Schmelzer. Schweinsteiger going for the cross here onto the path of Fellaini. No shot taking place here. Back to Bastian Schweinsteiger just outside the box. Lays it left to Luke Shaw, the left back, the young left back for England and Man U. Here comes the cross in again out to Fellaini, trying to pass the ball into the net. Anthony Martial gets the ball back here out to Schweinsteiger. Really endless stuff. The ball actually has not gone out of bounds whatsoever. Schweinsteiger yet again down the middle. Fellaini, Schweinsteiger again hovering outside the box. Ashley Young with a shot finally, and almost curls one past the goalkeeper, but is able to beat Weidenfeller, but not the post.
Yeah, for about 10 to 15 minutes, United camped outside the Dortmund penalty area, similar to what we saw in the opening exchanges from Visual BJS outside the United box. But Fellaini doing his bit, recycling possession twice, winning those rebounds, and the lanky poodle proving that he isn't as useless as people think he is.
Lanky poodle indeed. But here comes a counter attack on the left hand side. Marco Reus is able to control that ball. Henrik Mkhitaryan all the way to the right hand side where Adrian Ramos is waiting on the wings. Ramos is up against Luke Shaw, who is keeping a very close eye on the striker. Mkhitaryan yet again, but well taken by Juan Mata. And that's actually a foul against Mkhitaryan. Finally a breather here for Manchester United to regain some composure and getting the ball forward to Memphis Depay. Too far, however, not enough time anyways in the half. And the stuff over here but it's very difficult to see who's having the upper hand. It's just so frantic.
Yeah, there haven't been any notable goal scoring opportunities so far. You know, it's just been end-to-end stuff without real quality in the final third. It's been great up to that point, but in the final third, they have to improve in terms of sharpness and efficiency.
This is easily one of the most entertaining, finals I've casted so far in my career here. And it looks like even though this is the third game, it could end right here, right now, if Borussia Dortmund, controlled by Korea, can somehow eke out a win in this match. Because this is a best of 5 and Korea is already leading 2-0. Leitner trying to find, I believe there's Mkhitaryan up front, but is well defended by Manchester United. Here comes the link-up play between all the Red Devil players here. Anthony Martial finding himself all alone with no support. Lucas Piszczek being able to make the tackle there from centre-back position. Marco Reus sprays it left to Adrian Ramos. Again, they get the midfield battle. The midfield is very fluid, but up front, there's not much support, and that is what's causing the slowdown in attacks here. Aubameyang just weaving back and forth, finally finding Adrian Ramos. Can Marco Reus cut inside and get a shot perhaps? Phil Jones, excellent tackle inside the box. Not even conceding a penalty there.
Well, you think of Phil Jones, you think of his commitment, you think of his character, especially when he was up against Arsenal a few seasons ago. He had a diving header when he was flat on the floor. So Phil Jones embodies the fighting spirit of United, and he showed it there with a crunching challenge.
A pure English centre-back there, Phil Jones, traditional as he can be. And there is with yet another brilliant interception in defence. Juan Mata, can his cultured left foot conjure something out of nothing here? Memphis Depay with the skills there, almost managing, to pick out Anthony Martial, who's lurking right behind.
Big header there, big chance now.
Go, Adrian Ramos, can he get past Phil Jones? He has to pass to Marco Reus. Marco Reus has a good left foot, right foot. Adrian Ramos squeeze one underneath there. Korea has the lead here. He is on track to winning in 3-0. Adrian Ramos latching onto that beautifully weighted, flighted pass by Marco Reus and squeezes it under David De Gea. 1-0 to South Korea.
Yeah, what a brilliant offensive move. But don't forget, it all started from the back when Lucas Piszczek cut out that dangerous ball over the top. Immediately, Dortmund broke in trademark Dortmund fashion, and Marco Reus with a great dink over the top. And what a finish. 1-0 to Korea with 15 minutes to go. Vietnam has it all to do right now.
78 minutes have elapsed so far in this game. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang can just run forward and look at his blistering space. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang gets an early cross in. Henrik Mkhitaryan gets the ball saved by David De Gea. And actually the ball bounces off Mkhitaryan, goes off for a goal kick. It is squeaky bum time, as Sir Alex Ferguson likes to call it. This is Fergie time. 82 minutes have elapsed in the game. Eric Doom tries to get a long through ball there, can't get past towards Aubameyang. Here comes a counter attack. Juan Mata, Ashley Young for Vietnam. Manchester United and Vietnam has to score 1 goal if they were to stay in this tournament. Anthony Martial finds himself trapped between 3 defenders. Ashley Young, is that a shot or is that a cross? I'm not so sure, but
just a really poor long ball.
Roman Weidenfeller knows all he has to do is to keep in the ball in his possession. Only 1 minute of extra time. Korea will win this if he keeps the ball, and yes, he has done it. South Korea is the world champion of FIFA Online 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion on screen right now is representing South Korea. Visual BJS2.
Absolutely well deserved for Kim Seong-sup from Korea. He overcame adversity in almost every single round, coming from behind, scoring late goals, winning penalty shootouts. He was tested in every single department and he came out trumps every single time. So what a worthy champion. But commiserations of Vietnam, he put up a good fight. And you could argue on another day, if the chances fell differently, he could have been world champion as well.
Well, this guy has had a very long path to the championship. Started off not on the best of matches. He drew 1-1 with Ukraine. Followed that with a win in the group stage, beating Indonesia 2-0, and ended up first in his group of Group B. Qualified right into the semifinals, where he faced the tournament favorite Sweden's Boras Legend, where he actually lost the first game 2-1, but he managed to come back in the second game after a round of penalty shootouts before winning the third game 1-0 in the grand finals. In this best of 5 up against Vietnam, he actually won the first match after a very close encounter. Penalty kicks, he won that 4-2. Second match, draw 1-1 after 120 minutes, a hugely exciting match, and after so many saves and so many penalty kick goals, he won that second match as well against Vietnam. And in that final match, Borussia Dortmund up against Man United, he finishes that with a 1-0 win. Ladies and gentlemen, your championship winner here is South Korea's Visual BJS2 after 3 rounds, winning it 3-0. What a wonderful run he's had.
What a wonderful run and what a wonderful tournament. You know, we've had nice play, we've had exciting play from start to finish, and it is a nice end to a very brilliantly run tournament.
Exactly, man. And you know, this is the very first global tournament, because not only is this limited to Asia, you know, South Korea, China, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia is also expanded to the Western countries, Sweden, Ukraine, as well as France. And you know, I hope that this is the start of more global tournaments for FIFA Online 3.
Yeah, you know, we want to play against the best and we want to see the best in action. So if we have more Europeans, but once again, let's look at this brilliant goal that settled the final. Great dink over the top.
Championship goal right there, and he knows it. He knows in the 75th minute that's all he needs. And the disappointment here by Vietnam. No, even the second place winner here, Vietnam, DCG Sam, he has had a huge run into here. He absolutely deserves at least second place, and you know, commiserations to him on losing in that final stage. But you know, I think he's a very, very good competitor in FIFA Online.
Exactly, and no shame in losing to someone of Visual BJS's quality. You know, he has been one of the top players in Korea for the past few years, and he showed that quality today against international opposition and against a potential opponent in the Asian Cup in July in Vietnam.
Yep, that's right. So commiserations to Vietnam's representative DCG Sam, and congratulations, the heartiest of congratulations from us to Korea's representative Visual BJS2, your world champion for FIFA Online 3. But of course, there's something for you guys to win at home as well. Remember, there was a predict and win portion early on, and the results are in. This person chose Korea as the champion. If your in-game nickname is Neymar Team Junior, that's spelled N3YMARTEAMJR, Neymar Team Junior, you have won yourself 10 million EP points for choosing Korea as your pick of world champion for FIFA Online 3. Well, that's it for us here in the Garena Studios. Thank you so much for joining us. Over the past 2 days, yesterday and today, we have had a smashing tournament. This is easily one of the best tournaments I've ever casted. And you know, I think it goes the same for you. I think you've been doing an excellent job in analyzing this. You know, it's great to have you here, Hibidi. You know, you have been better if you have been in Thailand, of course, but we still appreciate you.
In China, in Shanghai, the Hibidi will bring the glory home.
All right, next competition, the international competition at Shanghai, is the Asian Cup. Hopefully, we will be able to send yet another Singaporean and Malaysian representative there. Until then, from us here at Garena Studios, I'm Evil Sword, and together with PBD, thank you for joining us. We hope to see you again next time. Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend.
อยากได้อีกเหรอ3 อันก็ได้3 อันพอเถอะ
กี่อันนะสรุป
3 อัน
3 อันนะฮะทีมงานเตรียมไว้เลยนะฮะคนละ3 อัน
ใช่แล้วค่ะกฎกติกาเหมือนเดิมเลยนะคะ
ครับ
แจกให้เฉพาะคนที่นั่งอยู่กับที่
ครับ
มีของครบนะคะ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นหมวกที่ใส่อยู่ หรือว่าจะเป็นข้อมือที่ อยู่ที่ข้อมือนะคะ ทั้งสายรัดที่กระพริบแล้ว
ครับ
ก็
ผม
สายรัดแบบเป็นกระดาษนะคะ
สายรัดนี่ต้องกระพริบด้วยนะฮะ
สายรัดก็ต้องกระพริบด้วยค่ะ
โอ้โหบรรยากาศนี่ตอนนี้เต็มฮอลล์เลย
ใช่
รู้สึก
แล้ว
ดีใจมากๆนะ
นั่ง
ฮะ
อยู่เฉยๆนะคะ เดี๋ยวจะมีทีมงานไปแจกให้นะคะถื
ครั
อบ
ผม
ว่าเป็นเซอร์ไพรส์
ครับ
อีกหนึ่งเซอร์ไพรส์ของวันนี้เลยนะคะ
ใช่
ใครยังไม่ได้ก็ยกมืออ่า
ยังไม่ได้ทั้ง
ยก
ฮอ
มื
ลล์
ใครไม่ยกไม่ต้องแจกนะคะทีมงานคะ
ไม่ใช่ละ
ยกมือไว้ก่อนยกมือไว้ก่อนพลอาสาจันยกมือไว้ บางคนนี่เห็นใส่2 มือเลยนะ
อ่าฮะ
นะคะ เดี๋ยวเราจะแจกให้ไปเลยค่ะ
ครับผม
3 อันเหมือนเดิม
มา
ค่ะ
เหมือนเดิมอะ
เท่ากันนะคะ
ไม่ได้ดีขึ้นเลยที่เมื่อกี้พูดนะว่าจะเป็น 6 นะฮะ
ก็3 อันเราให้ความยุติธรรมกับทุกคนนะคะ
ครับผม
ก็เมื่อกี้มีการทายผลนะคะผ่านแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile กันด้วยนะคะ
ไหน
เป็นยังไงบ้าง ใคร
ใช่
ทายถูกบ้าง
อยากรู้มีใครในห้องนี้ได้ทายบ้างไหมฮะ นะทายได้
เกาห
ร
ลี
อ
ใต้ เกาหลีใต้
ใครทายเกาหลีใต้ โอ้ งั้นตอนนี้คงมีไอเทมเนี่ยแอดเข้าไปใน ID แบบอัตโนมัติเรียบร้อยนะฮะ
โอ้มาวันนี้นะคะ ได้กับได้
เออ
แล้วก็ยังอยู่
ยังจะ
ที่บ้าน
ได้
มาไม่ได้ก็ยังได้ของด้วยนะ
ถูกต้
คะ
อง
อย่า
นะฮะ
ลืมนะคะว่านอกจากการแอดไอเทมเข้าไปใน ID ของคุณแล้วเนี่ยยังมีการแรนดอมนะคะผู้ที่โชคดีอีก 3 ท่านนะคะ
ครับ
แจกไปด้วยกับไอเทมเลยนะคะ เป็นไอเทมโค้ด
เออ
น่าสนใจมากทีเดียวนะคะ
อ่ะลองเข้าไปดูกันได้นะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
facebook.com/ea sports นะฮะ FIFA ออนไลน์ 3 ครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ หรือว่าจะเข้าไปตรวจรายชื่อผู้ที่โชคดีกันนะคะ ในแอปพลิเคชัน Garena Mobile ด้วยค่ะ ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวจะมีพี่ๆทีมงานนะคะ เดินแจกกันอยู่
ครับ
ก็ได้รับไปเลยไอเทมโค้ดนะคะ เป็นอีกหนึ่งเซอร์ไพรส์ในวันนี้ แต่บอกไว้เลยนะคะว่าของรางวัลของเรายังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้ค่ะ
คืออีกไม่กี่นาทีเราก็จะต้องแยกจากกันละ
ค่ะ
นะฮะ ก่อนจะเจอกันใหม่ก็อีกนาน
ใช่
ของเราจัดเต็มที่มีอยู่ในสต็อกเราเอาออกมาให้หมดเลย
ให้หมดเทให้หมดหน้าตักเลยนะคะ
ใช่ครับ
มีอะไรเรามาแจกกันอย่างต่อเนื่องเลยนะคะ เพราะฉะนั้นอย่าเพิ่งลุกไปไหน อย่าเพิ่ง
ครับ
หนีไปไหนนะคะ เราจะแจกให้กับน้องๆที่อยู่ในฮอนี้เท่านั้นนะคะ
ครับผม
ก็ตอนนี้เราแจกกันเป็นไอเทมโค้ด
ไอเทมโค้ด3 อัน
3 อันด้วย
ครับผม
นะคะ แล้วก็ได้ยินแว่วๆมาว่ายังมีอีกเยอะแยะเลย เพราะฉะนั้นยังลุกไปไหนไม่ได้นะคะ อยู่ด้วยกันก่อน ก็ยังมันอีกสักรอบนะคะ อย่าลืมเข้าไปตรวจสอบว่าเราเนี่ยทายผลถูกแล้ว
ครับ
ว่าเกาหลีชนะนะคะ
ครับผม
อย่าลืมเข้าไปเช็คด้วยว่าเราเป็นผู้ที่โชคดีที่ได้รับการแรนดอมแล้วก็แจกของรางวัลอีกหรือเปล่านะคะ ไม่เพียงแค่คู่ของไฟนอลเท่านั้นค่ะ คู่ก่อนหน้านี้ก็ยังเข้าไปเช็คได้ด้วยนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะฮะ ดูว่ามีไอเทมอะไรแอดเข้ามาใน ID ของเรานะฮะ เช็คกันได้เลย เพราะว่าแต่ละรอบเนี่ยก็แตกต่างกันไปนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะวันนี้ต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่าในครั้งนี้เนี่ยยิ่งใหญ่มากจริง
อืม
ๆ เพราะว่านักกีฬาของเรานะคะมาจาก 10 ประเทศด้วยกัน
10
ทั้งหมด
ประเทศ
12 ท่านนะคะ
ครับผม
ใช่ค่ะ
นะ ทั้งทีมไทยเนี่ยมี Thailand A แล้วก็ Thailand B
ใช่
นะฮะ
ค่ะ
แล้วก็มีทีมจีนที่เป็น 2 ทีม อีกทีมหนึง
ค่ะ
เป็น defending champion
ใช่
นะครับ
แล้วค่ะ มีฝรั่งเศสนะคะ สวีเดนนะคะ อินโดนีเซีย มาเลเซียนะคะ
เวียดนาม
ด้
ยู
วย
เคร
ค่ะ
นนะฮะ โอ้โห
มาจากทั่วทุกมุมโลกเลย
ครับผม
นะคะก็แต่ละท่านเนี่ยต้องบอกว่าทำอย่างสุดฝีมือ
ครับ
แล้วก็หลาย ๆ คนนะคะ เอาใจช่วยกันจนสุดท้ายค่ะ การแข่งขันมาจนถึงตอนนี้เรารู้แล้วแหละว่าใครเป็นแชมเปี้ยน
ใช่
ของปีนี้นะคะใครที่ยังไม่ได้นะคะ ยกมือเดี๋ยวทีมงานจะเดินไปแจกนะคะไอเทมโค้ด
ยังเหลืออยู่นะฮะ
ฝั่ง
ไม่เป็น
นี้
ไร
ด้วยนะคะ เดี๋ยวเราก็ค่อย ๆ แจกไปเรื่อย ๆ นะคะ
แจกกันครบแน่นอนนะฮะ
ค่ะ ก่อนจะจากกันไปนะคะ เก็บสายรัดข้อมือที่เป็นเรืองแสง แล้วก็สายรัดข้อมือที่เป็นกระดาษให้ดี
ครับผม
ยังมีของพรีเมียมอีกนะคะ ที่จะแจกน้องๆนะคะ ก่อนที่น้องๆเนี่ยจะกลับบ้าน
อือฮึ
นะคะ
ถูกต้องนะฮะ ก็เดี๋ยวรายละเอียดเนี่ยจะอธิบายให้ฟังนะครับ
ใช่
แต่ว่าขั้นตอน
ค่ะ
ง่ายๆนะมีทั้งรับตรงหน้าประตูนี้นะครับ แล้วก็รับตรงด้านนอกตรงจุดลงทะเบียนได้อีกเหมือนกัน
จุดลงทะเบียนนี่ไม่มีแล้ว
ไม่มีแล้วนะ
ไม่
ฮะ
มี
อ่า
ต้องรับภายในห้องนี้เท่านั้น
ห้องนี้เท่านั้นโอเค ง่ายๆ ก็คือ
ค่ะ
อยู่กับที่เนี่ยแหละนะฮะ
ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวจะจัดการให้เลยนะฮะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็สำหรับน้องๆฝั่งนี้นะคะ
ครับผม
ที่ยังไม่ได้รับไอเทมโค้ดอย่าเพิ่งลุกไปไหนนะคะกฎกติกาของเราก็ยังเป็นกฎกติกาของเราค่ะ
อืม
ต้องนั่งเราถึงจะแจกเท่านั้น
ครับผม
นะคะ
อีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะฮะ
ค่ะ
เตรียมความพร้อมกันสักเล็กน้อยแล้วก็แจกกันให้ครบ ทุกคนจะได้แฮปปี้นะฮะนี่แหละประเด็นหลักเลยอยากให้ทุกคนที่มาร่วมงานในวันนี้เนี่ยมีความสุขมีอะไรติดไม้ติดมือกลับบ้านไป
ใช่
นะฮะ
แล้ว
จะได้เล่น
ค่ะ
เกมกันสนุกกันไปเรื่อยๆแบบนี้นะฮะ
เชื่อว่าอย่างน้อยๆ วันนี้เนี่ยนะคะ
ครั
ถ้า
บผม
ไม่ได้เป็นผู้ที่โชคดีที่แรนดอมขึ้นมาบนเวที
อ่าฮะ
อย่างน้อยเนี่ยก็ได้ไปเยอะแยะแล้วนะ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นหมวกไอเทมโค้ดมีการแจกเงินรางวัลอีกนะคะโอ้โหได้เป็น10 ล้าน EP แล้วอ่ะ
ถูกต้องนะและยิ่งถ้าเป็นเมื่อวานเนี่ยได้ดูการคอมเมนต์
ค่ะ
นะฮะโโห
ของพี่ซิโก้
โค้ชซิโก้ของเราซึ่ง
ค่ะ
เป็นโอ้โหคอมเมนเตอร์คือหมายถึงว่าวันนี้มาเมื่อวานเนี่ยมาพลิกบทบาทนิดนึง
ค่ะ
นะฮะแล้วก็ได้คำแนะนำดีๆมากมายเลยนะครับผม โอ้โห
มีเซอร์ไพรส์อีก
โอ้
แล้
โห
วมีเซอร์ไพรส์นะคะ อันนี้เซอร์ไพรส์จริงๆ เพราะว่าขณะพิธีกรเองก็เพิ่งรู้
ตาวาวเลย
อ่า
ตีนี่โตเลย
ใคร ยังไงคะ อธิบายสิคะ
อ่ะจะเป็นรางวัลพิเศษนะฮะจากทีมจากเกาหลีใต้นั่นเอง
ค่ะ วินเนอร์ของเรา
อืม
แชมเปี้ยนของเรานะคะ ใจดีมาก
ใช่นะฮะเขาคีย์บอร์ดที่เขาใช้
โอ้
คีย์บอร์ดที่เขาใช้ทำไมฮะ
ใครอยากได้ ใครอยากได้
คีย์บอร์ดที่เขาใช้
ไฟกระพริบด้วย ไฟ
เขา
ก
จะ
ระพริ
แจ
บ
กนะฮะ
ไฟกระพริบมาด้วย
โอ้โห
โบนัสจันยังไง นอกจากคีย์บอร์ดแล้วมีอะไรคะ
นอกจากคีย์บอร์ดแล้วนะฮะยังมีอีกอย่าง เดี๋ยวต้อง
ค่ะ
เช็คว่าคืออะไร
นี่เลย โอ้ยิ่งใหญ่ เป็นวินเนอร์แล้ว ยังใจดีนะคะ
ครับผม
ซึ่งวิธีการที่เราจะแจกเนี่ย ก็ง่ายๆนะคะ คือการ random
random ใช่ไหมฮะ โอเค
อ่ะ
random พร้อมมี 2 รางวัลด้วยกันใช่ไหมฮะ
ค่ะ รางวัลแรกค่ะ random มาเลย ตัวอะไรดี โอ้โห ส่งเสียงเชียร์กันหน่อย มาแล้ว
เยี่ยม
อะไรอีก ตัวเลขคือ 228 A228 ค่ะ A228 โอ้โห โชคดีมาก วิ่งมาอย่างเร็วเลย
เยี่ยม
นะ
นะคะ ฮะ
A228 ไหมคะ ยืนตรงนี้เลยค่ะ
ตรงนี้เลยครับ โอเค เยี่ยม จะได้ถ่ายรูปสวยๆนะฮะ
โอ้โห ใจดีมากจริงๆนะคะ ยินดีด้วยนะคะ น้อง A 228ถ่ายรูปหน่อยนะคะ โชคดีมาก เป็นเซอร์ไพรส์จริงๆนะคะอันนี้เราก็ไม่รู้มาก่อนเลยว่า คุณคิมเนี่ย จะมีการม
เดี๋ยวถือหม
อ
ว
บ
กให้นะฮะ
คีย์บอร์ดของเขานะคะ ให้กับน้องๆที่ได้มาอยู่ในฮอลล์ในวันนี้นะคะ โอเคไหมคะกล้องกลางด้วยนะคะโอเคค่ะ สัมภาษณ์น้องนิดนึงค่ะ น้องชื่ออะไรคะ
ปุ๊กครับ
น้องบุ๊กใช่ไหมคะ ดีใจไหม
ดีใจครับ
แล้วอันนี้จะเอาไปเล่นเลยไหม
เอาไปเล่นเลยครับ
เล่น
เล่นเลย
แล้วก็เล่นให้เก่ง แล้ววันหนึ่งก็จะได้กลายเป็นแชมป์เหมือนคุณคิมโอเคเปล่ามีอะไรอยากจะพูดกับคุณคิมไหมคะ แบบเป็นแฟนคุณคิมอยู่แล้วหรือเปล่า
ขอบคุณครับ
He say thank you โอเคค่ะ ขอบคุณนะคะ อันนี้เนี่ยต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่า นักแข่งนะคะ
ครับผม
เขามีการเอาคีย์บอร์ดมาเอง
อือฮึ
ซึ่งก็จะมีสำรองด้วยแหละนะคะเผื่อเกิดข้อผิดพลาดใด ๆ เกิดขึ้น ก็อย่างที่บอกไปว่าเรามี 2 รางวัลนะคะ รางวัลเมื่อกี้เป็นอันที่คุณคิมเนี่ยเขาเอามาเป็นสำรอง
ครับ
อีกอันนึงเนี่ยหลายๆคนต้องอยากได้
ไม่ใช่
เพราะว่า
แค่คีย์บอร์ดธรรมดา
ไม่ใช่
เพ
ราะว่ามันมีเหงื่อของคุณคิมติดอยู่
ใช่นะฮะ
เอ
ค
อ
ราบทุกอย่างยังอยู่ครบเลย
ใช่
พูดแล้วยังอยากได้หรือเปล่า ต้องอยากได้สิครับเพราะว่านี่คือคีย์บอร์ดของวินเนอร์เลย
ใช่ใครอยากได้บ้าง
ขอเสียงหน่อยเลย มาเลยครับ นี่คีย์บอร์ดอยู่ตรงนี้
นี่
แล้ว
เลยนะคะ อันนี้เลย
แซวเล่นนะจริงๆ แล้วยังใหม่เอี่ยมอยู่เลยนะ
ไม่
ฮะ
เอี่ยมอยู่เลยนะคะ
แล้วถ้าใครเห็นจริงๆ แล้วเขาใช้อันนี้เลยนะฮะ
ค่ะ
เราพร้อม
พร้อมแล้ว
รันดอมเลยหรือยัง
พร้อมแล้วค่ะ
ถ้าพร้อมแล้ว สวดเอาไว้เลยนะฮะ เริ่มรันดอม
เล่
คน รับ
ของตัวเอง อะไรคะ
ดี
163 ค่ะ
อยู่หรือเปล่า
ดี163โอ้วิ่งไปมหัศจรรย์เลยนะคะ
พุ่งมาเลยครับผม
โชคดีมากจริง
นั่นน่ะสินะ
อันนี้เนี่ยเป็นคีย์บอร์ดที่คุณคิมใช้แล้วได้เป็นแชมป์เลยนะ
ครั
คะ
บผม
แสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะมาทั้งชุดนักเรียนกันเลยทีเดียวมอบเลยค่ะ คุณคิมนะคะบอกน้องว่าขอบคุณครับด้วยนะคะน่ารักมากจริง
ไปเลย
ๆถ่ายรูปก่อนค่ะถ่ายรูปก่อนค่ะ
ถ่ายรูปอีกนิดนึง
โอเค
อ่ะมองกล้องนี้เลยตรงกลาง
แหมหลายๆ คนอิจฉาบอกจะอยากจะได้คีย์บอร์ดแชมป์บ้างทำหน้าทำตาแบบ
ยิ้มเลยยิ้มหน่อยยิ้มชิคยิ้มเลย ยิ้ม
เนี่ยแหละคือหน้ายิ้มแล้ว
ยิ้มแล้ว
ยิ้มแล้วเนี่ยแหละดีใจสุดๆแล้วนะคะโอเคค่ะ เรียบร้อยไหมคะโอเค
ขอบ
ค่ะ
คุณครับ
ขอบคุณคุณคิมด้วยนะคะ
ขอบ
โอ้
คุ
โห
ณคุณซิมด้วย
เซอร์ไพรส์มากเล
ครับ
ย
ผม
นะคะในการมอบคีย์บอร์ดให้กับน้องๆที่มาชมนะคะ ก็ถึงเวลาที่หลายๆคนเนี่ยนะคะ อยากจะรู้แล้วแหละว่าต่อไปจะมีการแจกอะไรหรือเปล่านะคะ อุบไว้ก่อนก็กัน
ผมไปก่อนเหรอ
อุบไว้ก่อนแล้วกัน
ยังนะ
ยัง
อีกแป๊บหนึ่งอีกแป๊บหนึ่งแต่
ค่ะ
มีแจกแน่นอนนะฮะ
มีแจก
ขอค่
แน่นอน
นั่ง
ค่ะ
อยู่กับที่ไว้
นั่งอยู่กับที่ไว้นะคะ ก็อย่าลืมนะคะ วันนี้เนี่ยสิ้นสุดการแข่งขันแล้วรู้แล้วว่าใครเป็นแชมป์นะคะ เข้าไปดูกันได้นะคะ ผลของการแข่งขันว่าเราเนี่ยทายถูกหรือเปล่าผ่านทางแอปพลิเคชันนะคะ Garena Mobile นะคะ
ครับผม
ก็จะได้รับของรางวัลต่างๆ ไปเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นไอเทมโค้ดนะคะ หรือว่าจะเป็นการแรนดอม3 ผู้ที่โชคดีขึ้นมา แล้วก็มีการแจกรางวัลอีกค่ะ
ใช่ครับผมอ่ะลำดับต่อไปคืออะไรครับพี่แบมครับ
ลำดับต่อไปคือจะเป็นการมอบรางวัล
มอบรางวัลอีกสักครู่หนึ่ง
อีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะ
มีการเตรียมความพร้อมกันอีกสักเล็กน้อยนะฮะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
อืม
ก็ย้ำกันอีกสักหน่อยดีกว่าว่าสำหรับในวันนี้เนี่ยนะคะ
ครับผม
หลังจากที่เราจบการแข่งขันหรือว่าจบทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างแจกของแล้วเนี่ยเราก็ยังมีของมอบให้กับน้องๆอีกนะคะ
ครับผม
สายรัดข้อมือหรือว่าสายรัดกระดาษค่ะ ที่ทุกคนมีอยู่ที่ข้อมือเนี่ยก็เก็บกันไว้ให้ดีนะคะ
ไว้ให้ดี
สามารถเอาไปแลกของพรีเมียมได้อย่างที่เราบอกว่ามีถึง 3 อย่างด้วยกันนะคะ มีทั้ง
หมวก
ฟีฟ่าออนไลน์สีเหลื
เหลื
อ
อง งสีด
มีสีเหลืองแล้วก็ต้องเก็บสีดำด้วย
ครับผม
เนาะใส่ไปไหนโอ้โหเท่มาก
อืม
มีหลายๆคนที่อยากจะได้นะคะ
ครับผม
แล้วก็มีกระติกน้ำฟีฟ่าออนไลน์ด้วยนะ
ำใช่
คะ
แล้วนะฮะมอบให้เป็นชื่อลึกกลับบ้านติดไม้ติดมือไปอย่างแน่นอนนะครับผม
เราแอบบอกของรางวัลดีกว่า
ครับผม
ว่ายังมีอะไรที่เรายังไม่ได้แจกอีกนะคะ
อื
มีการ์ด World Best ใครอยากได้บ้าง
โอ้ยังมีอยู่อีกด้วย
โอ้โห ไม่เพียงเท่านั้นนะคะ
ครับ
เดี๋ยวเรามอบเป็นเงิน EP ให้อีก
เงิน EP
เงิน EP อีกสัก 300 ล้าน EP ละกัน
เหรอ
เออ
300 ล้านเลยนะฮะ
ใช่
มีแค่ 2 รอบสุดท้ายนี้คูณ 3 ไปเลยจากเมื่อวานเนี่ยให้
ใช่
100
แล้ว
EP
ค่ะ
นะฮะ
ไม่ได้มีการ์ด World Best เท่านั้น ยัง
ครับ
มี World Legend ก็ยังมีอยู่แจกอยู่นะคะ อย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะคะ ไม่แน่น้องๆเนี่ยอาจจะเป็นผู้ที่โชคดีที่ได้ก็ได้ เกมของเราเนี่ยก็ง่ายมากๆเลยนะ
ครั
คะ
บผม
อยู่ด้วยกันก่อนนะคะ หรือว่าจะเป็นยังมีของรางวัลอีกเยอะแยะอะ
ครับผม
นะ เพราะฉะนั้นก็ยังอยากให้อยู่ด้วยกันก่อนนะคะ อย่าเพิ่งหนีไปไหนนะคะ
ใช่แล้วครับ เอาล่ะ ตอนนี้ทุกอย่างพร้อมแล้วนะครับ
ค่ะ
เวลาที่ทุกคนรอคอยนะฮะ การมอบถ้วยรางวัล รวมถึงเงินรางวัลนะฮะ หลังจากที่ โอ้โห อยู่ด้วยกันมาตั้งแต่เมื่อวานจนถึง 11 โมง
ค่ะ
นะฮะตั้งแต่ 11 โมงถึงตอนนี้เลยนะครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะก็เป็นการแข่งขันที่ดุเดือดนะคะ แล้วก็เชื่อดเฉือนกันมากจริงๆ อย่างแมตช์เมื่อกี้เนี่ยเป็นแมตช์ไฟนอลนะคะ เชื่อว่าหลายๆคนลุ้นกันเลยแหละนะ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็จากที่ได้ดูเมื่อกี้นะคะ ก็เห็นคุณคิมเองเนี่ยพอชนะทุกครั้งเลยเนี่ยนะคะ ถ้าสังเกตคุณคิมก็จะมีการยกมือไหว้นะโอ้โหถือว่าเป็นเรื่องราวดีๆ แล้วก็เป็นภาพแห่งความประทับใจนะคะ
เอาล่ะนะฮะ ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะครับ ขอเข้าสู่ในช่วงของพิธีการนะครับ ขอเรียนเชิญคุณกิตพัฒนเตชะ Project Manager of FIFA Online 3 นะครับผม เรียนเชิญเลยครับ ขอเรียนเชิญขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับผม ผู้ที่อยู่เบื้องหลังของโครงการนี้นะครับ
ค่ะ
ให้ทุกคนได้เอนจอยกัน
ใช่
นะครั
แล้วค่ะ
เรียนเชิญขึ้นบนเวทีเลยนะฮะ สวัสดีครับ
สวัส
ณ
ดี
กิต
ค่ะ
รับ
เราก็จะมีการมอบนะคะเหรียญรางวัลและเงินรางวัลนะคะให้กับรองชนะเลิศอันดับ2ค่ะขออภัยค่ะรองชนะเลิศอันดับ1นะคะซึ่งก็ได้แก่
ตัวแทนนักเตะจากประเทศเวียดนามนะครับผมขอเรียนเชิญขึ้นบนเวทีเลยครับผมขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆด้วยนะฮะนี่แหละครับอันดับ2ของเรานะฮะได้เงินรางวัลไปไม่น้อยเลยทีเดียว 180,000 บาทครับผมโอ้โหเป็นภาพที่น่าจดจำจริงๆนะฮะแข่งกันมา2วันเต็มเข้ารอบมาเรื่อยๆนะฮะแล้วก็สู้อย่างสุดใจแล้วก็สมศักดิ์ศรีมากๆจริงๆนะฮะสำหรับนักเตะเวียดนามนะครับผม
เรียบร้อยนะคะเชิญ
และลำดับต่อไปนะครับพิธีมอบรางวัลให้กับอันดับ1นะครับวินเนอร์ของเราในวันนี้ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับนักเตะจากประเทศเกาหลีใต้ครับผมไม่ได้มาอย่างง่ายๆเลยนะฮะต้องผ่านการฝึกซ้อมนะฮะแล้วก็การทุ่มเทแรงกายแรงใจนะฮะ
ได้รับเหรียญนะคะและเงินรางวัลมูลค่ากว่า 350,000 บาทค่ะยิ่งใหญ่มากๆนะคะก็เชื่อว่าน้องๆหลายๆคนนะคะรวมถึงคุณผู้ชมที่ชมอยู่ณตอนนี้นะคะเป็นแฟนคลับของคุณคิมด้วยนะคะซึ่งเขาก็เดินทางมาที่ประเทศไทยนี้นะคะเพื่อการแข่งขัน2 วันเต็มๆกับเราค่ะหลายๆคนคงจะได้เห็นฝีไม้ลายมือของเขาแล้วว่าเก่งขนาดไหนนะคะ
ใช่ครับถูกต้องนะฮะ
ค่ะเดี๋ยวให้พี่ช่างภาพได้ถ่ายรูปนะคะคุณกฤษและคุณคิมก่อนนะคะนี่ค่ะเรียบร้อยนะคะนี่ค่ะ
ขอบพระคุณนะฮะลำดับต่อไปนะฮะเป็นช็อตสำคัญอีก1ช็อตเลยนะครับ Please stand behind the ball นะครับ
behind the ball we will count 1 2 3 and then at 3 you push out
no ไม่กันแล้วแหมจะโยนให้คนดูซะงั้นเลยแหมก็จะได้มานะครับอ่ะเดี๋ยวเรานับ3 2 1พร้อมๆกันนะฮะแล้วก็จะชูถ้วยรางวัลนี้อย่างสง่างามกันเลยนะครับผม
ค่ะ
Are you ready
โอเค
Moment of truth 3 2 1เย้
โอ้ยิ่งใหญ่มากจริงๆนะคะเป็นภาพที่สวยงามมากๆค่ะคุณคิมของเรานะคะแข่งขันมาจนเป็นผู้ที่ชนะเลิศแล้วก็แชมเปี้ยนสำหรับในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
เยี่ยมมากๆนะฮะ
ค่ะ
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับคุณคิมอีกครั้งหนึ่งครับ
ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวให้ถ่ายรูปนะคะ
วินเนอร์ของเราในวันนี้ถ่ายรูปกันอีกสักเล็กน้อยนะฮะ
โอเคค่ะ
แชมเปี้ยนของเราแล้วก็รองอันดับ1นะฮะ
อันนี้เป็นภาพแห่งความประทับใจเลยนะคะหลายๆคนลุ้นกันนะว่าตั้งแต่วันแรกมานะคะอย่าเพิ่งลงไปไหนนะคะยังมีไอเทมเด็ดๆรออยู่นะคะ
ย้ำเลยว่ามีอะไรที่เราแจกให้กับทุกคนเลย
ค่ะตอนนี้ก็ยังมีการแจกไอเทมโค้ดนะคะสำหรับน้องๆที่ได้อยู่ในฮอลนี้ เดี๋ยวเราถ่ายภ ภาพเป็นที่ระลึกก่อนนะคะ แล้วเราจะกลับมาแจกของรางวัลกันอีกรอบนะคะ ก็ยังมีกระติกน้ำฟีฟ่าออนไลน์นะคะ ที่อยากจะให้น้องๆนะคะ แล้วก็ยังมีไอเทมโค้ดค่ะ รวมถึงการลัคกี้ดรอนะคะ แจกกันไปการ์ดต่างๆที่น้องๆอยากได้นะคะ ไม่ว่าจะเป็น World Best หรือว่า World Legend นะคะ รวมทั้งยังมีเงิน 300 ล้าน EP มอบให้ด้วยนะคะ อย่าเพิ่งหนีไปไหนนะคะ
โอเคครับ ขอเสียงประมืออีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผมให้กับวินเนอร์นะฮะแล้วก็รองชนะเลิศอันดับหนึ่งนะครับรวมถึงคุณกิตพัฒนาเตชะโปรเจกต์แมเนเจอร์ฟีฟ่าออนไลน์3ครับผมเรียนเชิญเลยนะฮะพักผ่อนทางด้านล่างสักเล็กน้อยนะฮะเพราะว่าเห็นหน้าตาของน้องๆแล้วพี่แบม
ทำไมคะ
เขาต้องอยากได้ไอเทมอ่ะ
ไอเทมอะไรดีอ่ะ
ใช่ไหมฮะ
ได้ครบหรือยังคะ ไอเทมโค้ด
ยัง
3
ไม่ได้
อัน
ยังไม่ได้ครบเลย
ได้หรือยังคะ ใครยังไม่ได้ไหนยกมือหน่อย
เดี๋ยวในส่วนนั้นเดี๋ยวมีทีมงานให้ต่อนะครับ
ตอนนี้ค่ะมาถึงช่วงเวลาที่หลายๆคนรอคอยแล้วนะคะ เราแจกกันต่อแรนดอมกันต่อเลยดีกว่าค่ะ ในรอบนี้นะคะเราแจกกันเป็นการ์ดไทยเลเจนด์1ใบ และ
ครับผม
เงิน EP 300 ล้าน EP นะคะ มาแรนดอม
สุ่มเลย
กันเลยค่ะ ตัวอะไรดี078 ค่ะ 078 อยู่ใกล้ๆนี้เลยนะคะ ออกมาได้เลยค่ะ แล้วผู้ที่โชคดีอีกท่านหนึ่งนะคะ ที่เราจะแรนดอมค่ะ แรนดอมกันเลย อะไรคะมาเลยค่ะ 48 ค่ะ มีไหมคะ
นี่ครับ มีคุณผู้หญิงอยู่ด้านหลังนี้ ได้มาแล้ว2 คนนะฮะ
มาเลย
กติกาของเราเหมือนเดิมเหมือนที่เล่นไปเมื่อกี้นะฮะ
ค่ะ
จะมีการ์ด1ใบอยู่ข้างบน ให้เดากันว่าเป็น World Cup 2014 หรือว่าการ์ด World Cup
2006 ค่ะ
นะฮะ เรียนเชิญเลยนะครับ
ชื่ออะไรบ้างคะ
ชื่อนิวค่ะ
นิวกับ
เจครับ
น้องนิวกับเจ
อ่า
ตอนนี้ให้เป่ายิงฉุบกัน
เจขอเปลี่ยนเป็นจิ๋วแล้วกันนะนะเป็น
ไม่จิ๋วแล้วนะ
อ๋อโอเคไปยิงฉุบเข้าไปยิงฉุบยิงโอเคได้แล้ว น้องนิวได้ไป
น้องนิวคิดว่าจะเป็น World Cup 2014 หรือว่าการ์ด World Cup 2006 คะ
2006 ค่ะ
น้องนิวเลือก
โอ
2006
เค
นะคะ
น้องจิ๋วก็จะได้ไปกับ 2014
เขาชื่อน้องเจ
น้องเจนะฮะ
ค่ะ
โอเค
มาดูกันเลยค่ะ
ไปลุ้นกันครับ ขอให้โชคดี
2014 นะคะ
ก็เป็นน้องเจนะฮะที่ได้ไป
ค่ะ ได้เป็นการ์ดไทยเลเจนด์นะคะ และสำห
ยินดีด้วยครั
รับบ น้องนิวนะคะจะได้เป็นเงิน 300 ล้าน EP ค่ะโอเคค่ะ ถ่ายรูปด้วยกันนิดนึงนะคะ เดี๋ยวยืนชิดๆกันหน่อยค่ะ
ซ้ายนิดนึ
กลั
ง
บ
ครั
มา
บ
ทางซ้าย โอเคค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
เรียบ
ขอบคุณ
ร้อย
น้องๆ
นะคะ
ทั้งคู่เลยนะฮะพักผ่อนด้านล่างได้เลย แจกไปแล้วกับการ์ดไทยเลเจนด์
ค่ะ
มาต่อกันที่อีกหนึ่งการ์ดดีกว่า
การ์ดโรเบ
ใครอยากได้บ้าง ซุ่มกันเลย
มา บีมาแล้วตามคำขอเลยนะคะ 476 ค่ะ B
มีไหมครับ
476 มีไหมคะ B 476 1 2 มาแล้วค่ะ มาแล้วค่ะ
B476 ได้ไปแล้วนะฮะ1 คนมารันดอมกันต่อเลย
เอ 467 ค่ะ A 467 ค่ะ
อยู่ไหมครับ
ครั้งที่ห
A467
นึ่ง
ได้
มา
มา
เล
แล้ว
ย
เชิญเลยครับน้องๆ2 คนด้วยกัน
วิ่งมาเหนื่อยไหมคะ ไม่เหนื่อยเลยนะคะ
ชื่ออะไรครับผม
คิงครับ
คิง
ชื่อคิงเจอกับ
น้
น้
อ
อง ง
คิง
ควีนค่ะเอาไม่ใช่ชื่อน้องอะไรคะ
บอลครับ
คิง
น้องบอล
เจอกับบอลนะคะ
เหมือนเดิมครับ
ป่ายิงฉุบค่ะ
ไปยิงฉุบไปยิงเยี่ยมเนี่ยโอเค โอเค
น้องบอล มาด้วยความรวดเร็ว
ปั๊บเลยนะฮะ
น้องบอลคะคิดว่าเป็นการ์ดเวิลด์คัพ 2014 หรือว่า 2006 คะ
14 ครับ
เลือก 14 นะคะ เพราะฉะนั้นน้องคิงก็จะได้ 2006 ไปนะคะ มาดูเลยค่ะ อะไรดี อะไรดี
2014 หรือเปล่า ได้เลย
น้องบอลนะคะก็จะได้รับเป็นการ์ดเวิลด์เบสไปนะคะ
ครับผม และนี่
น้อง
นะฮะ
คิงค่ะจะได้รับการ EP 300 ล้าน EP ไปเลยค่ะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ
ยินดีด้วยครับผม
ค่ะเรียบร้อยนะคะ ค่ะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ
World
ยังไม่
Best
หมด
ผ่า
เพี
น
ยง
ไป
เท่านี้
นะ Thai Legend ผ่านไป
เหลืออีกหนึ่งอย่าง
World Legend นะครับผ
ใช่
ม
แล้วค่ะ รอน้องๆอยู่นะคะ มาแรนดอมกันเลย 340 ค่ะ 340 มีไหมคะ 340 ครั้งที่ 1 ค่ะ
ครั้งที่ 2 ครับ ครั้งที่ 3 นะฮะ
ผ่านค่ะ 4 ค่ะ 468 ค่ะ 4468 มีไหมคะ
ครั้งที่ 1 ครับ ครั้งที่ 2 ครั้งที่ 3 นะฮะ ขออนุญาตผ่านนะครับ
ค่ะ 009 ค่ะ 009
ครั้งที่ 1 ครั้งที่ 2 ครั้งที่ 3
ไม่มีนะคะ
แรนดอมใหม่ครับ
ค่ะ ดีค่ะ
ดีมีเฮนะฮะ
283 ค่ะ ดี 283 ค่ะ มีไหมคะ ครั้งที่
มีครับ
1 ค่ะ
โอเค
กำลังลงมานะคะแรนดอมน้องคนต่อไปเลยค่ะ
ครับ
กำลังวิ่งมา หมายเลขต่อไปคือ B 163 ค่ะ B 163 ค่ะ
มีไหมครับ นี่นะฮะกำลังวิ่งมา ได้มาแล้ว 2 คนนะครับผม เชิญเลย ชื่ออะไรครับ
ชื่ออาร์มครับ
น้องอาร์มนะฮะ อยู่ชั้นอะไรครับ
ม .3
ม .3
มาค่ะ
โอเค มาคุยกับน้องอีก
น้อง
ท่านห
อา
นึ่
ร์
ง
ม
นะ
กับ
ฮะ
น้องอะไรคะ เต้ น้องอาร์มกับน้องเต้นะคะ เป่ายิงฉุบกันเลยค่ะ
ชุบ
น้องเต้นะคะได้เลือก
โอเค
ว่าจะเป็นการ์ดเวิลด์คัพ 2014 หรือการ์ดเวิลด์คัพ 2006 คะ
14 ครับ
น้อง
14
เต้
ครับ
นะคะเลือกการ์ดเวิลด์คัพ 2014 ค่ะ มาดูกันเลยค่ะ
เต้ได้ไป
ได้เป็นการ์ดเวิลด์เลเจนด์1 ใบนะคะ และน้องอาร์มนะคะจะได้รับเงิน 300 ล้าน EP นะคะ
ครับผม
ค่ะเถิบมาทางซ้าย
เถิบซ้าย
ดง
เล็กน้อยนะฮะ
โอเคค่ะ
โอเค ยินดีด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณนะคะ
เชิญน้องๆ2 คนมาได้เลย
น้องๆ ค่ะ น้องๆ อย่าเพิ่งลุกไปไหนนะคะ เพราะว่างานของเรายังไม่สิ้นสุดเพียงเท่านี้ค่ะ ถ้าลุกออกไปก่อนเนี่ย อาจจะพลาดของพรีเมียมดีๆ ก็ได้นะคะ
เอาละครับผม เมื่อกี้เราได้ถ่ายรูปกันไปแล้วนะฮะ
ค่ะ
กับทั้งทีมวินเนอร์แล้วก็รองชนะเลิศ
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับ
ค่ะ
ณ ตอนนี้นะฮะ อยากจะขอเรียนเชิญถ่ายภาพรวม เพราะว่าเดินทางมาไกลเหลือเกินแต่ละคน
ค่ะ
นะฮะแล้วก็แข่งกัน 2 วันเต็มกันเลยนะฮะขอเรียนเชิญนักเตะจากทั้ง 10 ประเทศนะฮะทั้ง 12 คนเลยนะครับผมแล้วก็ขอเรียนเชิญนะฮะคุณกิตพัฒนาเตชะครับผม
เรียนเชิญค่ะ
Project Manager of FIFA ออนไลน์ 3 นะฮะเรียนเชิญขึ้นบนเวทีเพื่อถ่ายภาพร่วมกันเป็นที่ระลึกครับ
นักเตะของเรานะคะ
10 คนเลยนะฮะ
มาจาก 10 ประเทศนะคะ 12 คนในการค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นไทยแลนด์ทีม A นะคะทีม B จากฝรั่งเศสยูเครนนะคะสวีเดนสิงคโปร์นะคะเวียดนามมีจากเกาหลีใต้นะคะอินโดนีเซียมาเลเซียด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวมีการถ่ายภาพนิดนึงนะคะน้องๆอย่าเพิ่งรีบหนีไปไหนอย่าเพิ่งรีบกลับไปไหนนะคะยังมีของรางวัลให้นะคะเป็นของพรีเมียมเป็นกระติกน้ำฟีฟ่าออนไลน์ 3 นะคะแล้วก็ยังมีเป็นไอเทมโค้ดมอบให้อีกด้วย
ใช่ครับ
วันนี้แจกกันเยอะจริงๆนะคะแจกกันทุกช่วงเลยมีเซอร์ไพรส์ตลอดนะคะรวมถึงของรางวัลนะคะคีย์บอร์ดจากคุณคิมนะคะซึ่งในปีนี้เนี่ยเป็นวินเนอร์ก็มอบคีย์บอร์ดนะคะให้กับน้องๆผู้ที่โชคดีอย่าเพิ่งหนีไปไหนนะคะเรายังมีการแจกของรางวัลให้กับน้องๆอยู่นะคะตอนนี้ให้ถ่ายภาพสักนิดหนึ่งนะคะ
เอาละฮะนี่ก็คือช่วงท้ายของงานนี้แล้วนะครับ เดี๋ยวเราจะจบไปด้วยภาพอันน่าประทับใจนะฮะการรวมตัวกันของทั้ง 12 นักเตะ 10 ประเทศนะครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะมีภาพประมวลผลทั้งหมดนะฮะของบรรยากาศที่เราได้อยู่ร่วมกันมาทั้ง 2 วันนะครับแล้วก็น้องๆนะฮะเดี๋ยวเราจะมีไอเทมเพิ่มนะฮะกับ
กระติกน้ำ
ใช่ครับ
ออนไลน์ 3 นะคะ
แล้วก็มี EP 10 ล้านนะฮะแจกให้กับ
โอ้โห
ทุกคนเลยนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับผม
10 ล้าน EP เอาไปเลย
ทุกคนที่อยู่ในห้องนี้นะฮะแล้วก็นะฮะนั่นแหละครับผมเป็นภาพบรรยากาศที่สวยงามนะครับวันนี้เราทุกคนหมดหน้าที่ลงแล้ว
ค่ะ
นะครับนี่นะฮะเดี๋ยวเราชมภาพวิดีโอไปพร้อมๆกันเลยนะครับ
เรา 2 คนวันนี้หมดหน้าที่แล้วนะคะต้องขอบคุณทุก